All right, and we are live for day 3 of the SūmerSports show with Sam Bruchhaus, and I am Matt Stopsky. Sam, crazy day 1 and 2. Give me your initial thoughts.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the discussion that has arisen based off of what we saw yesterday, because yesterday was encapsulated what I call the tight end run, where we saw multiple players who in the consensus were about 80 to 100 consensus big board slots away from where they were selected by kind of a range of teams that include teams that clearly have their own beliefs about the draft, to teams that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be reaching, and that we have a little bit more confidence in that they are using analytical techniques and really approaching the game differently. And so when it comes down to it, the discussion that has ensued is saying that why would you go on a 3rd round virtually minimum contract or a 4th round minimum contract, and perhaps we'll see it the same today, when you could stay in college, even if you're at North Carolina State or Toledo, and make $3 or $4 million. And I think that's a valuable question. But I do wonder if that is substantially overblown, because the consensus big board is still the consensus big board. So what people are virtually saying, and what from an analytical perspective I think we can break down a little bit, is that the error rate of the consensus big board will increase as NIL continues, particularly as it goes in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. And we will start to see a higher explanation or we will start to see teams drafting better than the consensus big board in the late rounds, because they have some type of latent information that we don't have. Just on the face value, to throw it to you, Stopsy, I fundamentally disagree with that.
So the tight end stuff yesterday, confused the hell out of me. Enough where we were talking about it during the show, and I reached out to a few friends to see if maybe we were just missing something. Kind of like we were talking about, what do we not know? And apparently what we do not know, nobody else knows either. Mm-hmm. So we're going to have to see what happens. And I guess if this continues, a bunch of the tight ends that we thought were going to go off the board yesterday did eventually end up going off the board just way later than we thought. So the consensus big board, as you have said multiple times, tends to outdraft general managers on any given pick. So for tight ends, the learning curve is about 3 years. So we're going to take some time to judge these picks. But I'm interested to see when we come back for the 2029 draft if our evaluations of tight ends have changed, or if it's just we look at this and go, oh, that was weird.
Well, I think there's a and this is fine. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the way scouting works in teams. And there was a huge discussion about this during draft season, discussing scouting only watching 3 or 4 games of a player, particularly as it pertains to 3rd and 4th and 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, while the stats look at everything. Well, the problem is there's schemes in football, and there's only so much you can do on a football field with 11 people, because it's really hard to keep 11 people. And so there's patterns that emerge fairly easily over 3 to 4 games. Now, when I did the detailed research, particularly on fantasy modeling, and we start talking about things like stabilization rates and when that actually occurs, and the alphas and the betas, and there's all these mathematical terms. Yeah, for us to realize that an NFL player is a good NFL player, it's going to take 8 games for a wide receiver. It's going to take 13 starts for a quarterback. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say here is that, sure, the scouts aren't watching everyone in an NFL team. That's why the consensus big board is valuable, because you're having at least 100 plus people claim to watch 100 to 300 people and ranking them in a different fashion. And that's not really how it goes in an NFL building. At maximum, in an NFL building, you'll have maybe 3 to 4 people watch extensive and research extensively any given prospect. You'll have your area scout who's in the region. You may have your regional scout check his work. You'll have a cross check from a different position or a different area who may or may not be an expert. You'll have the coach, And then if it really comes down to it and you're targeting it, you'll have the general manager as well. And so that's like an average if you have a normal scouting facility. And tell me if I'm wrong here, Stopsky. I've been around this stuff my whole life. I guess I myself have never been a scout. I know a lot of scouts.
Yeah.
But that's the reason why we see these deviations, is because there's 5 to 10 people in an organization who are really deeply invested in knowing the player eval. Whereas it's become, and not like, that's the reason why I thought I was giving Mike his kudos, because he as a former general manager was saying, like, who cares about the consensus big board? But I was saying people care about the consensus big board because you dedicated your life to doing prospect evaluation,
doing the Lord's work,
250, 300 players for 25 years, and you're still doing it. And because people recognize that you did such a good job that they wanted to hire you as the general manager of a franchise. And he had a lot of late round hits, not for nothing. Max Crosby, Keyshawn Nixon, a lot of guys. Now, is everyone Mike Mayock? Is everyone have the data that SūmerSports has? No, but there's a group of 100 to 150 people that the community has come to trust in their evaluations. And so when you're deviating a lot from the consensus big board, you're not deviating from the peanut gallery and the fans. At minimum, you're deviating from 20 extremely highly trained scouts. And that in itself is something that is of interest. Right. But there's also scheme deviations. And that's why that 20 to 40 pick range that grows as we go on exists.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think the thing, like the one area where the consensus big board obviously can't get right is medical and character, right? Like that's just the biggest thing. I mean, as we saw with Jam McCoy dropping to now, where we thought he was going to go at one point in the teens, and then possibly in the early 30s, and now we are here in the hundreds, and he's still on the board. Obviously, there is a medical concern. So something like that is just something the consensus big board will never get right. Yep. But in terms of talent, I tend to agree with you. The best players shine. You see that. I think it's pretty simple. Like I remember I used to, when I was working in college, people be like, oh, you gotta find the 5-star. It's like finding the 5-star is easy. The 5-star. It's like it's the 3-star. It's the 4 or 3-star, right? It's like, and that's again where the consensus big board I think works is when when you get to those kind of players, to those 3-star players, those 6, 7s that we talk about, Sam, or the 5, 6s really. So much is like styles meet fights when it comes to those kind of players, because they all like do be 1 or 2 things kind of good. So like your bias can really show in that situation. But if the consensus between you, me, Mike, and 300 other people think that this guy is good, then most likely he's probably pretty good. And I think that's a good way of checking and balancing like your own personal bias, because as you've seen through the scouting metrics, because there's so many traits, there's not like a weighting on the traits. Mm-hmm. Like that is like you give the trait like he's a 7 in contested catch, and then you give your own grade. But like let's say you and I are both receiver scouts. I might view contested catching very highly. You might view separation more highly. So we might think the player the same, but how we grade them might be different. And that's why you need the consensus, because it gets rid of that, your kind of your own bias.
Yeah. And also like it's a flipping from what industry standard is, right? Like, and I'm talking about industry business in like we call it a copycat league, but when people approach the draft, what we're saying is it shouldn't be a copycat league, which is interesting. So when you have people devoting a year to this in the media, Dane Brugler, you have DJ, Daniel Jeremiah, even though just those core group of 10 extremely high level people that you see on your TV, like you have to define what your edge over them is.
Right.
And I think when there's not a clear edge, that's special. And so we have Captain G coming in here. That was their initial first question.
Oh, and there he goes, by the way. Pick 101 to the Raiders, Jam McCoy.
Thoughts on quality of players not available at the stage. So let's get into Jam McCoy, who this is a rebuilding team, for lack of a better word. They spent a ton of money, and now they're spending a bunch of draft capital. The shtick that came out yesterday, Stopsky, is basically that he had an ACL reconstruction, which I can speak to. I've had it. And that they noticed that there was a degenerative bone density issue that they then put a bone plug into that did not take, basically. And this was a conversation when I was having my ACL reconstruction from a football-based non-contact injury, as I believe his was, that I had to have about like my meniscuses. And that's typically how it ends up working, is like you're adding another element of cartilage in there. And that, if it doesn't take, you have to have surgery, and again, and it's another 6 to 8 months out. And so it's a tough decision. And so I made the decision not to do it. I got what they could just call a scrape of the meniscus, and I had torn both my meniscuses as well. And, you know, there's probably differing elements in the surgical process. It may not be his meniscus, but it was reported to be his cartilage. And so the thought process is that he may miss the entire year, but this is not like a killer issue for him. And it likely won't affect the rest of his career. You're just not going to get year one of the rookie contract. Here's the real question I have for you, Stopsky, and I'm interested in your thoughts about it. As someone who has produced these shows and studied this over the years and been at the Senior Bowl and talked to the scouts over the years, why did he not go on day 2?
No, I think the day.
Like, why is it 101? And this is a Shedeur Sanders question as well.
Honestly, it could just be that they found this late. But the medical found this late, and they just haven't had the time to analyze it properly. Like we've seen this happen with guys that have like late off the field issues that this team's had time to analyze. It drops them from like the early second all the way down to like maybe undrafted. Which again, if it happened earlier, maybe the teams would be like, all right, we're comfortable with this. It was fine. But if you don't have time to analyze, players can just fall. Now, I'm not entirely sure that's the case, but this seems like the consensus did not pick this up, which it probably would if this came out in February.
And to be clear, the consensus knew that he was injured.
Right. So that would be my guess, is that I think it's probably has something to do with when teams found out about this.
Well, and the question I was trying to ask more was the draft curve is exponential. It falls like deeply in the mid-third round. So, like, having knowledge over that, it's always funny to me that these artificial breaks between, you know, the day 1 and day 2 and day 2 and day 3, like, I understand, like, it's a clear and clean break, but there's functionally no difference between 32 and 33. And there's definitely no difference between like 75 and 100 in terms of the average, what you're going to get. And so obviously the Raiders trade up a single pick to go get him, and congratulations to them on holding their water. They now add a player to a team who, you know, is rebuilding everything. That is a first round talent.
Right.
And Will Johnson was like a very similar situation, different injury. He ended up like being pretty good for the Arizona Cardinals last year, and they got him a value. So it's just like such an interesting way that these things fall. I want to get into Jude Bowery, the tackle.
Go ahead. Go into Jude Bowery
from BC. So shout out to Mike Mayock, BC alum. You said you really like Jude Bowery.
I do like Jude Bowery. I think he's a solid player, you know, and our scouts like him too. They gave him like a impact starter type grade. You know, 2-year starter at BC, a left tackle. He gets to the second level very well. Like, he is a guy that, again, I think could move to guard. He's 6'5", 314, so he's not like ginormous, but he can definitely play guard if he had to. This is this kind of guy that, you know, there was talking about him maybe being a second rounder, third rounder. Obviously, he falls to the 4th year. Pretty good run blocker, pretty good true pass set type player. Overall, like a really solid offensive lineman that I thought you probably would have had to get like in the 60s. You get in here in 102.
So I have a question for you. Bowery, and again, we talked about pressure rate versus sack rate and how much that's up to the quarterback to a certain degree.
It's very up to the quarterback.
And Bowery's an interesting guy because he has a bottom quartile or like a suboptimal, below average pressure rate, but he really didn't give up a lot of sacks. What do you take from that?
So yeah, suboptimal pressure rate.
Red chip. So like that's
not good.
Below the 50th percentile.
I really think that pressure rate is really on the quarterback. Like I really give pressure.
And you believe I guess like this is something I need to study. It's so funny, Stopsky, because we get in the draft and like draft prep. We have 3 months to prep for the draft. And then I just have like 45 things I want to research afterward based on these discussions.
So like this is where like pass blocking to me and run blocking, offensive line in general, like you need those old school graders. Like old, like back when you played, when I played, and now that I coach, like you go in and you're grading your kids, right? And you're just giving plus and minuses here, there. Because like technically, you know, if Drew Bowery holds a dude for 3 seconds, quarterback holds the ball for 4 seconds, and the pressure comes from his guy, that's a pressure given up. That's not on Bowery. That's a win. Like you block a guy for 3 seconds, it's a win. You block a guy for 2.5 seconds, it's a win. So like that's where I think, you know, that's where I look more at how the scouts grade, how the AI sees it. Like, and for me, Drew Bowery didn't come out as like a blue chip prospect in pass block. He came in more kind of like in the middle, which to me, like that's fine. So like you saying he's a red chip on the pressure rate and the you know, the FAI and the scouts put him more in the middle. To me, that probably means that the pressure was probably more on the quarterback than on him.
Makes a lot of sense. So we just had the Jets pick. The Jets picked Darrell Jackson.
Yeah.
From Florida State. And he was like a really interesting prospect because he like, and again, like there's different ways we find out about these prospects, particularly in the draft season, because from an analytical perspective, when we're in June, July, August, September, as the college season is going on, our job is to ensure the process is correct come November.
Right.
And so you're not necessarily like you're watching players to validate your metrics, but you're tuning data quality, ingesting new data sources, interviewing scouts and other stakeholders to ensure that we are collecting the data that they want to see and aggregating it in a way that they want to see it. So you find out about these guys in different ways. Like a guy like Fano and Lomu, I watched a lot of.
Right.
And so I knew about them going into the year. Or like Devin Dampier, their quarterback, talking about pressure to sack. Like I knew that they were going to have insane pressure and they were going to have insane sack rates because Devin Dampier doesn't get sacked. So like, but the pressure kind of was up to them because he's more of a, I'm going to hang in the pocket, then I'm going to scramble or throw it away. So all that to say, Darrell Jackson was a guy I think we found out about at the Shrine Bowl because Florida State has just had nightmare seasons 2 years in a row to a certain degree.
Yeah.
And so it's just like difficult to figure out at any given point in time what's going on with them. Darrell Jackson is 6'6", 290 pounds. Darrell Jackson dominated the Shrine Bowl, then went to the Senior Bowl and dominated there as well.
He did.
And to be fair, he didn't really rise up the consensus big board that much. I mean, he was like a 120 guy. Now he's at around 100. He gets selected 103. And just like quickly, as we're talking about defensive tackles, because we're talking about the Shrine Bowl and finding these guys in different ways, the Jets take him at consensus. He's a dude that I think makes a lot of sense for them. They continue to rebuild their team. And it's just an interesting pick. But I want to skip over him real quick, and I think we can talk about these because yesterday, who did I say was going to go?
Caleb Proctor, and he goes to Arizona.
And he goes to Arizona. So we had an interesting discussion on the way home that I think it's important to talk about Caleb Proctor because Caleb Proctor was a guy who the statistics loved, the tracking loved, like it about as perfect of an FCS defensive tackle prospect that you can have at his size, that is. And when we were discussing, you had some thoughts of like, well, you got to take the FCS guys out when you're looking at certain stuff. And you got to, can you expand upon what we were talking about?
Okay. So I don't mean that you should take the FCS guys, like take them out. I mean, like when we're doing our percentiles, right? Because we were talking about a transfer portal tool I was looking at. And I was like, there's a lot of the guys who were 10s happen to be FCS guys. And I was like, I probably should take those guys out. It's not fair to compare them to, Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes who are playing in the SEC and the Big 12. You should still keep the percentiles and then compare them accordingly. But I think that they move too many of their FBS contemporaries down because they're playing like the studs of the FCS are like studs. Like they are just way better than anyone else in the field. And I think that kind of like it hurts the product in the end. But Proctor, you're telling me, is just like, because you counter back a Proctor, you're like, yeah, but this kid had ridiculous numbers, and I want to make sure I see said ridiculous numbers.
Well, and here's the problem. What's the edge again? And like these FCS guys are going to go in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round unless they're Joe Flacco or Carson Wentz. And so when there is a potential edge there because the data is not great. You could have a data collection edge. You could have we're tracking these guys in a different way as compared to the FBS. You can have an edge there. You can have an edge of a really great area scout who has inroads at every FCS school and every high school and has been there for years and just like knows what it needs to look like and when coaches are kind of fibbing about their guys and not fibbing about their guys. And so Proctor, for example, my point here is like, there was a quote that it may have came from Mickey Loomis. I can't remember exactly who it came. And it was like, we're not looking for outliers. We're looking for slam dunks. Like, we're not looking for a full court shot. We're looking for the most efficient way to get good players on this team and to get really good players on this team. And with FCS players, the best way to do that is not to adjust their production. It's to be like, oh my God, that's crazy. I need to look at this dude a little bit more.
Yeah.
And Caleb Proctor is one of those guys, a 14% pressure rate that he converted into 8 sacks in a 12-game FCS season from the 1 and the 3 tech against the Southland Conference, which, I mean, like, I'm biased. Like, I will look straight in the camera and say the Southland Conference, like, I know a lot about the Southland Conference. I grew up around the Southland Conference. I have family that coached in the Southland Conference. My dad played at McNeese in the Southland Conference. I have a buddy who works at compliance at Southeastern, where Caleb Proctor went. A bunch of my coaches that coached me, Tarleton State, which no longer is in the Southland, but they may be shortly. Stephen F. Alston, which was one of the best teams in the country last year in FCS. The defensive coordinator was my linebackers coach. So, like, full discussion of bias here. But Southland Conference, like, it's one of the 3 or 4 real FCS conferences that you pretty much year to year are going to have 4 to 5 guys go to the NFL from. So I just think it's an interesting discussion in particular with Proctor because teams fell in love with this guy and he was like 160 consensus big board. And I'm like, no, he's going to go 3rd or 4th round. Certified.
Yeah, no, it was a good pick by you. They're in commercial break right now. So before we get to the Chargers, I want to say a couple of things. One, how ridiculous this is. My wife is already making fun of me. She's texting me. When I was your age and I was like starting scouting, I used analytics in a long way since I started and now where we are now. So you had to like watch film on every player. The analytics. There
was no way to get the data.
There was nothing good. Yeah. So I used to have like monsters and like green teas just like lined up on a couch and like on a windowsill as I was just sitting there grinding through day 3 guys. But also my daughter's watching. I haven't seen her in a week. Hi, Addie. But like Chargers are picking here now, but I'm just saying like this. Yeah, I'm being made.
There's an excellent story that John Idzik talks about, like Mountain Dew and Monster drinking contest, and hopefully we can get him to tell us some of those stories during the summer.
Oh man!
So the Chargers go with a wide receiver, Brendan Thompson, and again, like we're getting deeply into the 4th round, so there's extra considerations that have to be made with some of these guys, and like to list off some of those considerations. One that is particularly close to my heart is like, can this guy play special teams? And Brendan Thompson has elite speed and potentially could be a special teams guy, like a gunner. But what's not lost on me here is we're bringing in a brand new system, a system that is not, quote, the John Harbaugh system to a certain degree. And we're bringing in guys who Mike McDaniel wants. And when I see small and elite speed, you know what I think? This dude's going to be running in motion like a wild man. And he's going to be able to separate and get open.
Yeah, he has got very good deep speed. He is tiny, though, 163 pounds.
Yeah, and the way that Mike McDaniel has countered that on your screen, if you're watching NFL Network, we're getting a nice dap between 2 very different sickos in John Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
But sickos nonetheless. Like 2 guys who love to run the football and love to do it efficiently, for better or worse. I always forget how tall Harbaugh is, honestly.
Hey, NFL quarterback, Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Multi-year, multiple team. It appears that Joe Ortiz has on a Michigan or Maryland hoodie, which
it's definitely not a Michigan hoodie. Maybe it is. Just the color of the screen. It looked like it was.
Yeah.
It was like
so anyway, but like we're going from a team that had Keenan Allen and QJ, who are like 6'4", And Ladd is like what 6'1", 185, like a true slot receiver.
Yeah.
To adding just burners.
Yeah.
And that could be like, I think the other thing, other than like talking about like, can the guy play special teams? Can the dude, is he positionally versatile? Is he a scheme fit, et cetera, going into the 4th and 5th? As Raquel Rodriguez, WWE Ledge, announces the Texans pick in Monterey. Does it tell us something about the direction of this team? And I think that selection tells us something about the direction of this team, particularly that we're cutting to Mike McDaniel immediately in the Chargers war room. And it's that get ready for some speed, guys.
How long do you think it takes for him to get another head coaching job?
1 year?
Well, I think so too.
If they win 13 games, he's another head coach. He shouldn't have gotten fired.
I agree. In
my opinion.
The Texans here go offensive line, which makes sense. Their line needs help. These picks are coming in quick now, which is good. Any thoughts here, Sammy?
Well, I think the entire discussion, and there's 2 trends that pop in my mind here. Number one was like, what are the Texans doing with their offensive line? They've now added in the past 2 years. Let me just like confirm off the top of my head, but you add Ariante Ursary. I guess they got Blake Fisher the year prior to that, and they add Keelan Rutledge and the guard from Oklahoma as well that they just drafted, and so. They clearly have a thought process, which is a very 49ers-esque thought process that you can build to the middle of the draft with the offensive line. The secondary thing I want to say about that is, like, I feel like a take from this draft, sans all the NIL stuff, is that people just didn't believe there were blue chip prospects in this draft, period. And that hits home for me because I'm a big believer that you can't go by the board ranking, you have to go by the scouting grade and where that should fit based on where you can usually get talent. And so the Texans are one of the teams, the 3 teams, and we'll call them the Shanahan 3 right now, which is the Texans, the Jaguars, the Rams, and the 49ers, were the ones who were deviating massively from the consensus big board yesterday. And it's just clear that, and maybe this will spread, maybe they're correct, and maybe we're wrong. It's yet to be seen. The data indicates from the future or from the past that that's not the case, but they just clearly have a different perspective of team building. And it's that offensive lineman can be built through the middle of the draft and that you go by your board no matter what, no matter where you're selecting.
Yeah, no, I agree. I had notes. My computer just crashed, so that's going to take a second.
Yeah, and like for context, like this isn't that crazy of a reach, but Kalen Black, who was not a combine invite, is 182 on mock draft database. In Fabici Nwawu from Oklahoma is 187. We're drafting at 107. And so like there's a theory that they could have just gotten Kalen Black here. There's a theory that they could have gotten someone else here. And like that's really when you start game theorying the stuff. And so now we like to discuss that, we now have the 49ers. So, and again, like there's a discussion. Nick Caserio, technically a Patriots guy, but D'Amico, who has an outsized impact on that team, is the head coach. And it's the same way with, Jimmy Gladstone is from, he's the general manager, but Liam Cohen is coming from the Rams as well. And it's kind of like Kyle Shanahan and Lynch, like who's the boss there? Who knows? And so it's all very interesting. Over under before the pick comes in, plus or minus 35 mock draft database spots.
Over.
Over?
Over. Always over.
Well, I mean, they drafted Romello Hyde at 70. What was that, a 10-pick jump? 15-pick? The other 2 were quite a jump. And it's funny, like, looking at it. Like, it's as the pick comes in, and we can get to this after the pick, but just to put it in your mind, it's, like, funny how these narratives kind of arise.
Right.
Like, who started? Were the scouts saying that when they were on the road, or like the general manager saying that? Because like, if you ask me why there's so much deviation from the consensus this year, my answer would not have been NIL. Because all these players played a lot. Like it's not like these guys are now coming out as juniors.
No, so I would say, this: the best players, by the time they're 21 years old.
Exactly.
Right? the fact that a lot of these guys have played a lot tells me that by 21 years old, we did not know if they were going to be good, which means they were probably not great.
Yep.
And we saw a bunch of guys that were like looking at our scouting grades, guys that had 8.0s that decided to go back to school.
Yep.
So I think
to be clear, that doesn't always work out. Denzel
no.
Burke comes to mind of a guy who my first year with Sumer in the draft dashboard, we were consistently recommending around pick 15. It just like wasn't his year the next year. And frankly, he ended up starting last year for the Cardinals for several, like a ton of games. So like it's which do you believe? But continue your point, but I just want to highlight it doesn't always end up working out.
No, I don't. I think it doesn't work out at all, really. But I think that is the reason why, is that especially for these guys who probably would have risen up the board, to like 15, 16, 17, that's a hell of a risk when you're guaranteed $5 million next year.
Yeah, I agree. So on the screen, if you're watching the Steelers broadcast, they have Drew Aller and Jennings Dunker, and they also have Max Ianaker from Arizona. Big guys.
Yes,
a lot of investment in large humans.
That's a good
by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's a good idea usually to do that.
It tends to be. It's a big person's game.
It is a big person's game.
So we have San Francisco coming in. Interesting note, they hire Raheem Morris as their defense coordinator, another head coach filling in for Robert Saleh, previously the defensive coordinator at the Rams, head coach who I did not think needed to be fired from from the Falcons, but that's neither here nor there.
Let's see. Also, by the way, we have a question for you.
Okay.
Look at your screen so I can, because we don't have it on the board right now. But are you doing Bill Michaels this week? Do I need to text Grant?
We will text Grant. We will do Bill. We will try to do Bill Michaels by request.
Let me send this to Grant right now. Actually,
let's wait.
People need to know.
Rick, I don't know if you're Rick Harris or Rich Harris. So like I guess I'll say Richard, and hopefully that's correct. Either way, thank you for watching, and I appreciate the comment. I want to get to that. Ideally, we could get it to the Packers pick. The short answer before we go into the long answer is that, yes, I think it's interesting who they picked. I do think McClellan, I think they also fit need. So I think they're kind of drafting for need a little bit, which when you have one of the better teams, I wouldn't recommend that. But it does seem like they're drafting for need. That's the short answer. I win, by the way.
You go ahead. So
they add Grayson Halton, who was talking about my targets, which is like, I'm going to use that all the time. And that's why I love working with Mike Mayock. And I was discussing kind of the show yesterday with my friends and family and my girlfriend. And we were discussing how like Mayock just brings like a different approach. And and it was the same way with Thomas Dimitroff, like former co-host and now with the Saints. Like he brought in a taste for analytics, an experience of an experience that was different. And then finally, he also brought, the element of having done it and Mike in particular brings the element of having done it on both sides. So Grayson Halton was one of my targets in this draft. I was like, I want that guy on my team. The analytics are fantastic. He has a high pressure rate. He was a game changer, culture changer on defense. He had showed out at the Senior Bowl and changed and I'm a geek about practice. Like, I come from a coach who was in his mid-60s and had won everywhere. He cared immensely about practice. And it was incredibly important to bring incredible intensity and speed and efficiency at practice. It was work. Grayson Halton stepped into the Senior Bowl, and the reason why he caught my eye, and I knew who he was prior because Oklahoma, as I stated, like that was a culture-changing group that came into Oklahoma and made it into a defensive-based team. The second day, it's freezing outside. It's in the afternoon. They're waking everyone up at 5 a.m. at the Senior Bowl. It was tough on everyone, including the players, coaches, scouts, and media. And there was a moment in one-on-ones in which Grayson Halton just blew up a center, and then looked at him and was like, "You're going to line up again, and I'm going to blow you up again." And he did it. And then it was like for the rest of the practice, the offensive line, the defensive line, and then when we go into team, we go into inside period, the rest of the team, all of the rest of the crew was on fire. And it just like that, and he was loud. We could hear him in the bleachers, and we had like, we were getting deep shots so we could film the entire film the entire field. And we were getting these deep shots, and it changed the entire practice. And when you get a guy, you call them coffee beans is what we used to call them. You drop the coffee bean into the water and it changes into coffee. I think Grayson Halton, and again, this is like Scout Sam coming out. I think Grayson Halton showed up excellent in the data. He clearly changed the culture at Oklahoma. And then finally, like, I witnessed why he probably was one of those guys alongside Danny Stutzman, who got drafted last year, and R. Mason Thomas, who was an edge rusher drafted by the Chiefs, who are now drafting as well. I recognized very quickly why he needed to go.
Yeah.
He needed to go highly. And so now the 49ers add him to a Raheem Morris defense that played with David Onyemata and played with Grady Jarrett. And then last year had some young defensive tackles that played really well. And so I think it's a really good pick.
And Grayson Halton stood out analytically as well for us.
100%.
He was very good in lateral range, which, we found in the data a D-tackle's ability to make plays outside of the gap he's, initially starting in is a big deal. And Grayson Halton did that very, very well. Just a good run defender overall, as I now choke on my analysis. But I know you love this. This is good. And then Jonah Coleman just went as well.
Yeah, so I want to catch up real quick. We're going quick now.
Real quick, Jeff Robinson, he had a thing for Jonah Coleman, 5'8", 220. Called him a one-cut downhill runner with great patience. That is the kind of runner that Jonah Coleman is. I think he's a solid rotational back.
Yeah. He also like popped a little bit as a guy who could potentially contribute in the pass game. Mm-hmm. And that's a guy you want to pick up in the mid rounds for sure. There's always a couple of them that are really will pop in the mid rounds. It's very possible. I think there is a case to be made that in terms of NIL, that is affecting the running back market per se. Like, I think guys actually will continue to stay in the running back market, because you can get, if you're going to be the best running back in the country and go in the third or fourth round, like at that point, if you're making $4 or $5 million at Texas, like you actually are making more than you're going to make long term.
Yeah, probably.
And so, slight difference there. But also Jaden Canaday, who Tulane guy, Chris Hampton guy, who coached me as well, co-defensive coordinator and pass game specialist or pass game coordinator at Oregon, alongside last year Tosh Lapoy, who is now the head coach at Cal, which I'm locked into Cal this year as a result. Allegedly slept on a beach this year while recruiting someone in Hawaii, which, like, why'd you have a staff, an ops staff? But I love the commitment.
No. Did he choose to sleep on the beach?
You can maybe I'm getting the story wrong here, but I think he chose to sleep on a beach.
Was he planning on sleeping on the beach prior to sleeping on the beach? That's really
I think he I don't know the whole story, but it's popping up in my mind. Analytical bit on him, and I want to say one word about the Chiefs after this, was like, he was a yards per coverage snap beast. This is a guy who can play slot, he can play outside. We're talking about the guys who, like, at 21, Matt, like, critical injury that was very upsetting at Tulane, was able to transfer up, just could never get healthy at Ole Miss, then goes to Oregon, and now he's a 4th round pick. Now he's an NFL guy. So kudos to the Tulane ledge, Jaden Canaday, rebuilding the full cornerback room.
So the thing with Canaday, and I'm interested in your take here, he excelled in press coverage in college, but he's only like 180 pounds. I think he's 5'10", 180 pounds. Does that translate? Or here's the real question, because this is something that we kind of think about with big body receivers, like, big body receiver means you can test a catch. Not always. I've seen a lot of guys who are 5'10", 190 be better in contested situations than guys who are 6'4", 220. Is the ability to press more like on the style of play you have and your attitude, or the physical traits you have?
I think there's different ways to do it. But there was an interesting video that came out about Patrick Surtain, who is like a bigger guy, but like is not the biggest guy at cornerback. And it was a discussion between Jamar Chase and Ocho Cinco and several other wide receivers who were doing a little camp of like why you can't get around Patrick Surtain. And they were basically like, yeah, he's just going to mirror you. and he's going to beat you to every spot you want to get to. And so I think there's an element to do it with feet. There's an element to be physical and do it with hands in the old Brandon Browner context. There's a bunch of different ways to do it. But I've seen Jaden Canaday do it. He does it with feet. Like, he's not going to be the most immense physical guy and like shove you back behind the line in a way that a Kamari Laster might, for example. And so I do think it's something that will at least translate. Maybe it's at the nickel position, maybe it's on the outside. So now we're in a spot, Stopsky, where people are just like picking up the fallers, which is very funny. They had a day to think about them.
Yeah. Well, that's the real thing. You know, now you have 24 hours to, well, not 24 hours. It ends at 11 o'clock at night. You're starting back up at noon. But like, you have time now to come as a staff and be like, this is how the board now looks. Are we cool with adjusting to the new situation that we have?
Yeah. And again, talking about the mechanics of the draft and like the mechanics of the draft season, I've always thought it was funny that the discussion of like, oh, he's a late riser, oh, he's an early faller comes up because like the hay is in the barn in November. You could potentially get through, 100-ish players or 50-ish players.
I disagree with that.
By the end of December. You disagree?
I disagree with that entirely.
No, I'm not talking about like the medicals. I think the medicals can make a big difference.
But I disagree with the whole process, the whole thought process behind that the hay's in the barn in November.
The games are done.
But the evaluation's not done.
But I'm saying like in essence you could do a game-to-game evaluation.
No, but think with it, so like the coaching staff has not looked at this player yet. So like we don't really know.
No. I agree. Yeah. That's fair.
The directors probably haven't watched anyone yet. We don't know if the coach that is going to end up being an assistant coach is actually the assistant coach for the team right now. Who the coordinator is, who the general manager is, who the director is. So I'd say like the initial traits of like how good a player is, you are correct, is in the barn by November.
Yeah.
But where he will be taken is completely up in the air because we have to see. That's when the medical comes in. That's when the
and it's a good point about the coaches. It's an excellent point because like we talk about the long-term, short-term incentives. Like it is a big difference.
Oh, Kate Klubnik goes.
Yeah. So this is a really interesting analytical pick, and again, like we've established that the Jets are or they have established in this draft that they are going to be a more analytical team. Well, when it comes to drafting, and so. Cade Klubnik was expected to be the number one pick in this draft.
There was a time. Yeah.
And there were games that he like pretty much single-handedly won 2 seasons ago, I guess I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was a Shrine Bowl guy rather than a Senior Bowl guy. And moreover, like, again, like ideally for him, he would have been neither. He now comes into a Jets crew that is rebuilding their entire team. And it's clear that I talked about it with Garrett Nussmeier the entire time this draft, where like Garrett Nussmeier would have gone where Ty Simpson went last year, in my opinion, or where Jackson Dart went.
I disagree with that a little bit, only because like Ty Simpson was at least a second-team All SEC player this year, right? Nussmeier never sniffed an All-Conference nomination. He was a Senior Bowl MVP. That's the only thing he ever got.
Who was second-team All SEC in 2024? I gotta look this up.
That's 24 All SEC. As you and I both raced to find the answer.
Yeah, well, as you do that,
it was Quinn Ewers or Diego Pavia, depending on
that's
who you were looking at.
Yeah.
But
Pavia was first team this year, correct? Pavia was second.
He had to be. But like he never got. So that's where I disagree a little bit. I think I understand why you were saying that. Yeah. Analytically, I think you are correct. But I think the fact that he never even sniffed that tells me like he probably consensus wouldn't have been a first round player. He probably would have been like a second round player.
No, and I'm fine with that. I guess the point I'm trying to make is like which evaluation was correct. And it's clear time and time again with these Clemson players who are going around consensus for the most part. I think Klubnik's a reach, but it's a quarterback, so it's a little different.
Yeah.
Eval. No, it's about. I mean, it's a 30 pick reach or a 60 pick reach in terms of the consensus boards.
Cage Casey goes here.
Yeah. So Cage Casey to the Broncos.
Yeah.
I really like this because like the Broncos have figured something out on the offensive line. They have probably the best offensive line in the league,
Mhm.
depending on how you look at it. The problem is like Bo Nix doesn't get sacked. Bo Nix is so good at not getting
That's a
sacked that it
superpower.
is the entire offense that he doesn't get sacked.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the first drive in the playoffs, I think they ran 8 design runs for Bo Nix, and then he scrambled on 2 other plays. Like he had like 8 total rushes. And so it's like we're talking about the quarterback. Like that's a continued discussion. Cage Casey was excellent in our analytics, did not do great at the Senior Bowl. He goes to a Broncos team that's going to develop him, and he's going to be able to play multiple spots and add a lot of value. That is like we're talking about 4th round picks. Perfect spot for a player who has shown a lot on tape and shown a lot in the analytics. Like it really doesn't get more ideal for a player like Cage Casey, don't you think?
You know, I like Cage Casey a lot. He's a guy, 2 times first team All Mountain West, 9 sustained, by the way.
Yeah.
And
that's why I highlighted him on the evaluation.
Yeah.
If you want to go check out the evaluation,
as you should. Yes.
Yeah, and subscribe to the SūmerSports. I brought him up in my underdogs capability because I'm like, here's a guy that stayed at Boise State for 3 or 4 years.
But yeah, so just round out, just kind of give his analytics a little bit. Between a 6 and 7 run blocking score, 6 outside zone blocking, 7 in true pass sets, and a 9 sustained. So it means like
he has a blue chip trait,
blue chip sustainability, holding on to those blocks, and again, like good size, good size. Where do you think he probably kicks into guard? He play left tackle, Boise State.
I think he becomes a swing guy this year because they're pretty much set at every position. And then ultimately, like I think the ideal is like Garrett Bowles is getting up there in age, ideally, or like, do you want to pay Mike McGlinchey down the road? And so I think this becomes a development piece, and like not for nothing, Garrett Bowles himself was a development piece, and then became a borderline protector of the year candidate the last 3 years. So
yeah, he's incredible. So this is a great pick. Also, you need linemen. Like we saw what happened with the Chargers this year, which was just that team got just railroaded because their line just went down. Like they were down to their 4th string tackle by like week 4. It was not great, and that was a good team,
right?
So like Denver, and especially with Denver coming off a postseason run where they were a freak injury away from being in the Super Bowl, I'm sure they want to make sure that everything is just solidified on that team.
Yeah, and there's a trend coming up as Drew Shelton goes to the Cowboys, and I think we're going to continue to see this. It's like the Penn State team and the Clemson team and the LSU team. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. I think that's probably it. Had like elite levels of talent, and they just like crashed out in a way that we haven't really seen. And then teams like Vandy and Indiana, were there at Texas Tech to a certain degree, but I think Texas Tech has like a different story. But like Vandy and Indiana in particular were teams that just like slaughtered teams. And despite like quote not being a premium school. Right. And again, despite spending a ton of money on players. So it's going to be interesting in like if we start seeing a run on Indiana guys or Vandy guys, because it seems as if people are sticking to their evaluation of the Penn State guys and the Clemson guys, at least as it stands now.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of solid offensive linemen left. I'm looking at here. Think about you talk about Indiana. I'm blanking on the name right now, but the center from Indiana who's supposed to go in day 3, who was I'm blanking on his name. The center from Indiana. I'm now gonna bring it up because before I forget, Pat Coogan. Yeah. He's supposed to go today. Second team All Big Ten. I imagine he will probably go in this area. He was a solid center in Indiana. His projection has not been super great, but I imagine he goes somewhere around here. Who did the Cowboys? Let's see where are we at right now? Is that Drew Shelton just went to the Cowboys? Colts are now. Pick is in. Kyle Lewis, Dana's son still available. A bunch of guys of that kind of ilk. Mike Washington Jr. still available. We're at pick 113. There's still quality players left.
No, definitely.
And I feel like we're gonna be doing this, and I'm gonna continue saying this probably until we're like deep into the 5th.
Yeah, and then like with these rounds, and we'll probably discuss this at another point. It always becomes interesting as you get past the 5th and 6th and 7th rounds.
So I want to point out something real quick. If you're watching along with the NFL Network, this is very interesting. Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. There are 10 guys from his top 100 still available. That is, and there are guys in the 50s who were still there. I was like, I respect Daniel Jeremiah. I know you respect Daniel Jeremiah. I know Lindsay and Mike really respect Daniel Jeremiah. Now it's just one person's opinion, but like that's a lot of players to be available at this point at 100. At
well, and to be honest, like in the past, we were always like, we're missing something. We're missing the medical. We're missing something about the character, et cetera. Like there's something that we just like don't know and we'll never know because we're not sending PIs and doctors to these players. It doesn't feel like that this year.
No, this feels like a style make fight type deal where it's just.
You think so?
That's what I think it is. I think because and this is something I thought about when I was going through the draft research, was that there were just so many players, so many more players like in that 5 being like a rotational player or like 6 being an average starter. There were so many players in that bucket that once you're in that bucket, it's so scheme dependent and it's so like, what's the one trait you really want your position to have?
Yeah.
And that can totally change the evaluation of a player. It doesn't change for us because we're outside, we're a third party group. We have to just, grade them as if they were going to play at any scheme. But when you're coming to like these kind of come to team by team basis, I think it's just a styles thing and a thing that you're looking for. I really don't think we're missing anything. I think it's just there are a lot of guys in that bucket this year.
Yeah, talking about that to a certain degree, and talking about what we talked previously with teams where the wheels just kind of came off. Farmer, the guard from Kentucky, just came off the board. And it's really weird because I think they have 3 interior offensive linemen that are going to be NFL players, if not all drafted today. Braun and Jager Burton. Yeah. And like, how does a team with 3 NFL offensive line? I realize it's the SEC, but it's like, that's like the discussion that becomes like once we get into these picks, it's like, wait, Kentucky had 3 NFL linemen and they got the coach ended up getting fired. It's just like it's so funny to like break some of that down.
It's just obviously you played ball in Louisiana, firsthand like there are when you're in college outside of like the Alabama, Ohio State, Michigans of the world, Notre Dame's that are just getting like not just NFL talent but like top tier NFL talent that can just out talent you. A lot of it comes down to just coaching and to culture, right? Like how many times have you seen a team in high school that has a ton of college talent and they just get shellacked by a team that has like maybe one D3 prospect? It's like, when you're in that more of that middle range, like it's just not enough to overcome like good coaching. Like bad coaching can really screw you up. But if Kentucky had 3 first-round tackles, I would be like, yeah, that's probably a problem. But like, no, we're talking about 3 guys who are gonna get drafted and maybe play.
Yeah. So Devin Moore goes to the Cowboys. They continue they're drafting for need, but it also feels like they're drafting like players at the correct point. Just for context, Jalen Farmer was consensus pick board 106. Devin Moore consensus pick board 107. It's very like I'll continue to reiterate. I realize we're only like 15 picks in here. But it's very funny. And as Elijah Surratt goes, it's very funny that we're like going pretty chalk here with regards to fallers and guys who are around these ranges.
Yeah,
in the 4th round.
So Elijah Surratt, who there was a time where Surratt was thought of as a borderline 1st-round pick, definitely thought it was a pretty solid day 2 pick, going here at pick 115 to the Baltimore Ravens. Eric Stokes, one of our scouts, want to just read off what he said about him. Compare him to a power forward.
Yep.
Really strong at the line of scrimmage. Really just like bodies people at the catch point. He's got good hands. 6'2.5", 210 pounds, 2nd team, all Big Ten. Prior transfer from James Madison, my sister and brother-in-law's alma mater. This is a great get in the beginning of the 4th round.
I agree. The thing that set Surratt back was play speed, and he's like kind of a run and jump guy. But he was able to maintain a level of target share, like immense production in the red zone as well from Surratt. And he was like a SūmerSports guy that all of us kind of like came together and really, really liked. You mentioned Eric, who was a really big fan. And
which, by the way, you can find the evaluation of Elias Sarab by Eric Stokes on the evaluation on the SūmerSports YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Quick plug there. But like I said, then he was productive,
Yeah,
two-time All Big Ten.
He's productive. He transferred up at a
Mhm.
position where you want to see production transferring up against great talent. The problem is just like, can he create separation at the next level? And can he do it with speed? And like that's the big question regarding him.
No, I totally understand that, and I think he went to the right team for this because they already have guys that
Didn't
can,
they
do
draft
that.
Jacoby Lane?
Yeah,
too?
they have Lane too. So like they have Bateman and they have Zay Flowers, and Lane and Surratt. So like it's a bunch of different players now.
So Declan Doyle is like technically he's a true like Sean Payton acolyte. So like starts at the Saints for several years, then goes to the Broncos tight end coach, then goes to the Bears, which like Ben Johnson comes technically from the Harbaugh tree. I don't know what you want to say it. Coach underneath Dan Campbell, who's a Sean Payton Saints guy as well, Bill Parcells guy to a certain degree, and like I'm trying to draw the through line of like what they're trying to do because this was not a Ravens thing. And I thought for sure they were going to be like a heavy 12 personnel team. It seems as if that's maybe the case. Like Durham Smythe is probably going to be used more as a Y, but they're just getting these basketball players. And I'm trying to like draw a through line and tell a story of like Marcus Colston, Michael Thomas. Is that too much to ask? I mean, that was a different time.
It wasn't much. Oh, Keontae Scott, by the way, coming off the board here. One of your favorites. Want to tell the people about Keontae Scott real quick?
Yeah. So the thing that tipped me off to Keontae Scott was two things. Number one, he's like a true slot corner. In the way that I think that there's an outsized and growing importance of being a slot cornerback. And like he can kind of do it all in the way that we were talking about Devin Witherspoon, like almost kind of being able to be a cover slot while also being a like blitzer.
Yeah.
And here we go, like run support. They're showing it on the draft now. The thing that tipped me off to him though, that like led me to this deep dive into his analytics and into the way he played and where he played in particular was that he's just fast and it shows up in the tracking data. And he's a short range player. He's a slot corner. So when you're able to have that level of acceleration that the tracking picks it up despite being a short range player, and the corner position is one where speed and like our expectation of 40-yard dashes like does make a little bit of a difference. Like again, the maximum is 3 of 10, but like it's getting close there. I'm just like, okay, this dude plays a position of growing need. He's going to a team that is going to blitz him, and he's going to a team that has like safety and like good safeties and kind of like veteran linebackers, and he's going to be put in a role as a 4th-round draft pick to succeed, I think. And that's why I was really excited about him. And I had him alongside Pons as one of my guys of like, okay, you're going to take Terrell or you're going to take any of these corners extremely highly. Like maybe not. Like maybe you're just going to wait and you're going to get Pons and hope he can play on the outside, or you'll get Scott and shore up your slot corner position, which is a growing position of need across the league.
Well, everyone needs it.
Exactly.
Everyone's playing nickel and dime now. And what I love about Scott is for a guy that's, not the biggest, 193 pounds, 8 in run fits.
Yep.
Not afraid to get
exactly.
not afraid to get dirty here. Second team All ACC Jim Thorpe Award semifinalist last year. Like this kid is good. Like in terms of production coverage, like this is a guy that was very good in college. As you were kind of pointing out, like this is a really, again, a productive player that you're getting here in the 4th round. So this is with Pons. I mean, we brought up Pons here for a second. Because there was a talk of like Pons is going to have to move inside.
I think he's just going to play outside.
Yeah, like you think he can play outside
with the Jets? Yeah,
I think so too. I think the days of like, if you're small, you have to play inside. I think is an old.
Well, and in reality, what's funny now is you look at Derwin James and you look at Hamilton and you look at Eamon Warry. It's like, no, you have to be big and a freak to play inside. Actually,
Well,
Now, that's not always the case. Like Quentin Lake is not massive.
yeah.
Name is eluding me. The slot corner from the Jaguars is not massive, but there's a lot of size is necessary.
Well,
Travis Burke.
Speaking of massive, though, 6'8",
Yeah.
325 pounds. Travis Burke just goes to the Chargers here.
Yeah, and this is an interesting move to me because typically we don't see that level of like size per se in these zone run offenses. But Memphis ran like a really diverse, unique scheme that allowed a lot of things to happen. And Burke was a major part of that. And you think about the way that Jim Harbaugh wants. So like we talked about like that being a Mike McDaniel pick, the wide receiver, Brennan Thompson.
Right.
This feels like a Jim Harbaugh pick where it's like, no, we have big tackles.
We have
a lot of them.
Very big tackles.
Yeah, like Joe Alt's gigantic.
He's huge.
What I'm really finding here in their middle round picks is this is a commitment to the offense.
Yeah, it is.
They're saying like we're paying Mike McDaniel a lot of money. Like let's go get him his guys. Jake Slaughter, I think, is going to be one of the better picks in this draft.
I agree. And Travis Burke, talk about running the ball, right? 8 run blocking score. God knows how to just move people. So I think everyone thinks Mike McDaniel thinking about the explosive pass attack. They're going to be an efficient run team. They're going to be a very efficient run team.
Yeah, and that's in. We talked about Mike Maccagnan yesterday. Mike Maccagnan spent years with Joe Gibbs and the Shanahans with the Commanders. He moves on to the Texans, where he worked closely with Gary Kubiak, who kind of reinvented the offense coordinator position. Mike McDaniel was on that staff. Kyle Shanahan was on that staff with the Texans. And so, like, this is a guy who deeply, deeply understands the zone run attack, number one, and number two, how to draft for the zone run attack.
Right.
And it's interesting, like, just hearing about him talk about Mike McDaniel in particular, because he's like, I think Mike McDaniel knew more about the zone run scheme than Gary Kubiak, and Gary Kubiak invented the zone run schemes.
Yes.
And there is an element of where he's just going to continuously innovate in the run game. And in order to continuously innovate in the run game, it is necessary to have horses up front.
Yeah, I agree. 100% agree. And this is, again, they are investing in, if there's not so much of need, but like, we do not want to happen what happened last year. Like, we do not want to be stuck in a situation where we are playing like dudes off the street.
Yeah.
At starting tackle with our franchise quarterback.
100%. 100%.
Like so I was on the sideline for the Giant game when they lost. They were already down at tackle, then Alt went down, and watching Austin Deckles was a good tackle, and Trey Pickman was like try to block Abdul Carter, and Brian Burns was just mean. It was hard, man. Like, anyone blocking Brian Burns is hard. Asking your backup tackle to block Brian Burns is just an unfair deal. So I'm happy to see what the Chargers are doing here. We have the Jaguars up. Pick is in for the.
I want to talk real
Jaguars.
Quick about the Lions selection
go ahead.
of Jimmy Rolder, because the Lions have last year did something extremely interesting, was that they played like basically the old school 4-3 every single down. Like, they played base every down. Now, that has to do with injuries across the defensive backfield. They lose Alex Anzalone, who, was a borderline Pro Bowler for several years with them and with the Saints, and allowed them to do a lot because he could cover really well. And Derek Barnes is another guy who they utilize in coverage very well. And Campbell was an all-pro. So they add in Jimmy Rolder assumptively to fill in some of the gaps at that linebacker position. And it's an interesting pick because he's like, frankly, like not the level of athlete that the three guys that I just named are, but he is like a old school linebacker. So I do wonder if we'll see kind of a switch in the way they deploy those guys, or if this is going to be a development guy who
and
just
also
becomes
for
a special teams
a guy who's almost 240, he was quite good in zone coverage.
Yeah.
So like, kind of talk about, like you to stay in base. A guy that's 240 that can also cover gives you the ability to do that if, again, they do choose to do that.
Yeah.
But
Wesley Williams comes off the board here to Jacksonville. This is a guy our scouts absolutely loved and loved early, to be clear. They loved him last season as well. Duke had 2 good edge rushers. Wesley Williams was the smaller and faster of the two at about 6'4", 256. He had about a 12% pressure rate, which is above average, but a blue chip early down pressure rate. He gave Tulane fits. Just, gotta slip Tulane in now that we're at the
why not?
At the last rounds. Showed out pretty well at the Shrine Bowl. I thought he was going to absolutely dominate because I thought he was going to be like a true speed guy. Ends up running a slower 40, 4.89, which I don't think is exactly representative of who the player is to a certain degree. What are your thoughts, having talked to some of the scouts about?
Well, kind of talk about what you just said about how you don't think the 4.89 is indicative of the kind of player he is. Like, 2 of the places where he stuck out the most were his lateral range and his pass rush stun ability, which are athletic traits essentially. So I agree. I think that he plays much faster than that, and I think this is a really good spot here for Williams.
His athletic profile is very interesting, and I know we want to talk about the Green Bay a little bit more, but like his size adjusted score for his combine performance was a 47 out of 100. However, he's 76th percentile and 67. Like, he's well above average in the jumps, vertical jump, broad jump. And if you look at his tracking stuff, we felt that he was a little like he was above average in terms of 40 speed.
Yeah.
But we thought his 3-cone was really great. So this is like a weird element where his top speed isn't great, but it's clear his explosiveness is fantastic, which is just, a really interesting prospect profile. And I think like there's a real potential that the Jaguars, value explosiveness different than they're valuing top speed for a guy like a defensive end. Let's talk about the Packers here.
Yeah. So let's pull up the Packers real quick. So take another corner or offensive line here, Sam. Let's just mention who they've already picked. Brandon Cisse, the corner from South Carolina, Chris McLean from Missouri tackle, and I am ahead, so I don't want to say who they picked. But so far, a corner and a D tackle. We have mentioned that they also need offensive line and edge. Where do you think they go here? Although it is now on the board.
Yeah.
And they get a guy that I like a lot, and Danny Denton's son going edge.
Yeah, I was about to say, this feels like we got to continue getting defensive players. I think they're I don't want to say they're set at offensive line, but like they do have their guys at offensive line, and they're not going to get a premium player. It'll just be like another swing player. I felt like there were players available that have fallen from whatever for whatever reason, and Danny Denison was one of those guys.
Yeah, he's a long, athletic player, good agility, speed rusher, gets off the ball really well. But he's also he was able to use his length in coverage as well, covering the flat. Like, he is a true old school 3-4 outside linebacker, and a guy that I thought could be a not just a starting caliber player, but possibly an impact starting caliber player. This is way lower than I thought he picked for a player as versatile and as productive. It was a 2-time third team All Big Ten. So this is a good player. Going here.
And we'll probably discuss it, particularly as it pertains if Nick Singleton ends up getting drafted, which I think he almost certainly will. But this is another guy where it's just like, what happened with that Penn State team? And I guess that happens all the time to a certain degree. And I'm sure that I could think of teams that fell off the side of a cliff. But I've never, there's 3 teams that I've kind of brought up again, like the Penn State team, the LSU team, and the Clemson team. It's just what happened with them? And for the record, Danny Denison was extremely productive.
Yeah, 3-time All Big Ten.
15.6% pressure rate, blue chip. He was extremely productive, and that defense actually was not bad all year. And it really showed up against Indiana as well, where they kind of dominated the game for most of the game, and they end up kind of breaking on the last drive.
Analytically, he showed up. That was a solid player all around. Again, surprised that he goes this late. And what happened with Penn State, I do not know.
Yeah. So I want to plug the evaluation here because one of the guys when me and Ator Ewan of WWE's Big E were discussing players that he really loved, and in particular from his alma mater of Iowa.
By the way, cool dude, man. I love E.
Excellent human being. There's a reason why, positivity is power was his literal gimmick, because that's who he lives it. He's an excellent guy. He was like Caden Wetchin's the guy.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because he was kind of more of like a weapony character for them, punt returner, etc. when you really break it down. But he put on a show at the Shrine Bowl and was just consistently and constantly open.
Yeah.
And all they're showing on the telecast right now is like punt returns. I do wonder if that Calvin Austin role is now filled in by Caden Wetchin. And I think he's a guy who potentially just was like, for better or worse, not at a place for him.
Yeah.
Like maybe should have gone to an air raid school.
I very much agree with you. But yeah, he is an outstanding return man. Really good with the ball in his hands. That's a great pick by Pittsburgh. And now the Raiders are now on the clock, and the pick is in as the picks are coming fast now.
Yeah, and just for context, like production-wise, you're not going to get what you want from Caden Wetchin. 12% target share, 1.5 yards per out run.
He is
like really only 100 routes run to begin with.
He's a weapon. Like you're gonna throw him for gadget plays. You're gonna give him jet sweeps. You're gonna give him screen passes. You're gonna have him run. He's gonna do all your return stuff.
I'd like to see if he could become a real guy at the wide receiver position.
I
think
I don't know. If you couldn't do it in college, I don't know if you're going to do it in the pros.
I mean, in that like wide zone heavy offense, how many wide receivers have we even talked about from Iowa?
Yeah, that's a good point. But still, like if you couldn't break the Iowa receiving core, like it's just we have seen guys like the best returner in the history of football, Devin Hester, right? He couldn't develop into a traditional wide receiver.
I mean, he had a couple good years.
He was never like a true for as elite as he was, and he was again the best returner in the history of football. Could not play receiver on a consistent basis. So a guy like Wetchin, who was again an outstanding returner, I'm not calling Devin Hester or anything, an outstanding returner, but could not play receiver. I don't think he's just going to develop that.
Do you think returning skills are overrated?
No. As a coach who's had to deal with really bad punt returners in my lifetime,
I meant for an NFL projection.
No, listen, you understand points expected per drive based on starting field position.
Yep.
It is a big difference starting from your minus 30 or starting from your minus 40 or starting from your minus 20 and your minus 28. Like especially now that teams really aren't punting when they pass the 50, you're getting the ball like their returns touching the ball at 30. It is a massive difference if the returner is only getting a couple yards or like 5 yards, 5, 6, 7, 8 yards, like which is a pretty average punt return to let's say he gets to the 30, it's a 38 against a guy who's really good at it and maybe gets to the 42, 43. Like now you're a first down away from scoring. Mm-hmm. That's a very big difference. When you're trying to optimize every single drive, a guy that can give you 10 yards before your offense even touches the field is a big deal.
I see it both ways. From a player's perspective, there's nothing like having confidence that if a guy touches the ball, the momentum will shift. And momentum from an analytical and mathematical perspective is a thing that people debate about all the time. But even if it's just like having an opportunity to have like buy-in or charisma, and maybe it turns into nothing, like you just like exciting plays because it has a potential to bring everyone together. And whether that actually has an impact on anything, I don't know, but it feels good.
Mm-hmm.
I played with a NFL caliber returner in Jaquan Jackson, who got drafted by the Titans to be a returner. I was now on the St. Louis Battlehawks of the UFL. I think it's called UFL now. And yeah. I'm talking about this in particular in terms of the Shaheed trade and those kind of general thoughts. But what my kind of feeling is that it's really difficult to predict returning production at a given point in time. And now that the modus operandi of returning has turned less into like these speed guys and more into like, I need you to make one cut and go. I just wonder if you can't just put a running back there. Like Austin Eckler, who is not fast, is a good returner. A kick returner, to be clear.
So, I think that running backs are good returners usually, because especially now with the new kickoff rule.
That's what I'm saying.
Like it's old school gap scheme for a lot of these things. Like so, you want a back there, less, just speed. But I also think like, it takes a lot of toughness to be the guy who's essentially being like kill the guy with the ball.
Yeah,
where you have 11 dudes just running at you.
Right.
Like unlike running back, you have you have a blocking team in front of you. Like maybe one guy slips through, and then you're getting to the second level. Like there are 11 dudes just trying to take your head off right now.
Yep.
So like there's a different level of chaos, I think. So I think I don't think every running back has that ability.
Talking about this exact point, running back Mike Washington, who the whole deal with Mike Washington in this entire draft was absolute burner, transfer up guy, one cut guy. Didn't we interviewed Mike Washington, right?
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
And what we were looking at was his outside zone reps.
Yeah. He
goes to Clint Kubiak. This is another we want explosive players pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he tested a 4.33, has really good play speed. Chunk runner. I think just his play speed is also really, really good. This is a running back that fits the scheme, and I think this. Yeah. And again, kind of going back to the story I was saying yesterday with Rand Carthon, talk about how when he was at the Niners, like they wanted not just a running back, but a running back that ran the outside zone scheme well.
Yep.
And like when you are getting a running back at this point in the draft, you want guys who run your scheme well. And Mike Washington just is going to be very good in Vegas.
Washington was expected to go kind of in the late second, early third round. He ends up dropping to the fourth. Vegas is doing a very interesting job of getting clear scheme fits at value.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting mix because that's not always the case. But I'm liking what they're doing here to a certain degree.
No, this is a great job by Vegas. Texans are now on the clock. Let's see our boys.
So the Texans continue the discussion. I think this is like technically the biggest reach of the draft, where this was a player that wasn't expected to be drafted. Consensus big board 267.
Oh, don't worry. I have notes.
Yeah. 292. So like, yeah, we're getting like fully outside of the range of the draft.
Yeah, this is a guy that I had questions if he could. He has like that backup special teams type role. The scouts thought he could possibly be a rotational type player. Good zone coverage grade at Clemson, 4U contributor there at Clemson. He,
for what it's worth, though, excellent tracking speed.
Yeah,
excellent real life speed. Just everything else, like
solid coverage player.
The weird straight line track speed at a quality size, 6'3", 236, but like poor 3-cone, poor 20-yard, poor broad jump. For linebackers, like whatever, dude. Like it's not going to make that huge of a difference. But it's just like a very interesting athletic
former
profile.
Linebacker says whatever, dude.
Yeah, but like D'Amico Ryans likes athletic linebackers. We've seen Al Shire, we've seen Toto do really well in that scheme, and so I'm wondering if that's the fit there.
Yeah,
really interesting pick. I really love this pick by the Chicago Bears, Malik Muhammad, out of cornerback from Texas. These Texas defenders, including Anthony Hill, who went solidly early in the draft, I've been tracking for about 2 or 3 years. Last year, the defense had a very strange year. But there was a moment in which when they made kind of the run that they made last year, and they were ranked number 1, and Arch kind of came in and didn't play super well against Georgia and so forth and so on. Like, no one moved on their defense. Like, no one moved the ball ever 2 years ago. And with a similar scheme, a little less talent across the front than they had periodically, it just like wasn't there last year. And Malik Muhammad, I thought was going to be a guy who developed into I don't target this guy ever player. And he turned into a quality like NFL prospect, but just not quite to the level.
Pretty much, again, average coverage corner, decent hands, good in zone coverage. 6 foot, 182. But yeah, he's like a good player. He's a solid player. But yeah, he's not a lockdown dude, which again, we're picking him 124 here. So
yeah, but I think the focus on the defensive backfield from the Bears is the correct term, because it would have been easy to say we got turnover generators and we're going to do this, that, and the third. We're going to do the same thing. Like, I don't think their defense was that good last year.
Buffalo on the clock now.
Speaking of, I don't know if their defense was that good last year.
And there goes Skylar Bell.
Okay, so the whole discussion has been the Bills need wide receivers. That's been the discussion for what, 3 years?
Yeah. Skylar Bell is very good. First team All-American, had a rare 10 hands. Just dependable receiver. 5'11 and a half, 192 pounds. Just about as productive as you can be, honestly, in college.
I would be really interested in where they had Skylar Bell graded as compared to a guy like Denzel Boston for them.
Again, I'm sure a lot of people don't watch UConn football. But this kid was a Blitnikoff Award finalist at a UConn.
It got to the point during the season, because he was kind of already on draft radars, because the year he had last year was insane as well. Mm-hmm. It got to the point with UConn that you were like, why is there not a shade on him at all times? Why aren't you just doubling him at the line? I mean, like, he had the craziest target share yards per route run combo in the nation this year, on a team that had a decent quarterback, a quarterback that was at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah.
And not much else.
Yeah, this kid, I think that this is a kid in a couple of years from now, we might be looking at saying, like, how did he fall to the fourth? I think he's got real potential to be a really solid receiver.
I agree.
At the next level. Analytically, he just jumps off the page. Like, I think there is an argument where you can say that Skylar Bell might be a top 5 receiver analytically in this class.
Yeah, for to like really put this in context, in like true FBS fashion, there was only one guy who was even remotely in his stratosphere, and that was a guy that me and Mike Mayock talked about with regards to the transfer portal, Danny Scudero, who was at San Jose State in the spray and tread offense, where like that is designed to get slot receivers targets.
Right.
So let's functionally say the only dude who was like really in a stratosphere was the equivalent of like a fullback in a triple option attack.
Yeah. No, this is
and that's like to break down why these analytics matter. Not to interrupt, but
please tell me why your job matters. Go.
No, but like, we say that the wide receivers and the edge rushers are the ones where I would prefer production than not.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
The reason why, and like that came into context at draft pick number 2. That's now coming up at pick 125, and it's because you can adjust to those players. Like a safety who's really killing you, you can't really adjust your offense to that. Like a pulling guard, you can't really adjust your offense to that. Even from time to time, a running back. Like if a running back's just going to get 30 carries, like congrats. What you can adjust your defense to is wide receivers and edge rushers. You can send chips. You can line tight ends up over them. Wide receivers, you can change your coverage pre-snap. You can make sure that you're putting multiple bodies on them. And so when you have guys with such immense, insane levels of production in not a gimmicky offense, as we discussed with Scudero, because like Scudero, for example, was 35% target share, 2.5 yards per route run, which, by the way, Skylar Bell had 0.5 more yards, like a half a yard more, despite having a similar target share. That can it may not translate to talent, it eliminates the stabilization effects, and all you have to do is project, can he do this against different talent? And I think with Skylar Bell, I believe that he can, from what I've seen.
let's hit the Bills of the pick real quick on this. Caleb Elarms from TCU just got picked up. When this is now the linebackers are just flying off the board here.
Yeah.
First team All Big 12. Really just solid tackler. I think he had like an 8 like score on tackling. It's just overall like a sure tackler.
Can I get so we're throwing out all these numbers, and folks that follow SūmerSports,
contextualize them first.
Know what these numbers mean. For years and years and years, there was a differentiation, and you can see it when you're watching me and Mayak talking from time to time, like when we bring other folks on the show. Like there's a different language in which math and analytics speak, and with regards to the scouting language, you're dealing with so many players. You got to be able to talk about them quick. You get about 2 minutes in a draft meeting per player, and that's like maybe the top 100 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so a language has grown, and there's different adjectives that everyone knows what they mean and what they're supposed to look like. There's rubrics, but across the league, and we did a full study of most of 32 teams about 3 years ago when we set up our scouting arm. Colors and numbers is what translates. Like I know what a blue player means. It's a blue chip player. It's a 5-star high school player. It's a guy who's in conversations for, All-American. It's a guy who should go in the first round. Like it's quite simple to understand. And then the middle, and we talked about this slightly yesterday, the middle ranges are a little confusing where it's like, okay, a 6 versus a 7, like, okay, a 6 is an average starter, a 7's a quality starter. A 7 can start for you for multiple years. A 6, you might want to start looking elsewhere, but you'll be fine going in the next year. So there's like details like that are important. But let's contrast that to when you're saying like, what did you say? Like tackling, he's an 8?
Yeah.
What that means functionally with regards to the draft in particular is that out of every draft linebacker we have ever collected data on, he is in the 95th percentile.
Yeah. Incredible.
And so for context, like I'm just going to put it in context of other stuff. Like that's like he's getting a 34 on his ACT.
Yeah.
He's getting an A+ on a test.
Yeah.
In the NFL, it's tough because there's only maybe 4 to 5 linebackers who will actually play this year as rookies.
Yeah.
Maybe more, but like that'll make it like last year, Carson Schlesinger was the one.
Mm-hmm.
There's some other Jahad Campbell like got benched during the middle of the year despite being a first round pick. And so 95th percentile indicates to me that like you are going to get drafted. When you have a blue chip trait, that indicates to me that you should play in the NFL. And that's I was just trying to contextualize it now that we're like at a part where we're going to be saying this guy has a blue chip trait, but he's going in the 4th or 5th round. I was just trying to like contextualize it.
No, as you should. And I'm happy this was the biggest problem with analytics when I was at PFF was just it spoke such a different language than the football people that it was hard for them to understand.
Yeah.
And also then back to the analytics guys, they just couldn't understand what the football guys were saying. This tiering that we've done, this way that we're kind of talking about now, where we've started to marry the two sides, I think it allows us to, it knocks down the language barrier.
Yeah.
It allows us to communicate with our football ops team better than honestly some teams in the league might do. Like this, translating what we do, what you do, I don't do this, what you do and your team does to scouting grades. I think has been very helpful.
Yeah, and it goes without saying there is risks to this. Like we've discussed this deeply in the, and I know we're missing some of the picks, but I think it's an important conversation.
We'll come back to it.
Especially as we get deeper into these rounds, and a guy like Carver Willis, who's sitting at 188 in the consensus big board, and we're trying to explain like why he's going and why we like him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's risk because the languages are different. I think in terms of distributions, I'm thinking in terms of ceiling and floor and whether the average is closer to the ceiling or is it closer to the floor? Is this a flat distribution? And so when we say a player like Skylar Bell is a blue chip player, what that functionally means is he should be an all pro.
Yeah.
But I don't think like as a data scientist, I think on average, like I hope he's a wide receiver 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so like what an 8 is really saying is a ceiling.
Yeah.
And there's just so there's real risks around this. And this is kind of like peeling back the curtain into what goes into the process. Tell us about Carver.
Oh, well, before I want to continue real quick with this. The analytics side. So when the AAF was a thing back in the 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
I was helping a guy with the AAF, and we would take a look at guys who maybe didn't get a fair shake in the NFL or just whatever it was. And the two things we looked at were like, did he have a really good analytical profile or a really good athletic profile? And like that was a way for us to identify talent. Because like you said, his Skylar Bell's ceiling is analytically is like an all-pro. Right. Now, but knowing the research and data science, like the chances he reaches that is like crazy small. Right. Like that's just unlikely. More likely he's probably wide receiver 3. But like if I was, let's say Skylar Bell, doesn't make it in the league, like he is somebody, if I was running like an AAF team, like that would be the first, like I would have grabbed him immediately because you're looking for those guys with those ceilings. But like all these things, scout grade, analytics grade, athletic grade, like those should be telling the ceiling of a player. And like, again, but just knowing full well, like what you always say, right? Like the quarter, like, a rookie quarterback is going to perform like in his average first year as like Justin Fields, right? Yeah. But no one's drafting to get year one Justin Fields, right? You want the ceiling, and that comes from the scout grades, that comes from the athletic traits, and that comes from the analytics. To be like, all right, I know what he's probably going to be in the first year, but we think based off these traits, he could become this. Yep. And that's how we're getting there. But Carver Willis, tackle out of Washington, played left tackle for them. And right tackle at Kansas State for 2 years. We'll mention all Big Ten. Quick player, 6'5", 303. Again, we'll use the trait, 8 initial quickness. So a blue chip initial quickness grade for Carver Willis. Good run blocking, good outside zone blocking. Average pass blocker, really. So, but solid player.
As I want to tag team him and then Connor Liu because I know you like Connor Liu. Yeah. 7% pressure rate, which is high, like quite high, and the question arises with regards to that. And I think as we get deeper, I've had discussions with Michael McKelvey, who if you're on YouTube, go subscribe to his podcast. I've had discussions with Eric Eager as the Carolina Panthers come up to draft about like with these mid-round guys, if you have a quarterback that is going to avoid sacks or a scheme that is going to avoid sacks in the case of 49ers, do you just want to get run blocking guys? Because like at that point, run blocking becomes the skill. I'll lean on the offensive coordinator, the quarterback, to avoid sacks. What are your thoughts?
No, I agree. I think you can scheme protection better than you can scheme run blocking. Right. Like you need those guys to actually like they have to be weapons.
You have to move people.
You have to move people. Yeah. Either vertically or horizontally, you have to move them somewhere. Like I said, a quarterback, a good quarterback, and a good coordinator can make up for some pass protection inefficiencies. Now, not all of it. Yep. As we saw with the Chargers, not all of it, but you definitely can.
So Connor Liu, tell us a little bit about Connor Liu.
1 second on Connor Liu.
So the Panthers go with Will Lee here. And a really interesting thing came up with the Panthers last year where they kind of had the best two-man cornerback game in the league, despite people targeting Michael Jackson like he was a backup. And we see this happen in particular in the league, but it led to a discussion of like whether they truly need a cornerback. And so you bring in a guy like Will Lee, you bring in a guy from a big school and someone who has experience. And the question becomes like, we just need depth at cornerback, potentially because they have, J.C. Horn has struggled with injury. This is not a guy who in particular like was an excellent analytical guy, 1.32 yards per route run. You'd like to see that below about like a half yard, ideally. And about a 15% target rate. So like not super highly targeted, but all around, like we discussed this earlier, defensive backs may be the hardest to like take a production view of at the college level.
Oh, absolutely. Also, because like the rules for a defensive back is so different from college to pro.
Yeah.
Like I remember watching DeAndre Baker in Georgia, and PFF had a great man coverage grade on him because I was working PFF at the time. And I was like, dude, he's holding them 40 yards down the field. Like, this is never going to happen in the pros. And it didn't. So I think you're right. It's very hard. Will Lee, analytically, I think kind of grade out maybe like a ceiling, kind of be like a 6. Maybe he becomes like an average starter in the league. Connor Liu, 2.5-year starter at Auburn. Decent power. Again, decent run blocker, decent outside. So like he did everything at a pretty decent level. There were no blue chip grades, but like this is a pretty solid player. Again, probably a ceiling of a 5 to 6, rotational lineman to maybe a starting center in the league.
Will Lee's a very interesting guy as well, because we talked about corners. Oh, sorry to switch back to Will Lee, but just an interesting portion about him. He's a very interesting guy as well, because we talked about like the tracking 40 kind of meaning a ton. He was an 89th percentile, like tracking 40. So like predicting the 40-yard dash guy when it came to the tracking, but he ran substantially less than that. He ran a 4.52. Now he is a bigger guy, 6'1", 189, presented a level of explosion, broad jump, vertical jump that was in the 98th percentile. 91.1 in terms of his athletic grade, size adjusted, but he's also kind of a burner. And so when we're trying, I feel like it's a lot easier for me in particular to explain some of the picks of the Panthers and the Jets and the Eagles and the Browns. And if you dig deep enough, you always find kind of what they're seeing. And I think this is just a really athletic guy who, for whatever reason, didn't test well, and they're able to get him at a good spot.
The Chargers go with Genesis Smith here. Scarabell's still up. Let me just move him off the screen. 13 mall Big 12 Shrine Bowl 1000 safety who I know
97th percentile pass breakup.
Yeah,
productive guy.
Eric Stokes said up there with the guys in this draft, one of the highest ceilings at free safety of the guys that are in this class. Good deep zone range, 6'2", 202. Scouts think he can be a starter. Yep. Scouts absolutely think he can be a starter in the league. This is again finding quality safeties that could possibly start in the fourth round is like kind of what you want. This is like, again, just safeties.
Billy Bowman comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly. So I think overall, again, solid player. Again, good ceiling. As says Eric Stokes.
We skipped Trey Moore, who I said I've been like tracking the interesting elements of this Texas team for years. Trey Moore is like the true transfer up edge rusher, where what's like kind of interesting is like he went from UTSA, where he put up like 14 and a half snaps or sacks or something like that.
Yeah, he was defensive player of the year.
Yeah, and then he goes to Texas and performs well in more of a rotational element. And so the question becomes is like, he's a true transfer up edge rusher, and that's the position where we found this trend. But it wasn't like I'm transferring up and I'm absolutely killing it. It's like I'm like an absolute beast rotational pass rusher because this is Texas and we rotate pass rushers.
Yeah.
So how much do you take away from the idea that like he was a piece of the pie versus like a really high level guy?
Well, I think he just wasn't that big. He's 6'1 and a half, 243. I just think, it's as you climb up conferences, size begins to matter more, right? Like you can dominate in the Mountain West, you can dominate in the American and be undersized. When you're playing against SEC tackles, it's hard to dominate on a down by down basis, consistent basis, when you are undersized, unless you were, of course, freakishly athletic, which he is not a freakishly athletic player. Like he's a good player. But I think it's just like, you guys like Jared Verse, was good size at Albany. Like he wasn't like an undersized guy. So I think I think him transferring up shows where he probably is a rotational guy.
And also, not for nothing, kind of a pressures not sacks guy at Texas as well, where he had an immensely high pressure rate, 22%. But and he also had like a pretty good tackle for loss rate as well. But like only 3 sacks last year. So like he getting an immense amount of pressure. Perhaps that translates to something different in a Miami Dolphins uniform. So now we go to New Orleans. And
Jeremiah Wright from Auburn.
Yeah, Jeremiah Wright from Auburn. Another team, like we can kind of add Auburn in the mix of like just a lot of talent that has gone off the board.
Shout out A.K. Magula.
Yeah, that has not, like, they didn't win a lot of games. This was a sneaky position of need for New Orleans, having spent a lot of money on David Edwards. Eric McCoy at center is, I think, the best center in the league when healthy. The problem is when healthy.
Yeah.
And then Cesar Ruiz, who is the right guard, longtime right guard. Like, I think he's a guy who can start in the league. And so I think they were of the belief that they really wanted to shore up this interior offensive line with guys like this, 6'5", 331. Mekhi Becton got, to a certain degree, saved by Kellen Moore's career. Like, they want guys who can pull a little bit, who are athletic and big.
Yeah. And also shout out Grant Miller at Auburn, my guy. Jeremiah Wright, for a guy who's 331 pounds, has an 8 pull trap. This man can move for a guy that's 331 pounds. But starting right guard at Auburn, like, yeah, that is a people mover.
Exactly. And so, like I invoked the name of Mekhi Becton. Why was he good on the Eagles? Because he's massive. He can pull.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why I start to like some of these rounds, because it may be as simple as that. Rotational guard who can pull. That is big. Great. Let's pick him. Also, trade up from the Baltimore Ravens, or perhaps it was I was getting excited about right. But this is where we start to see those trades where it's like, okay, we're going to swap picks 4th. We're going to give you a pick slightly later, and we're going to add on a 6th round pick. It's a lot easier to move around the board here. And that's why I believe there was a comment about from Colin. Thanks for watching all 3 days, Colin. Mayock saying that he had 3 targets per round. If he couldn't get one, he traded it out. Was very interesting. Perhaps that just happened from the 49ers. Another question as well, do premium positions have more traits in which players can be blue chips as compared to non-premium positions?
No, it's equal across the board.
Well, yeah. So when the way that Stopsky is discussing it, as Baltimore gets another tight end on their roster, which I thought was like a key thing to have for them.
Yeah.
Matthew Hibner from SMU.
Also very good kissing catches, Matthew Hibner.
The traits that stop, like, there's the stats that matter, which have been researched for years, and we're still getting better at even quantifying stats. So that's another thing. When we're trying to put these traits together, we're trying to tell a story by adding process to what our scouts are doing. And so the scouting tree has everything that they think is important for a given player.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say there's more or less. I'd say we trust them or we don't trust them. And the reason the premium positions are premium is because we trust the traits, we trust the statistics more. Would you agree?
I don't think I totally agree with that, actually. I think the reason why it's this premium is because of the value that position brings to the field. I think you can, like, tight ends, like I trust tight end traits the same way I trust receiver traits. Just a quality receiver is just a lot better.
Well, also, like, the receiving statistics are a lot better for wide receivers, almost always.
Yeah, but I mean, so I look at, for tight ends, I look more at athletic traits, like,
yeah,
at play speed, play agility, play balance, than I do for receivers. Like, no, it's a little different. But I'd say, like, I don't think I trust one more or the other. I just think it's just the premium label has more to do with how well those positions are paid versus how much I trust them. Because, like, corner is a premium spot, right? And, like, corner has very few traits or very few stats that you can, like, accurately put your finger on.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard. But, like, guard, you can predict guard pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like that is not that is, you're getting plenty of reps for guards. It was always the rule was always like, no, the closer they are to the ball, the easier it is to project them. And, like, a guy like a guard, easier project than a corner, although guards are not as premium as corner, because corner stats, they, in my opinion, have not created a cornerback stat yet that properly shows how good a corner is.
I agree. And it's just, like, sample size to a certain degree. And that's why I've been so fascinated with what the Chiefs have done, because it's like, do the Chiefs not view these as premium positions in free agency for whatever reason? Like, we're actually just not, maybe we'll use draft capital on this guy, but
maybe it's not premium. It's just could be that cornerback production fluctuates so wildly from year to year.
Yeah.
So it's like,
so it's almost like the role of corner, which is integrated deeply into the passing game, is, we know that is premium.
Yes.
But we are unclear of if we could predict them. So it's almost like, they're deeply connected to the quarterback and wide receiver market, but they're only as and we talked about this on our Sticky Stat series, which you can go back and listen to podcast form, and I wrote about on SūmerSports.com. Or you can go back and look as well and be like, well, we can't predict them, so why wouldn't we pay them a lot of money? Like, let's use the draft capital rather than the actual cash on it. It's an interesting perspective.
That's how I view it. Probably is that it's again, they know it's premium. They to pay a guy as a corner that when you think that it could just fluctuate so wildly may not be when like edge rushers don't fluctuate that much, right? Like linemen don't fluctuate that much. Like the corner does, and when you have a great coordinator in Spagnuolo, maybe it's like, hey, just give me the guys that have the ceiling to do this, like a decent floor and a good ceiling, and we will get the most out of them.
100%.
And like you still have to use premium. You need to use draft picks. You still have to use some dollars to bring in guys that can play. But it's just that's where like maybe we take the 6 and turn into a 7, or a 7 and turn into an 8.
Yep.
Instead of paying the guy who was an 8 that ends up becoming a 7. Like there was one guy, Byron Jones, I was at Miami. I was at Dallas, went to Miami. And I remember I was at PFF when he got signed. And he was graded out as, like, I think the best corner that year. And there were a bunch of analysts who were like, this is great for Miami. They just got a premium corner. And our analyst, Solomon Wilcox, went, different schemes. Yeah. Like he's playing cover 3 a lot in Dallas. He's going to move to primarily man in Miami. I think this might be a problem, and it was. They paid him like he was going to be a consistently great player, moved him out of the scheme he was in, and he was no longer that guy. Yeah, and still a good player, but not what he was being paid. And I think putting money at corner can be a dangerous thing.
Yeah. And one other item I'll say that is really fun about SūmerSports is when Solly said that, he played a lot of cover 3 in the past. That used to be a thing where we'd have to go get 7 people to go be like, okay, we have to go find every one of these plays going back to 2016 and blah, blah, blah. The fun thing about SūmerSports, the way we've constructed our models, is that we only need the scouts to identify 20 or 25 plays, and then we can test and iterate because we have AI to do so. And I think that's a really cool piece. I'm about to lose my mind here. Do you know why I'm about to lose my mind?
No, please tell me.
So we draft Bryce Besher from Oregon. And
who does?
The Indianapolis Colts.
Cool. Thank you.
Selected in the 13th round, the Houston Astros. So I'm actually reeling it back in. Go Stros.
Okay.
They show a cut of him, which I remember this deeply. And again, I freak out about practices, and I will freak out about players at practices. That's the one thing. Everyone has their biases.
Yes.
That's the one thing that I'm like, under no circumstances can I do this. And last year, it was the Texas A&M defensive linemen that were driving me nuts at the Senior Bowl, in particular Shamar Turner. And I think Shamar Stewart was only there one day. Where you were at the Senior Bowl, this is guys' career.
Yeah.
If they get hurt at the Senior Bowl, which has happened from time to time. Trey Amos was a guy that potentially could have gone in the first round, got hurt at the Senior Bowl. All of a sudden, he's going in the middle second round. Last year, no one wants to get injured. The quickest way to get injured is get on the ground in any way, shape, or form. That's why you can go back and watch the Saban teaching tapes. You can go back and watch the Bill Belichick season tapes. Stay off of the ground is the biggest thing on earth, particularly when you're dealing with linemen. They just show him, and once again, I distinctly remember this. It's just connecting for me again. I distinctly remember this dude just smoking people. And we talked about Jacob Rodriguez to a certain degree as well.
Yeah.
And this is where I want to delineate as a former linebacker. And I know I'm going on a rant here, but it's a funny rant.
Go on the rant.
And this is
it's day 3. It's time for rants.
No, and this is a true bias here. But there's reasons why I'm biased, because I've done this before. And I was a really tough practice player that would get in fights. And the only way I was getting on the field is if I played it was the Super Bowl every single play. And I annoyed people because of that. And so, but I knew when to stop. And when you were in the Senior Bowl and you're trying to nail people on freaking linebacker, running back one-on-ones where you know you're going to get beat and you're going to have to commit pass interference to do so. What are you doing, dude? So, like, we have NFL Network film of, like, pulling up Bryce Betcher just nailing these dudes. I would have if I was a coach, I would have ripped him off the field. Like, that's like an unboardable offense to me when you're a 4th or 5th round guy.
I didn't have popcorn, but I tried. Oh, I really enjoyed that.
It drives me up the wall. And I've written about and spoken about, like, the practices at the Shrine and Senior Bowl and the format of them. And
yes.
And like,
so I will say, since the Shrine and Senior Bowl have moved away from having full coaching staffs, I think it is a disservice to players.
Well, you mean full coaching staffs with regards to, like,
so it used to be, like the full Browns coaching staff coached a team, the full Dolphins coaching staff coached a team. And like some guys would have like more elevated roles than they usually do. But like the head coach was like, when I was at the Senior Bowl in 2018, it was Vance Joseph and Bill O'Brien squads from Denver and Houston running the Senior Bowl. So they had their position coaches running the position coach stuff. They had their coordinators running the offense and defense. And they were running the practices. And my fear about this current setup, which is it's current coordinators being head coaches, current position coaches being offensive coordinators, current like analysts being position coaches, is that they're all trying to prove something there. And it's like not the right time to do that. Like you should be there to get the most out of the players, not to show that you're a top tier position coach or like you're a top tier coordinator at Shrine, or you're a future head coach at Shrine or Senior Bowl. And I think that goes into the practice problem is you have guys who have never run these things before trying to do it on 3 days with a staff they do not know.
Yeah.
With players they do not know. And I think it gets into this problem. I remember, so like, when I was there was Bill O'Brien's staff did a great job. So did Vance's, but Vance had 2 defensive backs coaches that were amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. You can tell they had hundreds of hours being secondary coaches. And like that got the most out of those guys.
Yeah.
But the thing about on the ground, I want to talk about real quick. Howard Cross, who I work with a lot in the Giants, on the sideline and played tight end for the New York Giants.
Yeah.
He says the easiest way to tell if a player is going to make it in the league is during practice, how often is he on the ground?
Yeah.
If he is on the ground, he is not athletic enough to play football.
And look,
at the level.
I'm strong enough to like commit, like say where I wasn't on the ground on purpose, but like once I got to that level, it was a real struggle for me when I was a freshman and sophomore to stay off the ground. Like it's hard. It's really hard when you're getting nailed by guards who are big.
Yeah.
And it's fine when like Landon Jackson comes to mind last year, where I was like, Landon Jackson's not going to be a first round pick, despite him being like a borderline first round pick and a guy who played pretty well at a weird defense at Arkansas, was asked to do a lot of different things. Because he was on the ground all the time. And I'm like, you're just not going to be able to do that. It's one thing like when you're trying really hard and maybe you can't keep your balance because you're 6'6", 6'7", or you're 6'4", you're playing linebacker or whatever, like you have a weird body type. It's another thing when you're like hitting people and like subjecting them to injury.
No, I very much agree with you.
Okay.
I agree.
Cool,
Bryce Lane just got picked, by the way.
Yeah. So another like cool story that ties together a lot of stuff. And because it's day 3, we can be a little biased here. I love the Saints. I thought they need to rebuild their wide receiver room. We now have Jordan Tyson, Bryce Lance, EJ Snyder on our show the other day. If you want to check that out in review, because it was an excellent conversation. I love talking to EJ and them. They love Bryce Lance. And let me tell you about his analytics, because we were discussing the FCS thing. And North Dakota State's very interesting, because I think in the next 2 to 3 years, and it may have happened already, North Dakota State may be an FBS team right now. Did they move up to Mountain West this year?
Oh, there was a lot
of rumors. So as we figure that out, like North Dakota State sends 6 guys to the NFL a year. Like they're functionally
2026.
They're functionally an FBS team. Now the talent that they're playing, question mark. South Dakota State's very similar. South Dakota's very similar. Like there's excellent teams in that conference as well. Eastern Washington's sort of similar. Bryce Lance had 26% target share, 3.61 yards per out run. So like we're talking like, whoa.
Can you do that again?
Yeah, like whoa with the analytics there.
Love it.
And so there's obvious, like I use these statistics because they're easy to understand. There's a big discussion and about studies that have been done that are like, well, actually, you want to look at career yards per route run against zone coverage. Like that's actually really the only sticky thing. Like, sure, you can go deeper, but we've talked about scheme. We've talked about all these other adjustments you need to make. I like a thing that is standardizable across offenses and across football is that the field is 100 yards, a first down is 10 yards, and there's only so many plays that are in a game, and that changes from team to team in college to college. But there's really everyone runs 11 personnel, everyone runs 12 personnel for the most part. Everyone runs, maybe 20. Maybe you get involved in 21. But for the most part, people run 11 personnel unless you're a triple option team a lot of the time. So there's only so many wide receivers you could throw the ball to, and it's very easy to understand. A guy is getting the ball a third of the time because then that means they're getting the ball once on a set of 3 downs. And that means every defensive coordinator in the nation knows that at some point they're going to try to get the ball in Bryce Lance's hands.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter.
No.
And so, again, like talking about the premium positions and all that stuff, like people knew Bryce Lance was really good.
But like, so
They could stop him.
this goes back to my FCS conversation of like players that are top of their game at the FCS level are just so much better than any other player around on the field.
That's a good point.
Like first team All-American, 2-time first team All-Conference, 7 hands, 6'3", 204 pounds. Like it's rare to find players at that level that have NFL builds and NFL athleticism. Just usually have one or the other.
Yeah.
Right. Or neither. And he just dominated that level of talent. And yeah, he's again a guy that we thought could go earlier, but like let's just throw out some production traits here. Like he was a 9 versus zone, a 9,
98.4 combine score. Which to be 100% clear, the place where we're talking 3 out of 10 for the combine, like it's just not like it's a true threshold position, and the thresholds are lower than you would think at the wide receiver position.
Yeah.
Or I mean like lower in terms of percentile, not necessarily like you got to run a 4.3. Love the pick for the Saints.
Me too.
Very excited.
Yeah.
Very excited for the Saints season.
Dallas is now on the clock.
Does it feel like the picks are going slower all of a sudden?
Yeah, all of a
Or we're
sudden
selling
it's
some ads.
They're selling ads.
Is that what's going on?
Selling some ads. Let's talk about Dallas real quick. Let's take a look at who they've drafted so far. We had their team as a defensive back, edge, and running back. So far through because they have had 2 picks in the 4th round. They drafted Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence in the first round, so addressing both safety and edge. Then Deshaun Barham, we talked about, is that linebacker edge mix. Drew Shelton and Devin Moore again going to corner. And now they have their second to last pick of the day, unless, of course, any kind of trades coming up now. How do you feel so far about Dallas's draft? Do you feel they've addressed everything they've had to address now that their next pick won't be until like the end of the 7th? And at that point,
it's clear they want to make their defense better. And the quickest possible way to make your defense better is good cornerbacks and good edge rushers.
I agree.
They're taking the shots, and they added Caleb Downs, who I thought that like there's a real potential that if we boiled it and closed our eyes and there wasn't injury stuff, alleged injury stuff that never really got brought up again after the combine, that Caleb Downs, you're going to love this pick, by the way.
Am I?
We're literally we're discussing the quickest way to make your team better.
Whoa.
Yeah. They're basically saying,
yeah,
hey, we're going to have a bunch of guys, have fun. And we're going to have Caleb Downs. And, they added Devin Moore as well, who we mentioned, scheme wise. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. They are adding Deron Bland back, former All-Pro. A lot of their production, though, both him and Diggs, who is no longer on the team, was from interceptions. But I do like Deron Bland as a player more generally. This is a commitment to saying, basically the way we were discussing 3 and 4 edge rushers.
Yeah.
They're adding just all types of bodies, all types of length.
Yeah.
We're just going to have a bunch of different guys that we're going to throw at you, and they're going to cause problems. It's starting to feel like this is going a Seahawks direction with this defense than an Eagles.
So this kid, so like I built these little graphics in the bottom there. I thought these would be gone well before we got to pick 137. The bet that I still have a few is crazy. LT Overton was talked about as a second round pick. Yeah. And they are getting him at a pick 137, 6'3", 274. Very good stunt. He is, you know, how do you view him? Because like he's really good in run defense. Like you can be seen kind of as a tweener, like me. He throws on under 10 pounds and plays like 5-tech and like plays that goes that route instead of being like a true edge rusher. But like he is a quality player to be getting with your 6th pick in the draft or the 5th pick in the draft.
I mean, it's crazy. So it's always tough with like these types of body types, but who has made these types of body types work more than anyone? Vic Fangio and like to a certain degree, Vance Joseph. And so like the two different schemes, like we're not going to blitz a lot, but we're going to have Milton Williams and we're going to have Ojomo and we're going to have all these guys.
Yeah.
And then we talked about Franklin Myers yesterday. And like I really think that these kind of 4-eye guys, especially as the tight front kind of is probably hit its heyday 2 years ago, I'd say.
Yeah.
And it's probably like declining as people like start to move away from inside zone, move to duo and different run schemes on the inside. We're really going to see guys like this continue to shine because they can do a lot. And if we're going to continue to an interior-based game where we're pushing the pocket, we're rotating edge rushers because edge rushers are just so dang expensive, I really like a pick like this. So to be clear, they're going to have 3 young guys. They're going to have Ezraku, and they're going to have Q and Kenny Clark, right?
Yeah, and they also James Houston, Rashawn Gary as well on that in that edge group. Like what I like what they've done so far is that I'm not entirely sure how good Malachi Lawrence is going to be, but they got 3 different edge-ish type players that are all very different from each other, and they're adding to a group of Ezraku.
And they're multi-position players too.
Yeah, and they're adding to a group
except for maybe Lawrence.
Of Ezraku, Houston, and Gary. And like I said, and they have Quentin Williams and Kenny Clark and Jonathan Bullard and Overshawn and James. Like they have a lot of guys now in that front 7 or front 6 that do different things that are very unique in how they play. It's the Dallas defense is gonna be multiple. And it's gonna be
they may not be good, but they're gonna try. And like that's what you do in the draft.
I would have a hard time thinking that they won't be good. Like this is a lot of like this is a deep defense now.
Yeah. Interesting conversation about Kyle Lewis, who we talked about at the linebacker position, who is a much smaller guy coming from Pittsburgh. And if I believe when we talked to him, if you can correct me, Stopsky, like he was like, I can pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
And in theory, you'd think you'd use him more as like a coverage guy. And, not the best yards per route run, was targeted a lot, was used heavily in coverage.
Yeah.
He goes into Jeff Hafley's defense. And so he will be rushing the passer one way or the other.
Yes.
So I think that's a good fit for him.
No, I agree. I think if he was a bit bigger, maybe he would just be like an edge rusher. But like he's 5'11", barely 6 foot, 220. But like he's a solid.
A stretch, perhaps.
It's one of those.
He did. To be clear, he did really good at the Senior Bowl as well.
He did. No, this is a good pick again. A guy that he's a guy that talent wise could have probably been taken earlier, but I think he kind of fell in that like, what do you want to do with him type deal. But he's like as a talent, like very good and very sure tackler. And he's produced.
It's very interesting because I think the 2 teams that I was like the bottom could fall out because their quarterbacks could be not very good were the Cardinals and the Dolphins to a certain degree. I do think they have like Malik Willis has been developed and we've seen the products of those development in a good environment with the Packers. Like, is the environment going to be good? I don't know. I'm starting to think the environment could be good. If Caden Proctor can be a day 1 starter and be a guy who plays 17 games, you have Patrick Paul, you have Aaron Burr, you have Caden Proctor. I like what I have there. And I like what I have there going forward. Then you had Chris Johnson at the cornerback position. You had Jacob Rodriguez. You add in a guy like Kyle Lewis, a multiple guy, Trey Moore, who's going to be a pass rusher. And like this defense wasn't terrible last year, but they got rid of a lot of their assets. They're going to have a young, upwardly mobile defense. If the defense is bad, then so be it. The scheme's going to be interesting.
What's also nuts, they still have 5 more picks.
Yeah, so I'm starting to like talk myself into the Dolphins, like potentially not being good, but like being a wow,
like
that was a fun team to watch.
this feels
This
like
is how you rebuild a team.
it's like the making of a team that like maybe has 5, 3, 4, 5 wins next year, but when the season's over, you feel very good about their 2027. Like, oh, this team is like, you add a piece here and there, like, and they're going to be good.
And again, it's tough to really say that any of these players will be good now that we're like solidly almost in the 5th round. And it's like I'd prefer to be excited than not excited.
Yeah,
but like I feel like everyone has distinct, clear thoughts about all of these picks, except for Kaczmarek out of Ohio State.
I like it though.
In which I'm like, Caden Proctor, big athletic tackle that will be used in both the multiple zone run game and gap scheme game, and could potentially be used as a gadget player as well. Chris Johnson, a lot of people thought he was the best cornerback in the draft in our building. Jacob Rodriguez, a lot of people thought he's the best linebacker in the draft in our building. Wide receiver Caleb Douglas, a little bit of a reach. I, in particular, thought he was a guy who was a game winner. Don't know if he can separate. Chris Bell, there's a potential that he's a top 5 wide receiver in this draft. Excellent analytics, excellent background, was the offense of a team, got hurt.
Yeah.
Trey Moore, pass rush specialist, high pressure rate, just couldn't finish. Can he finish at the next one? Neville, can he finish at the next level? Does he just need a degree of luck? Is he going to fit in our scheme? Yes. Kyle Lewis, is he a multiple player? Yes. And so, like, when we have this level of philosophical coherence, I feel good about a draft. I start to feel good about a team. And to be clear, the Packers do that every year. So I'm not surprised.
I agree. And I think for Miami, like I'm expecting to draft the quarterback at some point. Yeah. Again, they have 3 5th-round picks. I'm expecting to draft one of them. I think they could still use some help in the secondary. Like, I like Chris Johnson a lot. I think he's gonna help a lot. But I still think they could use help at safety. And I'm interested if they can address that again in the 5th round, because they have so many 5th-round picks.
So there's an interesting conversation. I want to be clear too. So last 2 picks, Ephesians Prysock from Washington, which all-time name.
Yeah.
And Colby Young from Georgia, wide receiver. I want to talk in particular about the 49ers, because this is going to be the lasting conversation, I think, from this draft.
Okay.
Which is, they have now gone, and I'm double checking myself, but they have made an unexpected pick with Stribling.
Yes.
They made a slight reach, but everyone understands why they made the pick with Romello Height.
Yeah.
They made an incredible reach with Kalen Black. They made a pick that everyone thought they should make, a slight faller with Grayson Alton. They make, and then it's like Carver Willis, take it or leave it, like could be a reach, could not be. Ephesians Prysock, it's about exactly on the dime on consensus. And it comes to mind in which, and this is just process, I'm interested in your thoughts. Days 5, 6, and 7 can be real morale. And we talked about this with Tage and Eric when we were in Detroit 2 years ago, Eric Eager. And I've talked about this with scouts as well. 5, 6, 7 can be real morale boosters for scouts because they feel like they get their wins 5, 6, and 7.
Absolutely.
And I should have brought this up with Mayock, and I'd be interested to next week on the SiriusXM NFL radio station. You can catch SūmerSports Draft Show final installment, but I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're contracted for more, actually.
Next Friday. And I want to ask him this because, like, it came up in the news, and I'm not one to like get in these circles, but like Mike Vrabel is not with the team for the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds for one reason or the other.
Yeah.
And like, is there an element where those high draft picks, the coaches have the time to really dig in deeply and have the time, and they have an outsized impact? And then when it gets down to the 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds, it's just the scouts, and the scouts are like, okay, I've watched every play of this guy, and like, we think he's better than everyone else. And that's why in the later rounds, we've seen the 49ers kind of go more to consensus.
Yeah. You know, I that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Yeah. Cause, you know, like we were talking about with, you know, our conversation on Draft Risers is like the coaches get involved. Yep. Later, and so they make their picks, and that would make a lot of sense. like this is like now they're going towards consensus in the day 3 area, but it seems like at least where the earlier part of their draft is concerned, the Niners are just going to Niner.
Yeah.
And they're going to pick who they want, and it's not going to matter. But yeah, I that is interesting if like there's a different draft strategy come day 3.
Yeah. By the way, as we move into the future picks, and I think this is a discussion we can continue to have, but Colby Young, player who went to the East West, accepted an invite to the East West Shrine Bowl. He was another one of those guys. I mentioned Xavier Thomas yesterday, where it was like, wow, we love these Toledo cornerbacks. And then he went up against Colby Young. And I was like, maybe we don't love these Toledo cornerbacks so much. I want to talk about Kamari Ramsey, who goes to the Texans, which like this is yet another. The Texans have been all over the board, but they pick up Caden McDonald, and now they pick up Kamari Ramsey, both slight fallers, in my opinion. Kamari Ramsey discussion on the evaluation I loved. And it was one of my favorite discussions in the entirety of the evaluation. And it's funny where you pick out when you're on set at these things, these tiny moments where you're like, I changed the way I thought about this player because of that, because his analytics are not really great.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, he played on a USC team that's like reconstructed their defense. Like, can they get defensive backs? It's an entire thing amongst that community that we are extremely close with. And so like Ramsey was a guy where when Eric Stokes said, I think he's just out of position, and he has 88% college position versatility score. He's like, I just think he's out of position. I think he's going to go play nickel, or he's going to go play like a stronger safety.
Yep.
And he's just going to be a better player.
Well, it makes sense. He excelled in man coverage.
Yeah. And so all that, like what I'm trying to say is Jalen Petrie struggled with injury from time to time. And Jalen Petrie's like, I'm talking about the DeMarini baseball bat, which is like my little joke, because like the DeMarini baseball bats are like a family company, and they make these loud bing sound when you hit a baseball with them. Like, I don't know if Kamari Ramsey's that guy. Jalen Petrie's that guy. But we continue adding these players where I'm just like, come on, dude. Like, we have a guy who doesn't really miss tackles. Kamari Laster basically had linebacker stats at outside corner last year. We're adding a guy who doesn't miss tackles, who is positionally versatile, who excels in man coverage, and who people thought was out of position, and to a perfect franchise to find where his position is. Whether he's actually better at free safety, or whether he's better at strong safety, or whether he should play nickel, or whether he should play corner, I don't know. It seems like the Texans are going to figure out, and they got him in basically the 5th round.
100%. And this is where the scouting arm of the evaluation comes in, like really, I think, shines its light of like players that are out of position or moving to new positions, right? Because analytically, you can only do so much.
Yep.
Because really, analytically, you can just kind of say like what he did, what he was asked to do, and how he did it. But scouts who have just decades of experience watching players, being like, hey, you know what, that guy should go from tackle to guard, or that guy should go from tackle to center, or that guy should go from safety to slot, or slot to outside corner. Like that is so valuable. And I think he's right.
Yeah. And just to like package this up as the draft is now going to go quicker and quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Heard that on the evaluation. I wanted to go double check what the actual scouting evaluation. We have him graded as a free safety because that's what he played.
Yeah.
But it says really he's a Swiss Army knife. He's a true defensive back that should handle multiple alignments versus the run and the pass. He's a contact seeker, but not a heavy body. There's a missing level of explosiveness, could be leaky on moments to finish, but a strong tackler, and displays excellent timing as a blitzer. What team does that sound like when it comes to their DBs?
Texans.
Sounds like the Texans, even though they don't really love to blitz, but sounds like the Texans. So really, 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 really love that pick. I think it's an excellent one. And there's like these picks that you kind of love. He was 92 on the consensus big board, 86 in terms of the evaluators. You get him at 142. Like, it is what it is. The Texans defense is going to be sick next year. I'm really excited to watch it. And it's already really fun to watch anyway.
We are now into round 5.
Correct.
Cardinals are up. The Cardinals, I think, are super interesting.
They're doing things.
They are. Things are being done.
One quick insert though: the Titans' investment in their offense continues. Fernando Carmona from Arkansas, offensive guard. we're continuing down that road.
So the Cardinals are a team that I think coming into this, I thought could be like a 6-win team. That might be a little rich, honestly. I do think their line is pretty decent. All right, like although we have tackle as a need, like Paris Johnson, Isaac Somalo, Yelty Froholt are like solid linemen.
Tim Muller struggles with injury.
Yes, but
Paris Johnson, I think is one of the better left tackles.
Yeah, so like, and they have like good receivers in Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison hasn't lived up to his billing yet, still good. James Conner, a solid player. Their defense was a little rough. No, really just Josh Sweat and like, a bunch of other dudes. So far, they've added Jeremiah Love and the guard from Texas A&M and Carson Beck and now Caleb Proctor. I feel like they need to start addressing the defense a bit more. But
offensive coach. They end up adding Reggie Virgil
instead.
Wide receiver. Transfer up from Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. Like this. So just real quick before we move on to him, like the Cardinals have our traditional draft 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have a pick in each round. You're probably not getting anyone good past pick 200. Like after pick 200, it is
really after pick 100 is where you start to collide with zero.
Yeah, like
0%.
Yeah, so
guaranteed money on their second contract.
Right now on their defense, Josh White. Like I like Zayvon Collins.
They have an edge rushing like cabal.
Yeah, and I like Bannon Brown. Like, but these are not
Zayvon Collins,
game changers.
Right? They have Ojolari coming back.
D tackle wise, like Dante Stills and Ray Lopez and Billings, Mac Wilson, Jack Gibbons at linebacker, Denzel Burkwell Johnson, Garrett Williams had a pretty solid year at slot. I'll say Buddha's Buddha, but like and like Sean Murphy Bunting also like has shown years where he's been really good, but like this is a defense that I thought really could use a lot of help, and we're gonna probably exit this draft with not a lot.
Exiting for Arch? I need a better A word. Anyway,
yeah, but
we haven't even discussed that though. Like,
what?
Really, would Arch have been the number one pick in this draft?
Dude, I don't know.
You don't think so?
Dude, this is what I hate about forward projection of draft prospects.
But that's not even a forward projection in this draft.
Well, but you don't know how his draft process would have gone.
Like, it would have gone well. They handled.
I don't know.
Come on, dude. Like,
come on, dude. Like
he's been the most polished prospect since he was
not polished.
12.
Like he's not polished.
No. I mean, in terms of the off the field stuff.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about like when team like once. You don't know what his actual evaluation would have been if the scouts were under the gun. Then you definitely do not know how the directors would have viewed him and how the ownership would have viewed him. Now, probably they would have seen the man name and then be like, "This guy's great." But again, we do not know. We don't know how if he would have done any of the bowl games.
I don't think he would have done a single thing.
Yeah, and then we do not know how he would have done in the pro day. But
I don't think he would have done the pro day.
How he would have measured. Like
how he would have measured. He's 6'5", 235 pounds.
Still don't know how measure. Like how big are his hands? I think
there would not have been a single item of information extra.
I disagree.
Let's assume that.
I think it would be hard to replace Mendoza this year.
Okay,
as the Heisman winner.
That's fair.
I know our scouts have him graded higher, and I think that's definitely a possibility. But we talk about this all the time, right? Klubnik was the projected second or first overall player going into this season, and he went in the 4th round.
I don't think he would have been drafted in the 1st round last year. I think you're right about him and Nussmeier. I think they would have been
Brad Kaya, if you remember him from Miami, was supposed to be a second
TikTok
round
legend, by the way.
Deshaun Kaiser was supposed to be first overall at Notre Dame, and he went in the 2nd round. Like all these guys that are always projected to be like, oh, this dude is 1-1 next year, and they're just not.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think it would have been this year, considering.
But the thing is that the reason why they fall is less about if they just like crap the bed the following year, and more of like, oh, now you are under a microscope by 400 to 500 to 1,000 people, and now like any minute part of your game is coming out. Like, can this work? Will this not work? Is like, do you have a weird bone stint somewhere? Like, is like these things come out. And like, do I think Arch Manning was a betting man? Will Arch Manning be 1-1 next year? Yes. Could he have been 1-1 this year? Yes. But I think it's if his name was not Arch Manning, I would not feel comfortable giving that analysis.
Come on,
dude. Yeah.
There's other picks to get to, but like this is the thing that I fight. I think I wrote about this last year.
About what?
That's just so ridiculous.
What do you mean?
they're like, oh, if his name wasn't Arch Manning, he wouldn't be the number 1 recruit in the nation, 5-star recruit on Texas starting. What? He's 6'5", 238 pounds. He's going to run like a 4.6 or a 4.7. He doesn't go down on initial contact. And when he's healthy, he can throw the ball down the field. Like, there's 8 of those guys in the entirety of the United States that are 17 years old every single year. And they're all 5-star recruits.
I agree. I think he still would have been a 5-star. I don't know if he would have commanded the kind of NIL money that he commanded. Without
allegedly, he didn't take NIL money.
Okay, sure. But like the NIL evaluation he had was not based off how good he was.
No, it was.
Yes,
I don't really.
But you understand, there's a lot of people in the room for a quarterback decision in the draft. It's more than just the scouts. A lot of it comes down to ownership too. Like, the Manning name carries weight.
Yeah.
Like,
I just push back on the idea that like a guy who's starting at Texas, who had the year that he did at the back half, who is that size and has that lineage, like cover the eyes and turn around. Like, we discussed this with Cam Newton to a certain degree as well back in the day, where it was like,
Cam won the Heisman.
No, I realized that, but it was like Cam Newton, 1-year starter, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, okay, but there's only 6 people on earth that can do what Cam Newton does. And like, to a certain degree, it was like that with Josh Allen too. Josh Allen was
I'm
much
not even
worse.
Sure there are 6 people on earth that could do what Cam Newton did.
Yeah. And so anyway, let's catch up on some of these picks.
But
all good discussions.
No, I agree. I just think that to look at Arch, and he had a good season, but it's not like he had a generational season in Texas.
No, I agree.
Like, so
it's definitely a projection.
The reason why I say,
and he really struggles with sacks.
The reason why I say that, the only reason I'm giving this confidence is because of his name. Is I think even if he had a bad year at Texas, he would still be considered a 1st-round pick in 2026.
I agree. 2 really, Nick Barrett comes off the board to the Chargers. They finally get a defensive tackle. Like, I've always thought they were going to invest a ton of capital into the defensive tackle position. They got Dalvin Tomlinson, so maybe they felt more comfortable than I felt about them. Sam Hecht, who EJ Snyder loved from Kansas State, goes to the Panthers, right around consensus. I thought that's an excellent pick at the center position where they've had, some rotation, I'd say. And then I really want to talk about Parker Brailsford.
Sure.
To the Cleveland Browns, because we mentioned it time and time again, the Cleveland Browns, we can always explain their pick. On the evaluation, we broke down Parker Brailsford, even though he wasn't necessarily a guy that a lot of people were talking about as a top 4 pick. Like, I would even consider this. I think this is even like slightly ahead of where people were expecting him to go. It's about the right range, 20 picks ahead. The Browns go and get him. This was a guy our scouts, like LOVED, loved incredibly. And again, we talked about interior offensive line. It's kind of hard to get like true statistics on them at the level.
Yeah. But
a really, really interesting cat. And it's there's always like confirmation bias and the term confirming my priors I despise, because confirming your priors, like you'll find something to confirm your priors. It's not actually confirming your priors. But sometimes when the Browns pick a guy that you just like everyone kind of agrees on is like better than expected. It's that.
The thing on Parker, man, like, no, he's
and like, to be clear, the analytics don't love him.
No,
like our SūmerSports don't love him.
So I agree, but the scouts do. Scouts gave him a impact level player. Listen, he's like an inch shy of like 6'2". He's under 290. He's a smaller guy, right? But he played. He's a 2-time All-Conference player. Once in Washington, for Washington, it was 2nd team, and then this year at Alabama, 3rd team. Like, he's good initial quickness, and like where he did perform well is like good run blocker, 7 run blocker, 8 outside zone. Like, this man can move. This man can get into space. This man can move people. The question is just, can he do it with that light of a body? And I will say I heard a great story once about a very, very well-known center who played recently in the league, where he during the season he would drop so much weight. He used to wear 5-pound weights on each side of his hips when he would come out of the shower for weigh-ins. So he would make weight because he was playing at like 250 pounds, but he was an all-pro. Yeah. So like, I do think weight can sometimes be a little overrated. But like, that's why you get picked here though. Like, I think he's probably better than this, but like his body is a little small.
Yeah. And you want to talk about what the Browns need and how the Browns approach a draft differently than other people. And when I say differently, they approach it almost exactly about how the Eagles do. The Eagles just never draft highly.
Yes.
Excuse me. And we now have basically a full offensive line, a full wide receiver group, and a safety.
So this is I think is very interesting, and I think we kind of hit this on the money, Sam, you and I, when we built these team needs. That we said receiver and safe and offensive line. They've taken 3 offensive linemen and 2 wide receivers.
Yeah.
So we were right. Now we know the quarterback situation is a little weird. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback here or anywhere in this draft. Nor really should they. There's no reason to draft a quarterback in this draft. Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are better than any of the players that are left, like by far.
I would agree with that.
We talk about like now would Arch Manning?
I mean, like you take a shot on Taylor Green, I'd say, but especially in a Todd Monken offense.
But we talk about. Listen, I was not a Shedeur Sanders believer, like obviously.
Come on, man.
But we talk about would Arch Manning be pick 1? Would Shedeur Sanders go pick 2 here in this draft? Because I think he would. I think
Shedeur Sanders go pick 2 in this draft?
Yeah.
Whoa, dude! Why didn't you tell me that before we were on air?
Because I think Shedeur Sanders is so much better than any of the players in this draft that are not named Fernando Mendoza.
Whoa.
Like Dylan Gabriel, I think is light years better than anyone in this draft as well. I also think Dylan Gabriel is better than
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders
2 in this draft. I mean, like,
because like Jackson.
If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, would I draft Shedeur Sanders at 3? Yeah.
Like,
but I mean, like again, like I was fist fighting with people last year.
The reason why I say this and like why I'm sure this will cause a little bit of problems, like Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, Dylan Gabriel, to me, all had very similar grades, right? Like Cam Ward was the only one.
It's so funny too because we were like, this draft sucks, and then this year came.
No, this year's the worst. Like they all had similar grades to me. At least when I was creating them. So like how they came off the board, and we know obviously when Shedeur fell, there's an outside situation there, but whatever. I think in this class, I think all those players I just mentioned, Shuck, Bell, Dart, and Dylan Gabriel are all better than anyone that's not named Fernando Mendoza, like easily.
I think this is how you look at it. Let's look at the last 3 years. There's a clear top tier, and I think Caleb and Drake May. What? Stop.
Sorry, Colin.
Caleb and Drake May have similar grades because they were so young and had so much. I mean, they had stabilized as the best players in the nation as 20-year-olds, and had like the traits that match what a modern quarterback needs to look like. There's been no one with those two. And Daniels was a little different because Daniels had the exact same traits as Lamar Jackson, except people were a little bit more comfortable with his pocket stuff. He's a little stiffer than Lamar, but like, again, like guys who had what it needed and the production to be an NFL modern quarterback day one, there was only 3 of those guys. And I think because of age, you bump May. I didn't love how May played, but I understood why he should go high. So like in my head, it's still Caleb, number 1 is the best prospect. Mm-hmm. And then it was, I like Jaden Daniels because I liked a little bit more how he could run. I thought he completed more passes, and I thought he made less silly plays. And Drake May still struggles with silly plays, and Jaden Daniels struggles to stay injured. So I'll put them at the same level for now in retrospect. But at the time,
Tyree Wilson going to the Saints, by the way.
Nice.
All right, so continue. We'll adjust that in a second, but continue. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade.
Yeah.
So they basically just drafted Tyree Wilson, who's on a third. He's on a third year. This is third year.
Yeah.
And is he a first round pick?
Pick 7 or something.
Pick 7.
He was also a tweener. Like he was like.
Is it too late to extend the 5th year option? My cap knowledge has waned with the more draft work I've done.
I would have to look.
Anyway, it's just interesting because you're basically saying like, okay, I'm getting 2 years of Tyree Wilson here instead of 2 years of Bo Stevens or some other edge rusher. It's an interesting trade. I like what I'm seeing. So like talking about the quarterbacks, and at some point a quarterback will go off the board here. And 149 Cleveland's coming up. It would be hilarious if they drafted a quarterback immediately after this conversation. But like, I think this is a valuable conversation for how you got to look at quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So I think there's a clear and far away top 3, and it's really a top 1, and then there's 2 guys that are like tagged on there. Then I think you go on to the next 3 in that draft, which was JJ, Michael Penix, and Bo Nix. And I think that's where you start adding in the other players. I think Cam Ward would have gone slightly below JJ, because JJ did have the traits to be a good quarterback, and he was extremely young, and he never lost ever. Now, the off-the-field stuff that has since come out and been written about extensively, like there's no way you could have put money on that, I guess, at the time.
On who?
On JJ McCarthy, on the weird, like just the general weird off-field stuff. But like I think it would have been JJ and Cam to a certain degree, but I think I'd put Cam Ward more in the Penix and Nix and
No,
Cam.
that's fair.
And I still maintain that you put Shador in there because like it was just 4 guys who were immensely productive year over year over year at the level. And that all had extreme struggles. Bo Nix struggled to push the ball down the field, but Bo Nix never got sacked. Cam Ward pushed the ball down the field like a maniac, but got sacked all the time. And like the offense was never as good as we thought it should be. Shador Sanders was the most accurate player out of all those guys, but got sacked an immense amount. And then Penix threw the ball away a ton and never ran the ball.
So I disagree a little bit with you. I think Penix and Ward are a different group than I do agree.
And I put Mendoza here as well.
So
I put Mendoza at the top. I think.
Yeah,
I think I put Nix and Mendoza at the top.
Yeah, I think Nix and Mendoza are fine. I would put sure a little below it. But anyways, to kind of round up this whole conversation, to get an idea of like how big of a gap I feel this again, and why the Browns will definitely not draft the quarterback in this draft class. There was not a quarterback not named Fernando Mendoza that would help this quarterback group.
It's fair. That's a good point. All right, let's catch up on some picks.
Joshua Joseph went to Washington.
That's what I was about to say.
6'3", 242. I think he'd be a real solid rotational player, 4-year contributor for Tennessee, high edge motor guy, good stunting ability, good lateral range. Again, a solid
blue chip pass rush rate. He's just small.
Yeah.
He's a smaller guy.
And really good run defense too. Like he had really good run defense production. Like overall, really good player to get in the 5th round.
Yeah, I like that fit there. Then we get Bo Stevens. So finally, an offensive guy, offensive interior lineman going to.
Who was an first team All-American last year.
Yeah. Also, not for nothing, Iowa zone run scheme, classic zone run scheme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are they going to run in Seattle this year? Zone run scheme. Really like that pick too.
And he ran it well. Yeah. Well, that's one thing that I've seen a lot in drafts. Is like, oh no, they ran it in college. Like, well, did he do well at it in college?
Yeah,
he could suck.
That's like the outside zone.
Yeah, like and he did a great job at it.
Like they win games because they do that.
Yeah, so that
better or worse.
They the Panthers traded it. The Panthers traded in the pick is in.
So then Dalton Johnson from Arizona. They add more defensive help to that team, to the Raiders, and Zakee Wheatley, who was another guy we covered on the evaluation, who was another interesting guy. Like more of a, if I recall correctly, more of a post safety, and like played really deep off the ball. And safety was a position in need here. We have it up on your screen right now. This was kind of like a SūmerSports guy when it came to Zakee Wheatley. So it's interesting to see the Panthers go and grab him.
That is good.
Big dude too, 6'3", 203. Like average depth of the line of scrimmage was like 10 yards. So he was lining up at deep safety every single play at that size, which is interesting because like we talked about Eamon Ward to a certain degree, and I'm going to double check that stat for context. McNeil Warren was like 7 yards. So like we're talking about like, again, this is on average, but like he was lining up a lot closer to the line of scrimmage, almost like a linebacker position typically is 3 to 5, depending on how you play. And so he was like almost always lined up at safety. or at least deep safety. And at that size, it provides a little bit more positional versatility. Like, he wasn't really a versatile guy. He did play a lot of post safety, as I said, 13.9% in cover one, and then deep half, which 15.9% cover two. That's basically the only things that he played at a really like high level. Didn't play a lot in the slot, didn't play a lot in press. And so I think this is a thing that we have to talk about when it comes to these safeties. Like, everyone wants Nick Immanwori.
Right.
And like, some of these bigger guys just aren't that guy. So it'll be interesting to see how they play, especially given how they played with, their two really good corners. They had Trevon Moehrig play last year.
Honestly, I thought Wheatley's best trait was his deep range ability.
Exactly.
So like, it's, do you want to take a guy that just moves and, oh baby, Justin Jolly going to,
I like it.
Phil Emery loved Justin Jolly. Loved Justin Jolly. Which is interesting that he goes to Denver, because they already have a player that kind of fits that mold.
And Evan Ingram,
yeah,
who's 30. I don't know how old.
I just wonder if that means Evan Ingram's time is coming to an end, which is quite possible, because Justin Jolly's thing is that he is just athletic. Like, he's not a big dude, but he's 6'3", 241 pounds. But he's got great hands. He's dynamic as all hell. And he is like at his peak, Justin Jolly is about as athletic as you would expect. So like, what like in terms of like on field metrics, like balance and explosion and speed, like he was near the top at his peak. So he is a guy that I think could be a great steal here. Then Jager Burton goes to the Green Bay Packers.
Hey, oh no! I said that on Washington.
So,
but man, did I mention this on Bill Michaels? I got Rich or Rick. Like, feel free to tell me like what you're. And again, I thank you so much for watching and engaging with us. And it's excellent that they came from Bill Michaels too, because like those are probably our favorite guys.
They're the best.
Jager Burton was like one of my favorite players on the road. It was like eye-turning the way that he could run zone schemes, and they pulled him a little bit too at the Shrine Bowl, which is why I think he's an excellent fit for Matt LaFleur, because he will be a center almost certainly for them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a position that they moved a ton of guys in and around at. He is a little smaller than what they typically have on their team, but like, he rips and runs. And when you go and you look back at like his career and what they discussed, he played guard, he played center, he can do both. I think he's best utilized as center and as a weapon than like a center as like the head of the spear per se.
Yeah, I got you.
And I think that's why I'd prefer him at center than at guard, because he's not going to be like we were discussing with the right pick for the Saints. Like, he's not going to be that massive guard that's just going to like fill up space and prevent interior rushes. Like, you need him to move around. But man, like, he caught my eye, and then we interviewed him, and I wanted to understand, because he has some blue chip traits as well when it comes to, getting off the ball, sustaining. And the way that he talked about it, like, sometimes you get these offensive linemen, they're extremely technical. Sometimes they don't even care and they don't want to talk to you. He's just like, yeah, that's what I do. And I was like, okay, come on now. But anyway, really interesting pick. Technically, like, this is a guy that similar to Kalen Rutledge, I was like, why do people not really like this guy? Like, 179 ends up moving up after the Shrine Bowl. Earlier in the year, like, I'm talking about pre-combine, we're talking about a guy who on the consensus big board was in the 400s.
Right.
So real combine riser as well, because he ran a 640. And he comes from that Kentucky team, like we said, that has a lot of guys on it. I would love the pick.
I knew you were going.
One of my guys.
What? Honestly, I just thought that it was Justin Jolly and then Jager Burton just going back to back there.
Yeah,
and Zeke Wheatley, like a bunch of guys that we like. Now the Niners are up.
It has to be a reach because the last one wasn't, right? We're going 1 for 1. 1 for you, 1 for me.
Yeah, this is a reach. I don't know how big of a reach, but I think it's a reach. I don't have the consensus big board up, but I would imagine it is.
Jane Duggar. I actually do like this pick. Shrine Bowl guy. As a long, lanky, skinny linebacker. Gotta love him.
Where was he on the big board?
I mean, like he's a Shrine Bowl guy, so he's like a top 300 guy.
That's always the case.
I'm almost positive. Let me double check for you because I want to make sure.
You would say that's the case? That was the case.
He was a guy who I considered talking about on the evaluation as someone who just like had the like type of thing that you like, the type of approach you want to see. There were weird reports about his weight, like, oh, he's 6'4", 200 pounds, and then he weighed in at like 235, and I'm like, you weren't playing at 235, buddy. I've been there. So like, let me get his name up real quick. Yeah, 313. So you're right. So he's like barely top 300.
Yeah.
284 on the evaluator boards. So this is indeed quite a reach. I do think that there's probably outsized demand because like he has like the modern linebacker body, and if we're talking about Sonny Styles as being like a former safety type guy, like that's kind of the mold for Duggar minus a lot, right?
Yeah. Oh, then Devontae Capehart going out here to Tampa Bay.
So we're starting to see like not as many interior defensive linemen come off.
But another guy that our scouts thought could be a rotational player.
Yeah. Like that was like a weird strength of this draft, was that the interior defensive linemen
just not the top.
Just not at the top, exactly, which is like really unique.
Yeah, like again, and what does he have that we all talk about? Lateral range.
Yeah. So
Jam has lateral range.
One step back to Jane Duggar. Like I was talking about in the ether, I want to put numbers on it. 98th percentile in terms of tackling, like he doesn't miss tackles. And then also he was a quality player, like a quality 88th percentile player, like not in where I want to see it in the top 25, but like a quality player in zone coverage. And so I think you have Raheem Morris coming in, and Raheem Morris utilized a bevy of off-ball linebackers last year with the Falcons, whether it was Caden Ellis, Divine Diablo, Jalen Walker. You can throw in James Pierce there if you want to. Like those multiple guys is what Raheem typically likes to see. And you have a team that is going to have Mikael Williams. You're going to have Nicky Bosa coming off the edge. So you want to have versatile guys who are going to play zone coverage. And I don't think it's tough to say he'll start. Like I think D Winters had an okay year last year. I hope Fred's healthy because like this is a whole another defense when Fred's healthy. But it's an interesting pick, and I don't hate it, but it is indeed 150 pick reach.
It is a reach, as you thought it would be. So the Lions are up. We're now getting to the point where we can. Oh, Seth, this is pretty good. This has been a. Question for you there. Do you think the Eagles pick overpaid for Grenard?
We were discussing this today in a group of data scientists and scouts.
A bunch of nerds.
And it was basically like, if you could have Jalen Phillips on your team right now or Jonathan Grenard on your team right now, who would you prefer? And I thought deeply about it. And I realized that Grenard had like the 12.5 sack season, the 10 sack season his first 2 years. But like the reason the Texans gave him up is because he didn't really finish plays. And then last year he struggled to finish plays as well, which like, whatever. Like Lindsay did an excellent piece on the evaluation about like pressure actually decreasing EPA. And there are questions about it. And it's just like Phillips came into that Eagles defense and like was an all-pro. And so on a down-and-down basis, I'm substantially more scared about Phillips. Do I think they overpaid for him given his age? No. Like $25 million for a pass rusher is not bad. Like, isn't Trey Hendrickson getting around that? And Trey Hendrickson struggled with injury last year and doesn't provide much at all in the run game. Now, Trey Hendrickson is a defensive player of the year, but like I trust in last year's production of Grenard a little bit more than I do of Hendrickson's just because of the injury stuff. By the way, we're getting Justin Jolly up on the screen, mossing people. So I don't think they overpaid for him. And I don't think there was any better way to get an edge rusher. And I think they utilized their draft capital correctly.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm not really hating on it at all.
All right, let's.
Lions at a cornerback, Keith Abney from Arizona State.
Oh, nice.
This is just like an interesting position for Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, where it's like you have cornerbacks who you have spent money on and you spent draft capital on, and they just have not worked out. And some of them can't stay on the field. And so, like, how do you backstop that, given that you want to stick to your evaluation to a certain degree? And I think this is a good way to.
Yeah, Abney was first team All Big 12, 7 in man coverage, but like overall, like pretty solid production grades, regular coverage grades, hands. Like this is a good player, and the scouts also thought this kid could be a solid rotational piece. Like I think he was. What was happening on the consensus? I think he was decent in the consensus, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think this is like he was like in the 60s.
Yeah, so this is a great pick.
Yeah, so he's and to be clear, the Lions like rarely do that. So there's clearly something in this profile that's a little off the table that we don't really know. Pretty good in yards per coverage snap. Pretty good in EPA allowed per coverage snap. Not a massively targeted player. So like in the things that you want to see, he's very good, and he was considered to be very high. So top 100 player that they end up getting in 150, 157.
Sam, I'm interested because you came up a very different way than most data scientists, most people, honestly, in general.
Yeah.
Take me through the evaluation process of Sam Bruchhaus. Like, how do you go about from step one to the final? How do you go about doing that?
So the evaluation process for this particular role as a draft analyst that is a data science based is a little different than the way I would do it if I was a team guy. And it's definitely different than I would do it if it was like a true personnel player. And so I'll take you through like what I do in particular. And it is, first off, I want my processes good by the end of the year. I want to be quantifying the right things. I want some indication of what's important. And moreover, I'm tracking the consensus heavily as the season ends, because the people who are watching closely during the season, I tend to trust a little bit more. And I also want to know who's a combine riser and who's a combine faller, because the data of it shows that typically combine risers underperform, and combine fallers, and really like guys who fall right after the end of the season for reasons that are unknown, typically tend to overperform. So I'm looking very closely at that. As we get into the Senior Bowl season, I'm trying to figure out who's going to matter. And that gets whittled down. And this is a really key point that when I try to model this out, I think. And like there's a bunch of touchstones of things that can threshold who we care about and who we could consider drafting. There's 1,000 people in the Shrine Bowl 1,000. There's like 500 on the Senior Bowl stuff. Then those go down to the Shrine Bowl and Senior Bowl invites. Who was invited to the Senior Bowl? Who was invited to the Shrine Bowl? Who's going to the Hula Bowl? Who from that are the 300 that are getting invited to the Combine? Do you check all those boxes? What generally happens with those guys? What happens at what positions with those guys? Are we generally right in who the best 300 guys that teams want to see going to the Combine are? But these are all just like check boxes. Once we get to that position, then we're switching to true draft capital team needs and where people are settling. And should they settle there? So like the big one this year was the wide receivers. Like Carnell Tate rose up after the season, ends up getting drafted 4. That's higher than I would have expected. Mekhi Lemon, the guys who really watched, really loved him. He fell, then rose, then fell, then rose, then he ends up falling in the draft. Tyson remained pretty much where he would have been. Maybe a slight fall as compared to last year where people thought he was going to be the number 2 or 3 pick. But like Tyson maintained despite a lot of this. Right. And so there's a lot of that job, which is like take the names and the faces off and like to a certain degree, understand the stats are going to have a 20 to 30% error rate. And so you got to grade the process. And that's what I really think I bring. When it comes to prospect evaluation, here's how I would do it. From a data perspective and utilizing your scouts as a member of your data arm and integrating them together. I think you have the scouts define what they don't think you can see. And then throughout the season or throughout the off season, really, when they're in the building, but they're not necessarily like on the road, You are helping them define what they need to check against, if that makes sense. So I want to know how many explosive plays this player has. But I'm going to Eastern Washington. I've really never seen this player play. Like, what plays should I be like, okay, 2 explosive plays in the game I watched in person or in the practice I watched? I want to define those roles, and then they go get the stuff that I can't do, because there's a lot of it. There's 50% of it that I can't do. That I, meaning the numbers and the short game.
Right.
I want them to write that out in grand detail, and I want to use that, and I want them to give me 3 things. I want them to give me where they would feel comfortable picking them, because that allows me to check them on the draft curve, what their ceiling is and what their floor is. And I can start building distributions off of those 3 stuff. So that way, if you think Jordan Tyson's ceiling is, or let's talk Mekhi Lemon. If you think his ceiling is Amon-Ra St. Brown, that's an all-pro. I can put a number to that.
Right.
And I can start checking everything that you said in your scouting report against every other all-pro. If you say I'd feel comfortable taking him in the first round, okay, I know that you think this player, if this player makes under $15 million or under $20 million on a second contract, we failed as an evaluation group. And I want to know his floor for the same reason as the ceiling. And really, you could probably do without the floor, honestly. I could probably project out the floor because the floor is not on the roster. Or with a first-round pick, like, we know what the general floor is. I can probably do that with the data. And you want your guys projecting up, not down.
Although I do think the floor from a scout is important, because like if it's like, hey, this dude has character issues, this guy has like a serious medical history, like he might not make a roster.
Yeah. And so when we talk about these 8s and these 9s, like the way that I think of them and the way that like I have to think about them, because I'm grading, like I'm evaluating how well we're doing, because I'm a data scientist and that's who does that work, is like, okay, we had a 8.0 inside backer grade on Arvell Reese.
Mm-hmm.
That means that we think he's going to be Roquan Smith. He's going to be the best. There's a potential that any given year in the first 3 years, the first 5 years, he's going to be the best linebacker in the league. It's a high bar.
Yeah, it's a very high bar.
But I need to know where you take him. You take him at 1, you take him at 5. Great. Okay, now I understand what needs to happen. But I also need an edge rusher grade as well, because that's the reason why you take him as 1. And so there's all these elements of the ways I do it. But I think what I'm trying to get at here is all from a data perspective, I'm trying to look at is process. And I think a lot of the times we look at analytical evaluation as scouting, as he has this, so he must be this. I don't think that's the case. I think it is adding process to what the scouts are doing. It's delineating bars and distributions. It's making decisions based off those.
And how do you evaluate your process when it's all done?
Yeah.
So it's like how many years do you need to post draft to evaluate the process you currently have? Or do you feel like in the moment things you can fix?
I think you can grade the process without the result, which is like, how far were we reaching? How much draft capital do we spend? What's our draft capital allocation for the past 3 years? How has it turned out in the last 2 years with regards to what we did this year? So a lot of that you can grade immediately after, but because the distributions on all these players are so wide,
mm-hmm.
you have, like, you're making bets.
Yeah.
So you have to evaluate the bets too. With regards to the players and the scouting system and the way that you're describing and delineating, it takes a while. I'd say it takes 3 to 5 years. Now, you can do it in a 1 year radius, but like if Jaden Daniels was almost the MVP his first season, then gets hurt 2 years after, and you had an injury grade on him, that's on you. And so there's elements in which, and there's so many different ways to do it. It's difficult to get a WAR figure or a plus minus figure in football to stabilize even over 2 or 3 years. So like, it's difficult to do it as it's happening. It's difficult to get real valuation of it. So you use your second contract as proxies, but we talked about it in length, the running backs are actually providing way more value on their first, second, and third contracts. It's just the problem is like that value is in the run game, and they're getting paid less because they're unpredictable and they have short lifespans, short NFL lifespans.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of talking and hubbub, but when it comes down to it, It's how do we make the best observations? How can I improve the observations I'm making? And how can I make it more translatable to technology or translatable to humans? And I think that's like a big hurdle that people have to get in, given that we sit in a room and make presentations. Because if I make a presentation to you over Joshua Joseph's and you haven't eaten and we've been in there for 6 hours, you're not, I could say he's the best player on earth and stand on the table, do handstands and cartwheels, and you're not going to think that he's a good player because you're sick and tired of doing this. And you're going to think better of the class of players who are on another thing. And it's the same way on the analytics side. Like, you could tell me that a player has all these blue chip traits, and if I'm a scout and I just got off the road, I'm not going to want to listen to you. I just did all this hard work.
Yeah.
The cleaner that we can communicate it, whether that's in technology, where I think the way that LLMs are trending, you can, if you're using extremely descriptive language, and this is where I kind of push back on the scouts, where it's like good, very good, best. Like, those mean things to you, but those are just like dots. Like, I need you to be extremely descriptive so that I can hand this to an LLM and trace it back to the film, and also understand what words are important.
Right.
So like if I'm saying Jagger Burton shows, and again, like some of this I can quantify, some of this I can't, but Jagger Burton shows excellent hand placement, particularly when he is pulling to the left side. I could get some of that. I could get like, okay, maybe there was higher EPA when he pulled to the left side, but I can't say, okay, why? Because he has great hand placement. So then we can start saying, okay, centers who pull,
right,
which we can quantify. It really doesn't matter if they're fast. It matters where their hands go. And I'm just making up a scenario here. But that's like what I think, a long answer, but that's what I think the evaluation is. That's where I think it's going. And that's where I think it should be in the future. And it's a lot of old school stuff with new school tech, which I think is why Sumer's on the bleeding edge of this.
No, I agree. My wife just actually goes, is Sam doing this with no drink or snack? And I was like, yes, Sam is doing this with no drink or snack. I'm very, very impressed. And also, Alex, let Livy watch whatever she wants. It's totally okay. Thanks for watching, dude. The whole process of evaluation, I think, is a fascinating thing. I really do.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
Running back Emmett Johnson to Kansas City.
Oh yes. Okay. Well, actually, okay. Before we get back to this conversation, there's a couple things that happened. Michael Taft went to
safety from Texas.
Went to Miami.
Really interesting process.
Eric Stokes liked him. He said, he's not flashy athlete, but he's smart and he's got good hands. AP third team All-American. Max Bredesen, the fullback. There are still fullbacks in the league going to Kansas City.
Wow. They in the past they've used fullbacks as they had Carson Steele, for example.
Yeah, he'll play by that.
Yeah.
Like he'll play some sort of thing like that. And then yes, Emmett Johnson here going. I like Emmett Johnson a lot. I thought to me he was the next running back after the two Notre Dame guys. Second team All-American, really good hands. Is John Izek, who runs our football operations staff, former Jets general manager, said he was a determined runner. He's a gamer, and I agree with Bossman there. He is like, from a receiving standpoint, very, very good, and also like pretty solid yards of the catch, and also yards of the contact and outside zone, outside running ability. This is a really good player, a guy that I thought may have been taken in day 2. Really excited about that pick in day 5 in round 5.
Here was the thing that came out, which we covered Emmett Johnson in the evaluation, is that he was immensely successful on third downs. On gotta have it downs, he was immensely successful. And that's why I immediately wanted to flag it to you, because what have the Chiefs excelled at doing over time? Getting in short third and fourth down situations, converting them. And last year, it still wasn't fantastic, but Andy Reid started going for more of the fourth down conversions. And that's the reason why Kareem Hunt is like a viable running back in this league, because he's able to convert those scenarios. So I think this is an excellent fit, Emmett Johnson. What was interesting, though, is like they have not had explosive plays. They had Kenneth Walker in. So now you have kind of a crowded running back room that I think they'd prefer to have, given that they're throwing a lot anyway. They want to keep them fresh. And so I think you kind of have the way I view this pick is it's like the Kareem Hunt. We're getting a young, cheap Kareem Hunt.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is great. Then Chandler Rivers goes. The previous pick, I think, was to Baltimore. Just make sure I'm. Another, two-time All ACC player, All American corner, good hands. Scouts thought he could be a starter at the next level. Again, we're finding guys that have starting caliber grades picked in the 160s.
Yeah, Chandler Rivers going to Baltimore, I think, is a good fit, particularly for the Jesse Minter defense, number one. And number two, this was a team that over the past 2 years has really, really struggled with their cornerback depth. And we debated when we were putting together the graphics and planning, like whether that was a true need of theirs. I thought it was a true need of theirs. They get a player that I think will outperform his draft position here.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
And then another pick. I mentioned Stephen F. Austin.
Yes,
I mentioned Southern Conference. Charles Dimmings, who I think is probably the highest. Proctor was the highest FCS defender, I think, that went. Dimmings was another guy who was considered solidly in that group.
Yeah. I still, again, like I'm a little blown away by how many quality players there are this late in the draft. Jaguars are now up, pick 164. This is going to be an interesting draft to look back on, honestly, and see how teams, which teams had. Again, I agree with you when we talk about day one, day two, like which teams have the analytical process, because I think that's going to stand out on this. Let's take a look at the Jaguars real quick before they make their pick. We had O-line, running back, and linebacker as positions of needs for them. They have taken, as of this moment, as I pull it up, a tight end.
Another one?
No, not right now. I'm saying what they've taken so far. A defensive lineman, a guard, a safety, an edge, and a tight end. So they have addressed one of the needs we had on there for them. They have a bunch more picks left. They have this one, the fifth, and they have 2 6 and 3 7s. So they got some capital here. I'm sure they would like to have Emmett Johnson. That just got taken because their running back right now is Chris Rodriguez and Tootin, and that's it. Of like
Chris Rodriguez, all-time EPA per rush guy, though.
Yes, and then offensive line. See, Ezra Cleveland's very good. Patrick McCarry's had like flashes of great play, and linebacker. I like Olokun and Miller, but they could definitely use a bit of an upgrade. Let's see who they do here.
The Jaguars are just such an interesting team. Because I trust in their offense pretty much at this point. Like maybe they need a little bit of offense line help, but like they have one of the better pass catching units in the league. You say you don't believe in Chris Rodriguez and Bashal Tootin. I think they're fine with that group. And they have a top 3 play caller, I'd say, or top 5 play caller at least, in Liam Cohen. The problem is like, how good is that defense really? Actually, I was talking to a friend of the show, JJ Jansen, long snapper for the Carolina Panthers, and he was like saying that the defense, when it came down to it, the defense was nasty. By the way, they did pick a tight end.
So they picked 2 tight ends.
Yeah, so they picked Tanner Koziol from Houston, who was, when we're talking about like a guy who was like an offense, like he was kind of their offense last year.
Again, rare 10 hands for Tanner Koziol. And this goes back to a conversation that you and I were having yesterday about how many tight ends you carry into the season, right? Like they have Brenton Strain and Hunter Long. Like now, and then they just drafted 2 more tight ends. Like it seems like every team's gonna be carrying at least 4.
Yeah. It's a big change.
And like dressing for
it. It seems as if like that's just the direction we're going with tight ends and edge rushers for whatever reason. And I guess the question becomes like, where are you carrying less guys? Potentially at the cornerback position, like the true cornerback position, maybe.
Less receivers.
Carry
5 instead of 6.
Yeah. I mean, like that just seems risky, man.
Is it? If you're only playing 11 half the time. Also, you can carry 6, but like you might only dress 5.
Yeah, that's fine. For context, like talking about him, Koziol being the whole offense, 26% target share, 2.2 yards per out run as a tight end, and he was lining up at tight end. in that Slade Nagel offense. And not for nothing, like inside baseball here, Slade Nagel, like offense coordinator at Tulane, utilized 12 personnel a lot. And that's like the thing that he did, came up as a tight ends coach, former quarterback at McNeese.
Yeah, no, this is we didn't talk about the Tyree Wilson trade that much. So let's hit that real quick for the New Orleans Saints. The Saints, let's pull up the team needs here
well, I mean, like I can give it to you. The discussion pre-draft was like,
go ahead.
This draft will dictate like what we do with Kamara and Cam Jordan. Like that was a statement that was made, I believe. And I think like the direction that this team was going was from like the 4-2-5 team, like the long-term 4-2-5 team that did play 4-3, and they had that sandback position that bred a lot of excellent middle linebackers in Caden Ellis and Zach Bond. Caden Ellis returning to the Saints. But moving into like the more Staley, Fangio tree, etc. scheme requires you to have some of these like bigger bodies, and that's who Cam Jordan was last year. And so I wondered what this does mean for Cam Jordan, because Tyree Wilson is a bigger body that I think will end up playing that kind of 4-eye position. I think they'll line him up on the edge as well, but now they have an edge group that includes Tyree Wilson. It includes Chase Young, breakout player who was finally healthy last year, had a sick year. Carl Granderson, who's been consistently a top 40 edge rusher in the league. And you continue building out with, you have Brazee, who had a 9-sack season 2 years ago, who can kind of play that little 4-eye, maybe 3-tech, depending on what you're doing position. And I believe they attacked the defensive tackle position as well in the draft. Christian, so Miller. Another guy who kind of can play that hybrid defensive tackle line position. And so they're just building out a very, very versatile defensive line, which is another trend of this draft. Another thing I want to mention, pick up Nick Singleton, running back to the Titans. And look, we argued and argued and argued and argued and argued and argued. And I love the argument because it's a crux of the draft about the Jeremiah Love pick.
Yes.
The Titans were the one that were expected to get Jeremiah Love. Nick Singleton was considered to be, I wouldn't say in the Jeremiah Love zone, but he was considered to be one of the best running backs in the nation 2 years ago. And they're able to get.
What happened with that, by the way?
The Penn State fell apart, dude. And I think he got banged up. The quarterback got hurt, and it was just like, we're going to stop this guy. We're going to stop the two running backs from Penn State, who both, now only one has been selected. Both potentially could have been Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love this year. The bet here is that Nick Singleton's real player profile with the Tennessee Titans and Brian Daboll is better than, what it was at Penn State when that team fell apart. And you can get that type of player in the 4th round. So there's a real chance that between Pollard and Tajay and Nick Singleton, they have a very functional room.
Yeah.
Particularly given the investments they made at the wide receiver position.
Scouts gave him a rotational grade.
Yeah.
And
what was his grade last year? If you scroll down,
I didn't check. I have him on a spreadsheet. But like, John is commented on his size and speed combo being 220 pounds and a pretty good speed. Again, going back to the problem is like he just peaked so much earlier. Like, he was a second team all Big 10, in 2022. That is a long time ago. So I this is one of those guys where the floor ceiling conversation is interesting.
Definitely.
Because the ceiling is probably where you thought he'd be 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Or 3 years ago. And the floor is, now what it is now. But if he plays like he did in 22, solid running back.
Definitely. And I think another element here, just like trying to explain the pick, because I got to say the Titans have been doing like a very interesting and unique job of how they've drafted this class. Really, we had him as like a 4-5 guy. I think he ended up being at the pro day like a 4-4 guy.
Mm-hmm.
So not like the speediest. It's just an interesting concept that this was a guy that was rated extremely highly, and now he's not, and they're able to get him at cost. And if this works out for him, this is a true proof of kind of like what the Titans did here, which was go with, obviously Love wasn't on the board, but they go with Carnell Tate.
Right. No, I agree with you. We are, actually, I was going to say going into the 5th round. We are not. We still have a lot of picks in the 5th round. 5th round goes until pick 181. And Keyshawn Elliott, linebacker from Arizona State, was taken by the Bears. Sam, you got any notes on Elliott?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like interesting about how the Bears are going to approach this defense. We talked about the Jaguars and the Bears more greatly, but it's just like you get these turnover based defenses, and like you just can't approach them as if they're like the best team in the world. And so Keyshawn Elliott, they get basically add value at he's 145 in the consensus, and like you just have to continue evaluating your positional importance and your positional need. This is an athletic guy that they're bringing into a system that operated virtually with a front seven that was very porous last year. And I think linebacker is one of the positions, much like running back, where in rounds 3, 4, and 5, like you're hoping that guy can play a lot of downs for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this is a long-term good investment for a defense that should be in flux and seems to be in flux the way the Bears are approaching it.
The Bills pick is coming up. The Lions are now technically on the clock. I want to look at the Lions real quick. We had them for offensive line, corner, and defensive back. Obviously, their left tackle retired kind of out of kind of solidly.
Which they, I mean, they sort of addressed.
Yeah.
I mean, like
I'm just saying
what
what happens. Like, and then corner and edge. Again, Aiden Hutchinson, one of the best edges in the game, if not the best edge in the game, but like he needed someone alongside him. It was kind of just Peyton Turner. And then corner, they had DJ Reed and Terry Arnold and Roger McCurry, but like they needed somebody else. So far, they get Blake Miller, who's going to start left tackle. Derek Moore addressing the edge. They did Jimmy Roller as well for linebacker, and then Keith Abney for the corner. So they've attacked every
position
need. And I think they got, they needed 2 starters.
Pretty much everyone was at value. You could say Blake Miller was a little bit of a reach, but it was like, okay, he's a tackle.
Yeah.
At that
so
position.
how do you feel about Detroit so far? Like, I think this is a good job by Detroit.
Detroit's always interesting because we talk about having a different way of approaching the draft. Like, they have a very unique way of approaching the draft where they're always like kind of clustered correctly, except for in the middle rounds. And then they'll like take just like shots at guys to a certain degree. So like Isaac Tisla comes up from last year where it's like, they like wanted a big athletic guy that could potentially be a third wide receiver alongside Jamo and alongside Amon-Ra. And like he made some cool plays, but like the jury's out. And then like the Sione Vaki pick came up where it's like, this dude's going to be a killer for us in special teams. And he might play running back and he might play safety for us. And he's a good special teams player for him. He's played a little bit of running back. He's played a little bit of safety for him. So they just like have a weird way. I don't want to call it weird. They just have an interesting way of looking at these things. And so I think it seems to me to a certain degree that they've taken like a little bit more standard approach here. Where it's like, we're going to take kind of guys at the zones that they should be, and we're going to address positions that we kind of need. And I kind of have to like the approach to a certain degree. Like, I think the big issue here is there hasn't been a swing on anyone yet. And I guess you could call Blake Miller the swing, but like Blake Miller was a guy that was considered in like the Will Campbell minus realm, where it's like, yeah, he's a starter at the college level. He can start for you, and he's going to be one of the best offensive linemen in college.
One of the fallers from yesterday, Jane Kilgore, just went to Buffalo. 6'1", 210, 2-time second team all SEC. Good hands for a safety. He was a guy that, again, hands were great. Like, he's had good hands his entire career. Solid coverage grades, nothing amazing, but solid grade. But this guy was supposed to go in day 2, like solidly in day 2, and we're getting him almost in the middle of day 5 of round 5. Like, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, a pretty decent tester. I think an interesting portion that potentially could have led to his fall is like, we didn't really love his tracking stuff. And I think there's like an interesting thing that comes up, particularly with safeties, where it's like, why? Like why? Like on that, if you're watching on ESPN, they just showed a play where he was like beat and it was a bad throw. And so it's like, is he truly that fast when he's playing? And if not, why not? And so I'm just trying to explain the fall perhaps, but all things considered, you with these fallers, typically like there's a range in which when they're falling, they're not going to really like play up to the level. And I think for better or worse, like we have to consider if that's the case with Kilgore.
They just show the Giants war room on NFL Network, who they haven't picked yet today. They picked in the 6th round. The guy to the left there was former All-Pro Chris Snee, who's lost he's got to be easily 100 pounds. One of the nicest dudes.
So
could block you into the dirt if you want to. Dude, though.
We talked about Isaac Tisla,
Mm-hmm.
Kendrick Law, who just went. Expected 40-yard dash score at 99th percentile in our entire database. Like we very rarely do we predict guys to like have crazy 40s. We like have him as like a 4.3 guy. Now he didn't like run a crazy 40. He's a 4.45 guy, but excellent broad jump, literally insane vert jump, 99th percentile in the combine, 21 reps on the bench press. So this dude's like just like a like a weird freaky athlete at wideout.
Yeah.
And it's just like so interesting what they value. And this is like about at consensus for them.
Yeah,
he's
value as well for him. Like that, this makes sense. This is a good pick.
But it's a guy that they clearly love and they will use strangely. And what's most interesting to me is that they have like Drew Penning coming in as their quarterback, their offensive coordinator. And will life look different than like the standard Campbell BJ stuff? Maybe, but like that's Campbell. Like I think people really disregard the element to which that's Dan Campbell's offense. That's his play set.
Yeah.
And like to a certain degree, Ben Johnson's stuff looks so cool because Dan Campbell, despite being like the big kind of brutish guy that he is like a tinkerer on offense. And he tinkers with the blocking schemes and he tinkers with the routes and he tinkers with how they're utilizing folks. And so like you see an excellent play that closed out the Ravens game where they ran a wishbone play that was a handoff speed option. That's like a Dan Campbell play. So this is a guy who I think will be used properly. Michael Keaton looking great.
How did they convince Michael Keaton to come out for day 3? How's that not a day 2 selection?
Maybe he just loves the Steelers.
Dude's a sicko like
I
all
could be
of
the
us.
president of the United States if they told me to come announce the Saints pick. I'd do it. I don't care if it's on day 3.
That's fair, I guess.
You just don't love the Giants enough, Stopsky.
I work for them.
It's true.
They don't pay a whole lot.
So, yeah, we have another tight end going off the board. Like, this is getting to be nuts. He's 223 in the consensus. Indiana, Riley Nowatzki, Novakovsky. Riley Novakovsky. Interesting.
This one is interesting to me. I don't think he's a great player by really any stretch. Again, he's second team All Big Ten. 6'2", 250, which is small for a tight end. Like he would have been a fullback if this was 1997.
Yeah. Around 10% target share, 1.8 yards per route run, which 1.8 for a tight end is actually
not that athletic. He's okay at routes, but like scouts saw him as a backup. I also think that's probably right. Consensus big board had him pretty low.
And he goes to the Steelers, who have like a good number of tight ends. I do wonder if this is like Hunter Lepke.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like the pick.
No, I don't.
Again, like this is a reach. Like, and at this point, we're just like saying player and fit. How are they going to get on the field?
100%. Like,
do the Browns take Cole Payton right here?
No.
Would you be intrigued? Would you be moved?
I would be.
They don't. By the way,
tears.
Just a heads up. Another tight end came off the board.
What?
Yeah, I like this pick. And again, this is a pick in true form that is at consensus 158 to 170.
I like this pick more than I like the last pick. Like 6'5", 247, 2-time All Big 12 in the last 2 years. scouts have a backup grade on him. Royer's, again, not like that athletically gifted, but like he's been productive at Cincinnati. And I think this is, again, a good pick. I'm just shocked that, like, I don't even know what tight end we're on right now. So it's like tight end 13.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is a thing that I identified about 2 years ago and was really excited about, was like the idea that teams just were trotting out wide receivers in 11 personnel because Sean McVay did a lot, and we're just kind of like not reaping the potential benefits of looking like you were going to run. And I think at some point this is going to like reach a tipping point where it's tough, right? Because it's like, okay, if all the good teams are going to trot out 12 and 13, 22 personnel and then just throw, like, you want to go dime, but you don't want to get ran on. But then at the same time, like, you're probably fine if you do get ran on. And the best defensive coordinators are like, sweet.
Yeah.
Now, the best defense coordinators also tend to have really good talent, but like, look at Brian Flores, for example. Like, there's questions about his linebackers. There's questions about his safeties and cornerbacks. Like, there are questions about his defensive tackles.
So I just looked up where I think we're on tight end 14 now.
Sure.
And if you include Preston, who's a fullback, but like could easily be listed as a tight end here, we'd be at 15. Just looking at the numbers, like an average of like 15 tight ends come out of each draft, but we still have almost 100 picks left.
Yeah,
like this is, we might hit 20.
Yeah,
and nuts.
And just to put the conversation about the tight ends in, like I mentioned yesterday, that Sean McDermott like had a philosophy of, I don't really care, like pass on us, run on us all you want. And for context, like last year they were really, really not very good in the run game. They were second to last. And they were really, really good in the pass game. Like they were tied with the Broncos for best EPA per pass. Where does that end up putting them? Like they were an above average defense.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an extreme example. But I think you just have to start getting more light bodies. And then the problem is like once you start getting more light bodies, like only the best tight ends are going to really make a difference for you. And then we're going to go back to a point in which teams are going to put wide receivers on the field. And so it's like a cycle always. But I'll just be very interested because the true risk, like I think the wide receiver 3 versus tight end 2 conversation in today's world is like you said, I didn't have a great answer for it. Should I put a linebacker on the field or another corner is like it's a much further away discussion. I think we're like 3 years away from that changing.
I think, I mean, just from the research I've done, basic research, I would rather have a better tight end 2 than a receiver 3, but I don't care about my linebacker 3. Like I like that. Like I shouldn't be touching him. You're running with 6 defensive backs now.
Yeah, and
that's really where it is. And the nickel position, which I don't know if we've done enough research on.
Well, to be clear, I don't think there's enough sample really.
Well, I think just like over time.
Yeah, but like
I think the body type has changed over time.
And I think that's true. But here's what I'm saying is like in as early as 5 years ago, nickel was only ran on like third down.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, but the nickel corner, like the position of nickel corner, right? Not the nickel coverage, or the nickel personnel grouping, used to be a smaller 5'9", 5'10", 180-pound slot guy.
Yeah.
You are now seeing big freaking dudes, like guys who used to play box safety are now playing slot, are now playing nickel.
Yeah.
And I think the position has just completely changed from what it used to be. Kind of like how, slot receiver used to just be short guys.
Yeah.
And now it's like slot receiver is it's an area to move your receiver to.
And it could be a tight end.
Yeah. It's like the slot, the area of slot on the field is like less of a position for me and more just like a spot to do something, right? To put someone somewhere. Because we've seen I remember like when AJ Green lined up at the slot for Cincinnati for a couple times, and like he killed it in there. Like Julio Jones killed it from the slot.
Well, it's hard. The guy's got a two-way go now.
Yeah. Just saying, like, but the position of slot of nickel corner, I think, has just completely changed. Where the reason why you run 6 defensive backs is because like your box safety is better than your third linebacker. Like you want Brian Branch on the field. Like you want Kyle Hamilton on the field. Like you want Caleb Downs on the field.
Right.
Like you don't need third linebacker on the field. And also it gives you more versatility. You can play against the run with a guy like Caleb Downs.
Well, and I think like if we really break down why we had to adjust for the slot corners is that is a very up and down position that you can put on the line and can have impact as an edge rusher, can have impact as a linebacker, and can have impact as a safety. And it's really the only position that can do so.
Yeah.
And so when I think there's like a real case that teams that are just optimizing to have great slot cornerbacks, or even if you want to go one, like there were periods of time, and like I came up watching the Saints and they happened to be good, and they happened to send a bunch of people throughout the league, whether they were head coaches or defensive coordinators or offensive coordinators. And there would be times where DeMario would be the middle linebacker. And the reason I say this, because I want to draw the parallel to the Seahawks, who have no real like tree touching. And they would have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on the field, Bradley Roby on the field, the two corners, and Marcus Williams and Malcolm Jenkins. And so, like, it would just be a ton of safeties. And so, like, when you watch a team like the Rams last year trot 4 safeties out every play, and you watch a team like the Seahawks just be like, nah, we're good. We're sticking him and Warren Witherspoon out here. And you know what? We might put another corner, another safety out there too, because we think you can't run.
Yeah.
And even if you can run, we don't think you can do it successfully over time. I think there's a real argument that like that's a new position in a way that even slot wide receiver isn't a new position. And maybe the Alontae Taylor kind of, and Petrie more like, I'm gonna come up and swing my baseball bat and try to kill you. But I'm only 6'6" and I can run.
Yeah.
Is the mold, or maybe I'm a 6'4" rangy, lighter guy like Kyle Hamilton and Eamon is the mold, and Derwin James kind of in the middle of that, but I'd put him more on the Hamilton and Eamon side than on the other side. But like I think it's a true different position that's arising, and we need to start quantifying it as such.
Well, you think about it, like just like looking at the All Pro list, like this was only the third year where slot was an option. Mm-hmm. So like it is very new.
Yeah, that's an excellent indicator as well.
So like there's not even a position for a slot receiver in the AP voting. So,
and hey, look, excellent pick to talk about this about. So the Saints just picked Lorenzo Styles.
Yes,
who I watched play wide receiver at Notre Dame.
Yeah, he's had a career.
And I went to double check his numbers because I was going to try to, as a joke, reference his wide receiver numbers at Notre Dame. And then I remembered, like, it's hard to everything with this Ohio State defense is going to be hard, especially when we're talking about fifth round picks. But because there's a legitimate case that like Arvell Reese last year did not have as big of an impact on the game as Lorenzo Styles. And like, that's not a talent.
Elaborate.
Thing. Well, they had an extremely, extremely diverse scheme that is very rare in college. They had just a sick amount of talent.
They always do.
And I think it's like I'm positing this as like a hot take about the Styles Reese stuff, but like I think it's fairly down board to say that Sonny Styles, Downs, and Caden McDonald had a bigger impact on that defense than Arvell Reese. I don't think that's like a crazy statement at all. In fact, I think it's like a functional statement, and honestly could be used to prop Arvell Reese up because they're just like, oh, we had these 3 crazy guys, and we had this dude that we just moved around because it was fun.
It was just fun.
Yeah, so this is like the 5th or 6th starting guy, but Styles is a converted wide receiver. He ran a 4.27 verified.
Jeff Robinson loves him.
He can line up all over the field, and and like when it really comes down to it, the scouting projection of him is that he's probably better as a nickel. And he's a freak athlete. And the Saints go get him after losing their nickel corner. And they get a guy in that same mold as Alontae, like I was talking about. And it'll be very, very interesting to me if he can take his physical traits and turn them into being a new wave slot cornerback or slot safety.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. I think this is I'm very when we have our time in the summer, which I'm very excited that we're getting close to. I mean, we can kind of do these deep dives and research projects. Like, I'm excited to look into it. Tight end 16 came out the board of Josh Cuevas.
Good Lord.
Who this man has played for forever, 5 years between Cal Poly, Washington, and Alabama. Scouts think,
transfer up guy.
yeah, seriously. Scouts think he could be a backup, 6'3", 245, decent separation ability. He's and like a halfway decent athlete as well. This tight end stuff, man. Like the tight, you know, when we go back later and we start thinking about topics we're going to want to talk about.
Okay, like I want to push back on the half decent athlete stuff because like his size adjusted athletic test is like a 44 out of 100. So it's like,
average
but
athlete.
and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because
average.
Yeah, because we talked about that with Marlon Klein and the Texas A&M tight end that also could build. It's like clearly the tight end Y position, like we are thinking differently than everyone else is about the tight end Y position right now.
Why do you think so?
Why are so many coming off the board?
Well, if you have 2 tight ends now, 3 tight ends now.
But like it seems as if a critical misreading of what is going on.
Okay, so
You
all right, so
understand what I'm
also,
saying?
but here's what I will also say. I think you can find better tight end Ys later in the draft than you can tight end Fs. Like the good receiving tight ends that are like special,
Yeah,
are gone already. Those
But-
guys go in the first 50 picks.
but what I'm trying to say here is it feels like a critical misreading of what was successful this year.
Well, that's always the case. That's
Of like we need more tight ends to block. No, you need more tight ends to pass. Which is like what the like that's the whole we have 8 hours of content featuring
yeah.
Sam Schwartzstein, who's a data science, featuring Christian Foria, who's a tight end,
Yeah.
and featuring
Yeah.
Sean Syed, who watched the film. We'd probably have more if I really thought about it. Featuring people from across the media and across sports and scouts and etc. And like the takeaway that Greg Olson weighed in.
Yeah. No,
And the reason why they're doing this is because they know that teams will get scared and it looks bad when you put out small bodies against big bodies.
Yeah.
And the people who have done it are more successful on defense. And the people who have gotten people to to play more base, shred them in the passing game.
right. But I also think there is a world where like, you know, more play action passes, more 6-man protections.
Can I make another statement too?
What?
If you're going to draft this guy, just go get a left tackle. Look at what the Texans and the Bills have done.
Yeah.
Or then the Lions.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that guy in particular. I'm talking
Yes.
about a tight end, an unathletic tight end Y who you're drafting for blocking purposes and who has never produced in receiving. Am I wrong here? I'd be really
Yeah.
interested in Phil Emery's thoughts on that.
I would too. I don't. I think you're exaggerating a little bit.
Exaggerating about what though?
Like let's go get a left tackle.
I'm dead serious on that.
Well, there's not many of those guys.
Just run 6 offensive linemen. You can still pass, and you have better pass protection.
Linemen? Like 6 good
I
linemen.
mean, like multiple people did this last year at
So-
volume.
So
The Patriots did it at volume. The Bills did it at volume. The Texans did it at volume. The Bills did it
I still
volume
think
2 years ago.
I think a tight end Y. I disagree. We could look. Honestly, I would love to see the difference in EPA between 13 personnel and teams that ran like 2 tight ends with and also with a tight end, or just how many.
Are you
like,
saying within teams?
just in general? Like, I'm not sure how many teams ran. If you
Yeah,
had if you had 3
small
tight ends, you probably ran 3 tight ends,
Yeah.
and not an extra tackle. I'd love to see the difference in that, or the play style, the play calling style in that. I think the tight end Y is important because listen, you do have to run that occasionally just to keep it honest. Not a lot, but a little bit. But you do have to. It's for the passing, but also like play action passes are you're attacking deep on the field, right?
Yeah. Well,
It's-
you don't have to.
You
but
can,
yeah.
but
You're really trying to
so-
get to the middle of the field.
so if let's say you're running 6-man protection,
Just do it with an offensive lineman. You're already running play action.
I like the idea of also having a tight end out there
Why?
because at least it can catch. Probably they have to.
I disagree.
But if
I
your
fundamentally
tight end
disagree.
1 is in the route combination and tight end 2 is a blocking the leak, I think that's probably okay.
The function of a tight end Y,
Yeah.
in theory, would be to get a lighter body on the field that you know you can get in the run game. There's evidence that like there's not really a reason why you would want to do that. Like there was an old adage that Eric used to say of like, when talking about diverse personnel to be exact, but it was more about positionless players. And he's like, I would just prefer a wide receiver to run routes. And I think it's switching
about running backs, right? Like the
Yeah.
receiving running back. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's switching a little bit here. And I realize like I'm making this argument about putting tight ends on the field who, you know, are technically wide receivers are probably better at running routes. But there's like when you throw a running back out on the field as a wide receiver, it's not going to change what type of body the defenses are going to put out there. It's going to fundamentally change the body type if you are running out tight ends.
Yeah.
If I want them to think that I'm running, what is the value of a tight end Y who is never going to run routes over a tackle, over a sixth offensive lineman?
I also wonder. Okay, so here's also where I'll put this. Ready?
And you have better chance for trick plays as well.
The first one is how many linemen are you usually dressing in a game? 7 to 8?
8.
Say 7 to 8, right? Right, hear me out. Even if you're running 12 personnel at a heavy 40%, right? Or let's say if you're using the extra tight end, right? So you're using 40%. God forbid that one of your starters get hurt and that offensive line 6 has to move in. Like you're really screwed.
We've seen that before though. Like the best offensive coordinators in the league are doing it. Like Ben Johnson, I've seen.
You want to put O-line 8 out there?
No, but I'm saying I've seen a game in which Dan Skipper plays left tackle. I've seen a game in which Spencer Brown goes out and they slot someone else in and they just have another tackle playing when they go 6 linemen.
I just think, but they don't run 6 linemen like the same way that like the Rams are running 12. They're running 6 for here and there as you should, but like if 12 is going to be a heavy part of your game plan, where we're talking about like just shy of 50 or like above 30%. I don't know if you want your 6 offensive line playing 40% of the snaps.
No, I agree. And I even think that like the 30% of the time last year was a little extreme.
Right. But I'm saying like if that's the case, like I don't want my offensive lineman running that many snaps. My 6 offensive linemen.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this.
I think you want to put them for 10% of snaps. You want to put them for special situations. You really want to do that. Absolutely, especially if you're a team that runs 12 and like instead of running 13, you're still an offensive lineman out there because 13's only run like 10% of the time anyway. Like that's fine. I'm totally on board with that. But like to say like to swap out a Y for your swing tackle, I think
that's not exactly what I was saying.
What I would do.
I was saying I don't understand why you would draft a tight end Y over expectation. If you're going to do that, just go get another swing tackle.
That's the thing. It's fine as a good swing tackle. It's hard.
Well, I mean, okay, that's fair.
Like that's just there's not many of those guys, and most of all those guys cost decent money. Like a good swing tackle costs $10 million. This Y tight end cost $3 million.
So the Steelers last year, for example, ran a lot of star personnel. But the one that I'm particularly interested in is the Buffalo Bills. This is crazy. Like I'm talking bananas. The Buffalo Bills ran 75 plays of 11 star. So 11 plus an extra lineman, which is basically what we're talking about here. Like we're going to have run 12, but instead of a tight end Y, we're going to have a lineman. 2 years ago, they racked up 14 points of EPA on those plays.
Okay. To give this again, this is out of what?
And they passed on 30% of the plays. So like, it wasn't like they were just like trucking it. Like they were throwing
on 6 lineman plays.
Say it again.
This is on 6 line plays. Give me the numbers again. I'm sorry.
Okay. So 11,
I saw Lee asking if I need a lump.
11 star personnel, and then we'll get to some of these.
Also, always
75 personnel plays. That was 30 more than the next highest. That was 4% higher than what the Panthers ran. They racked up 14 EPA on that, and I wouldn't say it's at volume, but it's getting close to at volume. Like so, they got 2 touchdowns extra. That season, which is potentially the difference between a game, that potentially won in one game. EPA per pass was like over a half of a point per pass. The next highest at volume, and to be clear, the Panthers also were positive per pass, and the Panthers were not great in 2024.
Okay.
Per rush, they were about median, like people were expecting it. So let's fast forward to this year, where the Steelers just committed to this. They ran it not almost 10% of the time, and there could be some personnel diversity and some interesting elements here. Weren't immensely effective in the passing game with it, but I want to focus a little bit more on the Texans, who ran it 60 plays. So everyone identified this as the thing you should probably be doing. Like it went from, there's like now five or six.
The highest percentage though is like what, 10%?
Yeah.
Right. So that's replacing 13 personnel.
Yes.
So I'm fully on board with replacing 13 personnel with extra.
Yeah,
extra
but the people who
linemen.
are running the most 12 personnel are this year were the Browns, who had Njoku and Fannin.
Yeah.
The Falcons, who had Pitts and who was their second?
Is it Warner? No.
Man, I don't know why I'm just like brain farting here. Let's keep moving.
Yes.
The Ravens, who had Andrews and Likely. The Raiders, who had Mayer and Bowers. The Packers, who had Musgraves and Tucker Kraft. Is there a trend emerging here? The Bears, who had Loveland and Komet. The Giants, who had Theo Johnson and who's their other tight end?
Daniel.
Was it a Y?
It was a Y.
Okay. The Seahawks, who it was also a Y. It was one, if Sean would argue, two Ys, but I love AJ Barner. I think he's incredible. And then we start getting in, like, you have to go to the seventh team to start getting into teams who are using Y, which is the Giants.
Bellinger, by the way, for the Giants.
Say it again?
I was Daniel Bellinger for the Giants.
Yeah, Daniel Bellinger. I'll consider the Seahawks. The Cardinals were McBride and Elijah. That was two Fs. The Bengals was a Y sample. The Chiefs were two Fs, Gray and Kelsey. The Eagles were two Fs, Calcaterra. I mean, you could consider Calcaterra a Y, but like they throw to Calcaterra. The Colts, Warren and Mo Alley Cox. Like these are all at least J's at like these are all people who they throw the ball to.
Yeah, but there's definitely within those two a more receiving of the other. Like Michael Mayer is blocking. Like,
come on,
Michael Mayer is not going.
Michael Mayer had 1,500 yards at Notre Dame.
But Michael Mayer is a short intermediate receiver.
There's a true passing threat when he is on the field.
Yes, but it's a very.
And he became fantasy viable.
But he's not Kyle Pitts. He's not Brock Bowers.
No.
I'm saying like body type wise, like Daniel Bellinger can catch, but like they're shorter to 0 to 10 yards of depth of target. Like you're chucking to these guys, probably even more like 0 to 5.
I feel like we've been talking about this for a while. There's only been 3 picks.
I know.
So anyway,
going very slow.
Let's get into these picks. This is a great conversation, and this is a conversation that like clearly is going to define this draft at this point.
I am with you.
I'm excited to go on radio shows and yell at people about this.
I am with you. I would rather carry 3 tight ends and 9 linemen and roll out another lineman for 13 personnel instead of bring out another tight end. That is where I would go. Okay,
I'm glad we could agree.
We did. We came full circle. This was a good one.
Yeah. So we go pick 173. Cuevas, Alabama tight end. Then we go Adam Randall, running back.
There you go.
Which is they lost Keaton Mitchell this year, so and they like to have a stable. Then we go Hezekiah Masses from California, another cornerback to the Raiders. So the Raiders clearly believed, or it fell that the cornerback, their defense could be addressed heavily in free agency and then through the back half of the draft, which I think was a good read on them. Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati goes to the Chiefs. They continue to address their wide receiver room through the back half of the draft. Another smaller guy. And this was an interesting portion. We were talking in particular about Denzel Boston and who is going to be the new Kelsey, who's going to be the pressure releaser. I just don't think Andy Reid likes these big wide receivers. I think he wants smaller wide receivers, which is interesting because his best wide receiver ever was Tyreek Hill. But you can make an argument it was Terrell Owens, who's massive.
Right. But also Terrell Owens was also a generational player.
And it was also 2004.
It was a long time ago. Andy Reid's been head coach for a long time.
He's seen it all.
He has, man. He's been this. Kevin Coleman here. Kevin Coleman Jr. from Missouri going to the Dolphins. He's a new age player of the 4-year starter or 4 different schools of Jackson State, Louisville, Missouri, Mississippi State, and Mizzou. Good run to the catch, solid returner with good catchability, 5'10", just a little shy of 180. I do wonder, I don't know if I love this is real quick before I get into the Kevin Coleman. They just showed Garrett Nussmeier's family waiting to be drafted. I'm not sure I love media
at home?
media companies just prying into obviously set up for when they get picked.
A lovely New Orleans home.
He's just sitting there also they're upset, they're sad, they're anxious, they're waiting for their son to get drafted or their loved one to get drafted. Maybe wait until he gets picked. That's just a rough moment because he might not get picked. But Kevin Coleman Jr. So obviously a few years ago, this kind of thing for different schools would have been seen as just the biggest of red flags. This would have raised alarm bells. How do you feel about it now?
I mean, you want to see a linear progression, right? Which you to a certain degree do. You go from a smaller school to Louisville, which I'd say is probably one of the best. Using the star system in the NCAA football, probably one of the best 3-star programs. They're going to get recruits over the Tulanes of the world, but they're probably going to be recruiting against the Tulanes of the world. And then you go from there to Mississippi State, which is a true SEC school. Then you go from Mississippi State to Missouri, which is we talked about it yesterday.
Parallel,
they win games now.
Yeah, they win
the
games.
SEC. And so I think if you can continue to see if it resembles a free agent in the NFL, a Christian Roseboom comes to mind, where it's he's a little older, he's playing really well. The Rams didn't really have a fit for him, so he goes to the Panthers. He plays pretty well for the Panthers, but the Panthers don't really want to spend money on him because they want to spend money on Jalen Phillips. So then, he gets another deal with the Bucs, and he's probably going to play fine with the Bucs. If it resembles that, I think it's okay. The problem is when there's a dude by the name of Bear Alexander, and I don't want to call him out, but Bear Alexander's transferred all over the map, and they're all really, really good schools, and he's playing pretty well. But it's okay, you're at Oregon, you're getting more money from, or you're at USC, you're getting more money from Oregon. And I don't know anything about Bear Alexander, but I'm just saying there are times in which it becomes questionable of what's going on.
I agree. I also think it also changes by position for me, of how I don't love to see linemen transfer a lot. That to me is concerning. Receivers, I understand the linear progression, but it almost makes me feel like there's how can you have any kind of not camaraderie, but chemistry with anyone you play with? If you are transferring every year, it's crazy. The Eagles pick is Lee's tipping picks.
Yeah, and again, I don't know.
Also, do you agree with Miss Lee Mayock that the Raiders are killing this draft?
I think they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they are.
And
again, Lee should have stayed and just been third.
Going back to the Bear Alexander example,
Cole Payton, the second North Dakota State quarterback to get drafted by the Eagles.
Get ready to get tush push
in the last 10 years.
Get ready to get tush push, buddy. Going back to the transfer stuff, just real quick before we break this down, because this deserves breaking down.
It does.
It's less of with Diego Pavia, or with Mendoza, or I'm trying to think of another great example. Andre Sam, who ends up being an all SEC player, transferred 4 times and transferred twice in 1 year. There's a progression to it. Am I going to call, his defense coordinators and stuff? And, yeah, but there's not really, I can rationalize.
Yeah.
With Bear Alexander, there's just questions that arise. And I think you have to address those questions. But Bear Alexander's a second-team All-Big Ten guy at Oregon under Dan Lanning and under, Coach Hampton and under Tosh, under all these guys who are real dudes. So, I'm not trying to call it out as his thing, but I think Mayock would agree with this. It's what do I need to worry about? What questions do I have? I think 4 straight transfers does ask questions. Like you said, there are questions that need to be asked.
So moving on here to Cole Payton, who Mark Alex, one of our scouts, said was the most talented quarterback in this draft on the first episode of the evaluation. He goes to Philadelphia. This kid, second team All-Missouri Valley Football Conference, he's a run threat. First and foremost, this kid is a run threat. All his best plays came when he was running.
Get ready to get tush push, buddy.
He is strong at 6'2.5", 232 pounds. Obviously explosive, just looking to just leap that dude. He he is interesting. And in a weak quarterback class, his name got thrown around quite a bit. What do you think of Cole Payton, and what do you think of this pick here?
So here's the first thing is like he's gonna be like a improv guy. He has a high scramble rate and a massive pressure to scramble rate, 40%.
Yeah.
And so you got to start asking yourself, like, a high sack rate, a high pressure to sack rate, a low pressure to throwaway rate. He doesn't attempt a lot of throws in the pocket. And so it's like, how is this guy going to impact us at the pro level, given that he kind of like winged it in a pretty structured offense for all things considered, North Dakota State? It makes sense for the Eagles because, like, the thing that they've really missed from Jalen Hurts in the last year has been the scrambling and the creation. Now, Jalen Hurts doesn't turn the ball over.
No, he's very efficient.
He maybe holds the ball a little too long, but like he pushed the ball down the field. And so I think I don't think this is a true competition. This comes to mind in two things. Third down and fourth down come to mind. Like, this is a dude who you could functionally, you already know Jalen Hurts is the tush push is coming. 6'3", 235. Congratulations, Jalen Hurts. You don't have to get smoked on fourth down anymore.
Congratulations.
Yeah, which, like, to a certain degree, like a lot of teams would like. If you remember the Belldozer.
Yes.
Like, the Belldozer did that for years, and that's maybe a reason why, like, they don't go for it as much on fourth down because Mahomes doesn't want to get hurt. And so, like, is that worth a fifth round pick? Maybe not. Like, you probably could have gotten Diego Pavia to go do that, undrafted free agency.
Yeah, but he's bigger.
No, he's gigantic. And so
I also think, and this is no,
or it may be worth it, really. I mean, think of how many fourth downs that came through. Anyway, I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
This is a floor ceiling conversation, right? That we were talking about, like, where we need the scouts like the most. Mark Alex comes in and says this kid's ceiling is, all pro, but we know his floor could be like playing for the UFL in 2 years. Well, like the distribution on this kid is huge. But let's say, it's fifth round and this kid hits and he's an all pro. This is like the biggest win.
Well, yeah.
ever.
And I mean, there's a clear way that this kid gets on the field.
Mm-hmm.
You have an aging quarterback who runs an immensely physical play. And you would prefer him not do that. And there's only so many people that can really do it. And there's a quarterback in this draft who people actually like as a quarterback.
Yeah.
Who can be a functional backup or third guy, who you can roster, who can run over a center and 3 nose guards.
Yeah.
And we've seen him do it.
Yeah. And he's going to get time to learn how to play quarterback at this level.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to play. He's not going to, unless Jalen Hurts goes down. He's not.
Yeah. And
playing.
To be clear with Peyton, like, it's clear someone else liked him, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, like,
yeah,
whether this was a pick over consensus, which I think it, like, technically wasn't.
Going back to
it wasn't. Like, I think it's an excellent, smart selection.
Yeah. Going back to Garrett Nussmeier real quick.
Okay.
You thought he would be the third quarterback. He is now QB7 if he gets drafted right now. Not saying he is.
Did I think he was going to be the third quarterback? Not necessarily. I felt that Carson Beck was going to be the third quarterback, which I mean, I feel validated in ?
Yay. So yeah, like right now, if he was the next quarterback off the board, he'd be QB7, which is definitely lower.
And so who are the? So, like, let's just recap for the folks watching.
Mendoza was
Mendoza.
Ty Simpson,
Beck,
Carson Beck, Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, Cole Payton. And of the guys not drafted, it's Nussmeier, Green, Pavia, Aguilar, Sawyer Robertson, Haynes King.
So here's the way I thought about it: was that Ty Simpson was Garrett Nussmeier's career sped run.
Mm-hmm.
Ty Simpson in November in the consensus, and again, like, these are the people that watch all the time and are putting out mock drafts during the college season. We're like, Ty Simpson's going to go 5th. Then he had 3 bad games. Garrett Nussmeier was around 12th to 15th, depending on where you look in the consensus big board, prior to coming off because he came back to LSU. The wheels came off. We now know he was injured and had like a weird spine cyst, caused him problems. Needs to have surgery on it. That's probably causing him to fall as well. That's a fairly new revelation, which means it was probably revealed at the combine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But like the greater story of this draft, and the Jets took a shot on Cade Klubnik. Carson Beck, it's like we mentioned the Cardinals earlier, not to belabor the point, like question mark. I think you viewed all of them kind of the same. Sans, Taylon Green, who had a higher ceiling, and Cole Payton, who potentially had a much higher ceiling and might not even make the roster, but now we know that he goes to Eagles, like has a clear application. Right. And I think Diego Pavia, even to a certain degree, has a clear application. And Haynes King has this clear application, which is third down. You just throw them in, you don't worry, and then you don't have to worry about hurting your quarterback.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just a crazy fall, and honestly really sad for like to have that giant draft party and just be waiting. I can't even imagine.
Hey, let me be frank. I'm pretty sure that's happened in New Orleans. It ain't never a bad time to have a party in New Orleans. I don't care if you're dropping in the draft. That did not look like a happy party. I didn't see it, unfortunately.
You didn't miss anything. I saw a very anxious and sad grandma in the corner. Like just kind of, you know what? You never want grandma to be sad or anxious. Yeah. So it's just rough. We'll see what happens here soon with this. We are now at pick 180. We are still in the 5th round. This is the last 2 picks of the 5th round before we get to the 6th. I will say the 5th round felt like it was longer than all of day 2.
Took a second. They were selling some ads. They had to make up.
They were there. That was a long, and we also had Batman come out and make a pick. So like it was a long one.
Rich. It also appears Rich and DJ have gone home. We have a new crew from NFL Network. Shout out to them.
It's like is that Rhett Lewis and Mojo, and they were showing Charles Davis before. Charles Davis, one of the nicest human beings on the planet. Love Charles Davis. So and he's always nice. Comes on the show every year.
Excellent
during
guy.
Combine.
One of the best guys.
One of the nicest guys. The Dolphins pick is about to be made. Do the Dolphins do something here? Like, let me just make sure I haven't missed anything. Is this a place you might take Gary Nussmeier?
I just think they believe in their guy. Like I actually think they believe in Malik Willis, and I'm not saying that's crazy.
Oh, Traore from Mississippi State. Phil Emery loved this kid.
Really
loved this kid. Said it was just the athletic profile of him was just, was insane because I think he was an IPP kid or he was an international kid.
NFL Academy, yeah.
Yeah. So he is.
That's such an interesting pathway, and also like. In theory, I don't know how the NFL is going to handle it, but like, and I'm just talking about the NFL Academy here. Like, in theory, someone could leave the NFL and go back to college, right? Because that's what's been happening in basketball. Maybe not the NFL. Maybe just no. I think there's been guys who have played in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, the original the problem was the colleges wouldn't let you back. Like the NFL doesn't care.
That's fair.
So I guess you can, but this is interesting. Again, Phil Emery likes this kid a lot. This is
Share 14% target share, 1.13. So like pretty decent for a college tight end. And you add in the athletic profile. Our tracking thought he was average. He's a transfer up guy. So
the international kids, man, there are some incredible athletes in these international programs. Like it's awesome. He was in London. It's great to see that that the NFL is doing this and it's getting more international. I remember when I was doing the Shrine Game 22, right after COVID. There was a kid I worked with named Obina Eze. He ended up playing for Memphis, and I think he went to TCU afterwards for a year, something along the line of that. But he was huge, great, and also a great kid. He was like a 6'7", 340 tackle, And I was like, man, how did you end up with Memphis? Like no shade of Memphis, but like 6'7", 340, like that would set off alarm bells in like the SEC.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just didn't know. He's like, I'm from Nigeria.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we had Ade Aruna at Tulane who went to La Lumiere, which is like one of the best basketball high schools in the country, to go play basketball. He ends up coming to Tulane to play football, plays for the Vikings and the Raiders for a couple of years. It's really interesting with IPP because like the issues with the pipeline is really interesting because like in basketball, you can kind of just like go play basketball anywhere.
Yes.
And that's why we've seen these guys like move over and become excellent players. Like it's difficult to like go, like there's an infrastructure built up. Like the idea that a middle school has 60 football helmets, football pads, and gear that they just give kids and then take back at the end of the year is like a quite big barrier to entry, I'd say.
Yes.
And so I think the presence of flag football as a route to develop at least, maybe it's not skill players, but at least develop knowledge of the game is massive. And so I think that's the NFL is making really great investments in technology. That SūmerSports is making great investments in technology about how to expand the game and teach the game, given it is a complex game that involves a lot of people doing very specialized things with very specialized techniques and very specialized equipment.
I will say flag has definitely helped the skill kids.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. Like
really?
You know, so there's a few things that I noticed. Again, just 7-on-7 flag. Hey, the amount of kids that know how to catch now is up.
Mhm.
How many times did you? Like, I'm sure when you played, maybe not because you played like a really good area of Louisiana. Like when I played ball, like there were kids that were really quick that couldn't catch with a.
Well, no,
with a
and like to hammer it home, like would they have like the kick, catch, and punt or something like back in the day, and that was a competition. Like we might have had like 6 guys on the Tulane football team who could actually throw a football. Like, okay, yeah,
nuts. So like, but like when I'm seeing that, like also, so there was one that I really enjoyed. There's a kid I coached, his name was Max Bowers, and he was I was watching him play 7-on-7, and he like took this incredible like cover 2 hole shot.
Yeah,
and I was like, that is something in practice you probably wouldn't get a good look at.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would have to do it in a game, like because again, not so much in Louisiana. You guys may have more guys that like we don't have enough to fill like a starting offense and a quality scout defense. Like you're putting out some questionable players.
Yeah,
that's like the whole shot over the guy who's 5'7" is not that impressive. But like getting live reps against other top athletes has made these kids smarter. They run their routes better. They understand zone defense better. They're taking shots more. Some of them are becoming more elusive because you can't truck somebody in flag.
Right.
And it's making the linebacker smarter, I think, underneath coverage. So like I do think it helped. Now it's not a complete one-to-one. Like just because you are a good player doesn't mean you're going to be a good flag player or vice versa. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a kind of like how when I was an offensive lineman, I would wrestle in the off season. I wasn't that good of a wrestler, but it was just to learn how to hand fight and like understand leverage. Playing flag in the off season, helping your skill stuff, I think is big.
Yeah,
that's at least where I would put it. Zane Durant here now going. I think it was to the Bills. Pick is now in also for Cleveland. We are now in. Let's recap the last few picks. We've been talking a little bit.
Wait, I got one more statement on Treory.
Yeah, go ahead.
Consensus big board like mid 300s.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell walked out for that pick.
Of course. As he should. Listen, it's a big deal.
No,
like,
it really is
a big deal.
Definitely a big deal. And kudos to the NFL for getting that done. And not for nothing, like this is a dude who has had 600 receiving yards in his career. He's had 300, 400 the last 2 years. Like
all about it.
Yeah.
So now we are in round 6.
Zane Durant, another guy from Penn State, where it's just like, what happened to that team? I realize I'm belaboring the point here, but like it really is like an immense level of talent in today's game. And it could be because of what you mentioned, where it's like this team just doesn't have chemistry. This team's not on the same page.
Jalen Green going here to Cleveland, by the way. So I guess they do take a quarterback. I was wrong.
Then can we get a clip? Can we get a rewind clip? Because what did you say? I was like, maybe like Taylor Green
Oh
in
man,
Todd Monken's offense.
yeah. So okay,
Ooh, this is tough. I
This-
like both him and Shador. This is,
Oh,
and
no.
I like Dylan Gabriel.
who
for
are
what
you
it's
going
worth,
to
too.
stand more? Taylor Green has a crazy high ceiling. This is an interesting pick. But here's my question, right? Is like
Mhm.
if I'm not sure that Taylor Green is going to win, is going to ever start at quarterback. Like I'm not entirely sure of that. But Taylor Green is a player, and you being, you said you played a ball at Tulane, you played ball most of your life. You win jobs in practice.
Yep.
Right?
Or you're supposed to.
Freak athletic quarterbacks or don't tend to win jobs in practice because they are, especially ones that are taken here, because they're not the most accurate. They don't throw the most in time, and that usually drives coordinators nuts in practice. Now, if you're just making plays in games and you win games, like good for you, you'll be fine. Which means if Taylor Green's going to win the job, he's going to win the job in a preseason game. Like he's going to have to do things in the preseason that just like make you go, I can't deny this kid.
I mean, I'd push back on that a little bit. Like, he's crazy athletic, yes, and like he'll utilize those athletic skills, but he also like does have like a pretty standard quarterback body when it comes down to it. Like he's 6'5", 6'6", like 220 pounds. Like
he's 6'6", 230. He's pretty big.
Yeah, and so like the joke that I've made with Taylor Green and the like, again, do I watch a lot of film? Like do I watch a lot of these college players? Yes. Is watching film my job? Not per se. Like my job is to break down numbers, break down process, and bring a different perspective than the folks who have been doing it for a really, really long time. And I love, and like, don't get me wrong, I love the game, but like my value here. But, God forbid I get some evaluations off.
I'm a producer and I watch film.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
Everyone at Sumer loves ball.
No, I'm just saying I love ball.
Loves
and here's what I'll say with Taylor Green is like, when I watched him, I was like, this is what I wanted. It's like whenever I'm like, if Justin Herbert could just add this, it's what Taylor Green does.
Yeah.
And then whenever I would watch Taylor Green and I'd be like, what if only Taylor Green could just do this? It's like the 75%, obviously, but it's like the stuff that Justin Herbert does. And so like the joke was, it was like he could be Justin Herbert with way worse footwork, not as accurate, which is already like saying something because Justin Herbert has been known to get inaccurate at times. But like everything in the design, run, and scramble game that they kind of tried to unlock with Greg Roman this year, and they were just like, nope, not going to do that again. Which, like, I was begging for Justin Herbert to run 2 years ago. Begging. I have like probably 700 words on SūmerSports.com scattered across articles, begging for them to run him a little bit. And then I got it this year, and I was like, okay, I get. I would prefer him to stop scrambling, just use him on third down as a runner when you really, really badly need it. Taylor Green is the opposite of that. Taylor Green is like, clean it up, please clean it up in the pocket. But like he was my favorite. Mendoza was my favorite player in this draft at the quarterback position. He was my second favorite. He was, considering that I wouldn't have drafted one until the 5th or 6th round anyway. I wouldn't have drafted Beck, wouldn't have drafted Nussmeier, would have drafted Simpson, wouldn't have drafted Aller, wouldn't have drafted Peyton. He was the guy that I would consider drafting second because I knew he would be available. And I think it makes me feel a little better that the Browns felt the same as well.
So the reason why I said I think it's be hard for them to win, and just like to get some analytics here, a 4-year start between Arkansas State and Boise State. Sorry, Arkansas and Boise State. 9 scramble ability, crazy. Like 4.36 speed. And then he showed some flashes of deep and intermediate accuracy, but like not consistent.
Yeah, not great.
Here's where I think it's going to be a problem for him to get on the field is that he's in camp with Shedeur Sanders, who is very accurate.
He is very accurate.
Dylan Gabriel.
I mean, he threw a lot of picks last year, but he was also like YOLO balling.
Dylan Gabriel, who's very good at throwing in rhythm.
And is also pretty accurate.
Also very good. And then Deshaun Watson, who at one point wasn't all pro.
Yeah.
Like at one point wasn't all pro. It's been a minute, but wasn't all pro. Like he's going to have to, I think he's going to win those with these. If he's going to get the job, which I don't think the job is closed. I think that job is open.
I'd say so.
If he's going to win the job, which would be hard enough as it is for one from a 6th round pick, he's going to have to light up a preseason game or two where he's just, where where it's like, all right, we'll take the flashes of inaccuracy to just have this kid just run over people.
Okay. They did the same thing with Shador last year. They always cut to the Browns facility and just no one is prepared. And for some reason, Andrew Berry's always standing up. And it's just like, what is going on in there? We need some the Jets, like I know are like bringing people in to like clap and look cool and dap people up. And everyone's dressed well and everyone's dressed the same. Like,
wait, are you saying the Arjun Sean Clement dap was fake?
No, it was real. Obviously,
was it planned?
It's an exciting time. I don't know if it's planned. I mean, they may have planned it, but I don't know if it was planned.
We're gonna have to ask Arjun.
But like we need that level of coordination and excitement in the Browns facility because we just drafted a quarterback and you're cutting and like it looks like I accidentally turned my webcam on.
The Browns forgot there were cameras in the building.
Someone's picking their nose in the back and I don't know.
Tight end 17, by the way, is off the board.
Yeah. So Jackie Marshall goes off the board as well. I actually like Bauer Sharp. I have some words.
Give the words. I have no words. So
I want to talk about Jackie Marshall real quick, who just came off the board, defensive tackle. 5% pressure rate, 2 sacks, but really did a good job of kind of stopping the run as well. Bauer Sharp was a guy who caught my eye at the Shrine Bowl as well, and he was a guy who was winning routes, which like tight ends. When you get tight ends and linebackers, particularly when they're lined up in the slot. And like having done those drills, I can attest running backs and slot receivers and such are not slot receivers, running backs, tight ends, when they get against linebackers, it kind of looks like, two mooses locking antlers. Like, can y'all please just get open and stop running into each other? He was able to like really create separation at the Shrine Bowl. And we had a study at the Shrine Bowl that was like, really, there's only 2 places where you can get a ton of value, or outside of what we know we can get value is, which is the one-on-ones, offensive line versus defensive line. And it's the indie drills for defensive backs, which indicates their ability to move and run. And you can see it in the tracking data, and one-on-ones with wide receivers and DBs, but actually just ignore what the DBs are doing, because it really isn't telling you anything. Maybe pressing a little bit, but really what you need to look at is the level of separation that you're able to get on go balls and when they run across the middle stuff. And I thought he was doing that to a certain degree. So like when we go look at like his actual production, his separation ability was to the 88th percentile. We didn't necessarily love his routes, which is a different question. But I actually did like Bauer Sharp's prospect profile as a tight end. But like you said, like I think he's more of a tight end F than a tight end, even though he was pretty good in pass protection. He wasn't excellent in blocking, 7th percentile. Yeah, most college guys. So I think he's more of a tight end F. But he was a guy who caught my eye over the draft season that I thought potentially could be a separator at the next level.
The New York Giants are now up.
The New York football Giants?
I'm a little not the baseball Giants.
Not the baseball Giants?
Not the baseball Giants. Football Giants are up. So we haven't mentioned them today. Sure? Maybe. So
they tore down the Polo Grounds in 1935. I think it was actually 1965. But anyway,
so the Giants, we said, need offensive line, defensive line, corner help. We did that before the Dexter Lawrence trade, so they needed it a lot. They drafted Arvell Reese at 5, which doesn't answer any of those. Francis Vanilla, they got, which helps. Offensive line, I think he's going to end up playing right guard to start his career. Colton Hood, which obviously addresses the cornerback need. Wide receiver Malachi Fields, who I think was a big addition here. And let's see where they're gonna go. We will see.
We're getting to so like we talked about at length about how the defensive tackle class was thick in the middle. We've gotten to the end of that.
Bobby Jamison Travis from Auburn. I do not know him that well. Do you have any notes on this man?
Yeah, I mean, like to be abundantly clear, like Bobby Jamison Travis, I'm trying to get exactly, but like he's in the 400s on the consensus big board. So there's a reason why you don't know him.
Let's take a look at the scouts real quick. The bottom line was a thick, muscular, long DT who can anchor versus run, but with pass rush limitations, which makes sense. He's going in the 6th round.
Yeah,
6'3", 328, 34 and a quarter inch arms. So not a small man by any degree, but like not one that I think is going to answer this defensive line problem.
I mean, there's a clear reason he's coming in. The Giants were the worst run defense in the league last year. And this is a big guy that you can put in the middle. And then you have your edge rushers and your other guys like run around. And again, like this is another team that seems to be building. And like this isn't a building pick. This is a shot on someone that you think can play 3 good years for you. Ironically, like 96 percentile lateral range, playing gap to gap for a bigger guy. That's a little surprising. When you look at like the athletic metrics, they're not going to look good, but he's gigantic. So all around, like this is just yet another team who is going to build through I don't want to say build through the middle, who is going to employ a multiple pass rush scheme. And that's one of my biggest learnings from this draft is that it's no longer cool, even if you're the freaking Texans, to have just 2 edge rushers. You got to have 3 or 4. I like this pick.
Yeah, Katron Allen, the next Penn State running back to get off the board. There were questions if he was better than Singleton.
There are questions about if he was better than Singleton. And I think him and Singleton have similar functions here, where they went to the Titans and to the Commanders, both of teams that were allegedly interested in Jeremiah Love and were thought if Jeremiah Love was available that they might take him. Obviously, they did not get that chance. But what I will say is there's definitely going to be a difference between Jeremiah Love and these 2 players.
Of course.
But is that difference going to be system agnostic? No. And I think there's a chance that Katron Allen comes into a backfield which has Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who is already in this conversation because he's a 7th-round pick and ended up playing extremely well. And I bet if I was a betting man, seeing what I've seen from the Commanders, and if David Blau is, 30% of Cliff Kingsbury and 20% of Ben Johnson, or at least is running those schemes, and Jaden Daniels is healthy all year, that guy's going to be a high EPA per play player.
Yeah. No, I agree. This kid was he's a beast of the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
Like, powerful kid. AP 13 All-American. Yeah, it's a good pick.
Took over the backfield to a certain degree.
He did. That's why, we talk about Singleton, like, his best years were like from 2022 because Katron Allen kind of stepped in and took a lot of those touches away.
But this is why I get so ornery about the running back stuff, though. It's like, and I think I came to over the point of this draft, and I think that's a core learning for me moving forward, is like, I think I came to a good talk track about this. And folks in the comments, like, let me know if you think this is compelling, and it may not be, and I may be preaching to the choir here, but like the idea that if you don't have a quarterback, you have to have a system. And in order to have a system, you have to have system changers. And in the history of the NFL, there have not been any running backs that were system changers. Christian McCaffrey himself was not a system changer with the Carolina Panthers.
No.
Now, can they take you from an 80th percentile team to
recent NFL history? Because 70s, 80s, it's a different game.
Yeah. But even, I'd go back to like, would you say Adrian Peterson was a system changer?
Yes.
I disagree.
Absolutely. And
I don't think they were good until they had Brett Favre at quarterback.
They were in the playoffs. They were playing Travaris Jackson at quarterback, and they were in the playoffs and winning the North.
The defense was good too, but I'm saying they weren't one of the best teams in the league.
I think in the pre-analytics, pre-passing game, the passing game, running backs.
We're talking about the bleeding edge of that, but yeah.
Yes.
Like the original bleeding edge.
Because Peterson was taken like mid-2000s. But I would say anything from 2010s on, I'm very much with you. That it doesn't change anything. The Peterson might be the last player, period, at running back to do that.
In 2012, he won the MVP. They went 10-6.
Yes. And
they were 14th in points scored.
Without him, though, it might have been like 30th.
Fair. But what I'm trying to say here is like, I'm going to get roasted for that take.
Yeah, you are.
But like, I'm being honest. Like, they were like a team that could win some games, and you maybe win the division, and you bring in Brett Favre, and it's like they ran into like an all-timer Saints team that was. Yeah.
I do want to say one more thing about Bobby Jameson Travis real quick.
Okay.
I had a chance to look up his traits. 7 anchor leverage, 7 in gap integrity this past year against 7 lateral range. So this man looks like he can stop the run, which again, very needed, especially now that Dexter Lawrence is now in Cincinnati.
Was Dexter Lawrence good at stopping the run when he didn't want to be?
He was very good at stopping the run. The problem was that you can dominate 2 A gaps, but there's still B, C's, and D gaps to run to.
Fair.
And there was outside of when Dexter played with like Leonard Williams and BJ Hill, like the last 2 years of Dexter Lawrence, he's been playing with guys that are probably not the best.
I agree.
Like not bad players by any stretch of the imagination, but not like impact D tackles or anything.
Would you like to hear something funny?
Always.
The Taylon Green pick was from the New York Jets. Would you like to know who that pick came from?
Who?
It started out with Cleveland.
Okay.
Then it went to Jacksonville. Then it went to Vegas.
Okay.
Then it went to Buffalo.
Okay.
Then it went to Denver. And honestly, I might even be reading this wrong. I don't know what order that actually happened. And then it ended up with the Cleveland Browns drafting Taylon Green.
Wow.
But wait, I gotta look into this more.
Oh, okay. So acquired. It's actually, what's funny is it belonged to the Browns twice.
That's what I'm saying. Who had it
Jets,
first, though?
Jets, Browns, Jaguars, Raiders, Bills, Denver, Browns.
So they traded for a pick, then traded it away, then traded for it once again. Gotta love the back half of the draft. But again, like that's why we're saying. Then you look at the Arizona Cardinals, who just own all their own picks, and the Cowboys typically do this as well. Where it's just like we're in 2 different leagues, and we think one's right.
Yeah.
We really don't even know. This would be like if the SEC and Pac-12 were like one was playing 7-man football, one was playing 7-on-7, one was playing flag football.
Well, you can argue the Big 12 and that's 2 different leagues, but that's okay.
No, but they're both playing 11-man tackle football. Like there's 2 completely different schools of thought here.
Dude,
and it's just funny to see how it goes.
My favorite when I used to do recruiting would be like turning on some random kid from Wyoming playing 8-man ball. You'd be like, oh my God, how do you even evaluate this film?
Never forget Van Der Esch.
Oh yeah, Van Der Esch, baby. That
seminal, a lot of film watched of Van Der Esch by a young Sam Bruchhaus who was 6'4", 230.
Inez Cooper going to the Jets here.
Yeah.
Great pick. Inez Cooper had a 9 sustain.
Yeah, and here's why. Inez Cooper was involved in an inside zone scheme that they utilized, which really started popping off in the playoffs, frankly, at Miami. And his job was one thing, and here's why I am intrigued by this selection. His job was to make sure there was no penetration so that in their inside zone schemes, if Maui Noah came free, Maui Noah was going to clear out the tackle, then he's going to pick up the linebacker. Then it was basically just going to be a straight line with a big gap on the right side, which started happening against good teams, Texas A&M, Ohio State. You know who their right tackle is? Armand Mimbu, who's a freak.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is. And
a guard was a little bit of a gap in their thing. This is a guy who I think could actually end up starting games next year.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to be excellent, and is he going to be susceptible to pass rushes in the NFL? Yes. But I think if you're in a bind and you're already going to be a more conservative team because you have Cade Klubnik and Geno Smith as your quarterbacks, I think this is a guy who I could put in there and feel good. And talking about put in there and feel good, the next pick with Cincinnati Bengals, who have a pretty tight locked offensive line, I'd say, but could definitely improve or add. They had Brian Parker, the second from Duke.
Yeah,
which I also think is a very similar move for another player like this, who I think can just start a couple games for you if you need. And will it look great if he starts 17 games? No. Could he develop into something good? Yes. But I really like some of these picks, and to a certain degree, this is the reason why people get a little frisky about drafting interior offensive linemen really early, because some of these guys I would feel comfortable playing based on what I've seen and what I've analyzed.
And Barian Brown now going from LSU to New Orleans.
So Barian Brown was a Quinn McLean favorite 2 years ago coming out of Kentucky, and kind of I regret to call him a gadget guy, but he's fast, like
Yeah, he is.
blazing fast. And
Again, another returner.
another returner.
First team All SEC Kentucky in 2024.
And so, like, what's clear is Tyler Shuck's going to have, if not some good guys, some young guys.
Yeah, be fun to watch.
There's going to be a lot of bodies out there to try to help him out.
I don't think the Giants play at New Orleans again this year, but I love going to New Orleans.
And I mean, like, people crushed the Saints for doing what they did with the cap, which the Eagles do that with the cap.
Actually,
the Browns do that with the
Did
cap.
you watch the Brett Coleman video on that?
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
No, I know.
It's fantastic.
Like, it's not as, and they kind of originated that. And so,
Yeah.
well, like, yeah, it's hard to keep a team that has 10 Pro Bowlers on it. Like,
Yeah.
The league is, you're not supposed to have Taron Armstead and Ryan Ramczyk and Eric McCoy and Drew Brees and Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram and Michael Thomas and Cameron Jordan and Demario Davis and David Onyemata and Trey Hendrickson and Marshawn Lattimore and Malcolm Jenkins all on the same team.
Yeah.
So you have to do something creative, and it results in them paying the price, but they end up taking a shot on a quarterback, and that's how you get out of it.
To be fair, they would have been fine if not for COVID. If not for the cap going down for the first time in my lifetime, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
Like, it just, the weirdest thing in the world happened, and unfortunately for the Saints, it just kind of screwed them a little bit. But Josh Cameron here going to the Jaguars, a big body guy, hard to bring down after the catch. 2-time first team All Big 12, 6'1.5", 220 pounds. The Giants are down on the clock again, and they get J.C. Davis out of Illinois.
Illinois was a really, really interesting team this year. I don't know if you got a chance to watch a lot of them.
I got a little bit of them, yeah.
They had a really good college quarterback in Luke Altmaier who could kind of run around a little bit. And they had this like tank of an offensive line that they basically made a decision that they had a transfer running back, and they had a running back who was about 6'4", 250. And about early year, they basically just made a decision that, like, our offensive line is better and they're going to get 4 yards every play. And J.C. Davis was a major part of that.
Yeah, J.C. Davis is had a 8 run blocking score and a 7 outside zone run blocking score. Yeah. Halfway decent pass blocker as well, 6'4.5", 322 pounds. First team All Big Ten. Also quite good against stunts and blitzes. Played left tackle both Illinois and New Mexico, so a transfer up guy. This is good because the Giants need more depth on that offensive line. Well, they need starters too, but it looks like next year it's going to be Thomas Runyon, John Michael Schmitz, Maui Noah, and Illuminor with
Andrew Thomas.
And Daniel Falele is there as well, and Marcus Bowe, and Lucas Patrick, and Evan Neal, and now you add.
I mean, that's is the top end of some of those players great now, but like, you're deep, and I would prefer.
They are very deep right now. The only issue is like what you just said. I said there's Thomas. Obviously, the top end is great, and the top end for Maui Noah is great. It's just like
Illuminor is pretty good too.
Illuminor is solid. Illuminor is a solid player. I don't know if he's going to be a Pro Bowler anytime soon, but he's a solid player. He's a good dude, like really good dude. So I'm happy that he was brought back. He's also versatile, play guard and tackle. So, but I think he's what most likely is going to happen is he's going to start at right tackle, and then in 2027 he's going to probably kick back inside the guard, and Maui Noah is going to play right tackle. If I had to guess.
That'd be interesting to see. I just think Maui Noah excels at that right tackle position. Like, and he's so athletic. You want to utilize him in the correct way.
No, I agree. But we've seen players in their rookie year play positions that they don't end up playing for their career at offensive line. They kind of like get slotted into where there's an availability. And then the following year they get moved into the spot that they expect to play for the rest of their career. I can see Maui Noah playing guard his first year. Yeah. And then also, playing tackle in the NFL is freaking hard.
It is difficult.
So, like, I wouldn't hate if he played guard for a season before he kicked out to right tackle.
Yep.
They are now just kind of hanging out right now on the Giants pick. They're trying to get Sam Bruchhaus to miss his flight. That's what they want. So now that we are, Sam, about 60 picks away from your vacation. What's the first thing you're gonna do when you get off? And
I'm about to sleep on this plane. What's going to happen? Draft week's a long week. I'm interested in like Stopsky. Like the draft is such an interesting concept, particularly as it comes to the NFL, because like we said, the way that divisions are won are in the second and third and fourth round.
Yeah.
Do you think? And it's a media product now. So like people are reading mock drafts.
Mm-hmm.
Your ideal front office, if you had a very limited amount of cash, would you spend a lot of time on the draft? Do you think coaching is more important potentially in development? Would you spend your cash on like, okay, maybe we should just try to develop these guys? How would you really allocate brass tacks how to really get this done?
If I had a strict budget on the draft, so I will say, I know I'm in the minority here where I think teams spend way too much time on the draft. I think teams are inefficient with how they handle the draft process.
Okay.
I do not think you need to spend 90 minutes on a player that you know is terrible. Like, just move on. It's all right. You don't need to watch. Because like the scouting philosophy, because this changes by team, but like everyone's like, oh, you gotta watch three games of a player. Why? If you throw on 10 snaps and this guy can't move and he sucks, just turn it off. Just turn it off. It's okay. Like I'd rather you have 12 films on the best players than 3 films on everybody. But more often than not, I also really just want the scouts to confirm and/or go against what the analytics has already said.
Okay.
If the analytics, so could we have it? Because the analytics watch has we have FAI stuff on every player, we have stats on every player from every snap they've taken. No scout's going to watch every snap they've taken. This is not possible.
Mm-hmm.
What I need to do is like, all right, you see the metrics, you see the traits. I need to scout to go and just go, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's wrong. This is good. This is within a thing. Here's what I think.
I'm going to disagree with you because there's an element of like knowing who you need to care about that it can come from the analytics, but like having like tried to do this with the metrics and et cetera, has to come from someplace. So like we've talked a lot about like the recruiting system and the recruiting system when you start to get to like 2 and 3 stars and like who's a 2-star, who's the 3-star, who's a 4-star is tough. But like what the recruiting system really comes from is high school coaches. And there's a lot of high school coaches that know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And moreover, at least in every district or league or division across the country, like there's at least one coach who knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And those guys are watching every play and are preparing to stop the guy.
Coach don't watch every play.
No, but I'm saying like they're having to prepare for the guy.
No, 100%. But
they may not have to worry about developing him. But what I'm trying to say here is like that's what informs the star system to a certain degree. And then the coaches from the top, the college coaches, are also informing the star system because like, okay, well, if Mario Cristobal is interested in this dude, then the coaches at the lower level must be informing him that he's a real guy.
But the star system's terrible.
It's really not.
No, it's terrible.
Quite efficient.
No, it's not.
I mean, 5-star recruits typically are first-round draft picks.
The problem with the star system, Sam, is that its inability to admit mistakes. Like when a star rating is thrown on a player,
You mean like sophomore to senior year?
Yes.
Yeah.
When they throw a 5-star on a kid that's 14 years old, 15 years old, and then 2 years later he's just not the same kid, injury, whatever. They don't go backwards on his.
That's a good point.
And then we've also I'll give you an example of why I hate the star system. There was a kid, I am forgetting his name. He was a quarterback that we were looking at Liberty when I was helping out AK at Liberty. He was the backup quarterback for Trent Dilfer's high school in Nashville. He had not played yet. AK got on his film early. We decided to offer him at Liberty. He was a 0-star recruit. Liberty offered him, boom, 3-star off the bat. No film on this kid.
Yeah.
3-star off the bat. Later that year, Hugh Freeze gets hired at Auburn. AK goes along with him and a lot of the staff. They decide they're going to continue. I think it was Hank Brown. They're going to offer Hank at Auburn. This is after the season. Now Hank's a 4-star recruit because he got an Auburn offer. Nothing changed.
Yeah.
None of the evaluators that are giving the star rankings watched any new film. But he went from a 0-star to a 4-star just based off offers. And offers are kind of bullshit. You know how many times I would go in there and see that Syracuse has offered 210 dudes because it just sprinkled the entire area?
Yeah.
Or like James Madison offered like 300 kids. Like the offer system is bad because the offer system is all about being first. And then you could figure out if you're right afterwards. But the stars have to follow the offers. So like there are kids
if I was developing a prediction system, and again, like I'm trying to build this up to the draft, like if I was trying to create a prediction system, the idea that LSU offered a kid would be a massive part of that prediction. Now, you're right if like he doesn't end up going to there, but like what I'm trying to get to is like,
but you also have to understand like how many favors get called in. Like
I don't think it's that many.
It's a lot. It is a
so.
lot. It is a lot. How
I don't
many
think
times?
it's at scale. I don't.
It is. I'm telling you that it is. Where, hey, my son's having a hard time getting recruited. Can you just flow an offer? Because all it takes is one.
Know.
All it takes is one. The amount of times that I've had coaches come in and ask, hey, so and so just offered this kid. How come we haven't offered this kid yet? Is bananas.
No, but I think that's fine. But like, I think that for the most part, it's an evaluation of talent, and that talent could change year to year. And we're dealing with young kids whose bodies are changing.
But I'm saying, like,
my point is, for the most part, it's efficient.
I disagree. And
I mean, it is efficient. It's factually efficient.
5 stars, maybe, right? Because 5 stars are the best players on the planet.
Okay, but like 5 stars and 4 stars are who's in the NFL. That's what I'm trying to build to.
But 4 stars is a massive range. Like and
4 stars are players who are the top 200 players.
But you know how often those are wrong? Like it's mostly like
I know, but most
of the NFL is not
the
4
NFL.
stars. It's mostly 3 stars. And 3 stars given out to literally everybody else. Like if you get like an FBI, like any offer to any school.
I fundamentally disagree with you. But like, here's what I'm trying to say is like the analytics first. I think the analytics is all, and like this is me as a data scientist. I think the analytics are incredible at creating a board and moreover at telling you where should I draft and when should I draft. I think it's really, really hard to figure out who matters.
I think the analyst should take care of all the details and the scouts should just say how good he is.
I disagree.
A scout should say how.
I think it's borderline the opposite, actually.
See, I think a scout's eye is saying, I have this Rolodex of players that I've watched, and I think this kid could be a 6'8". This kid could be a 7. Is more important than him going through a metric tree.
I fundamentally disagree.
I see that because I think the
analytics is process applied. You have to have a process, like.
But here's my problem, Sam. A scout watches 3 films and then gives you a short accuracy grade, and that's like maybe the 40 throws. Analytics has 1,000 throws,
but they don't. It's a small sample. Like it
doesn't matter. There's still 12 times more.
I understand what you're saying, but like, if you could there's like so many different ways that you'd need to split it. A dude could have an 80% completion percentage, but their ADOT is 1.5. They're throwing all screens. They could be in an air raid system that's designed with choice routes. It's actually the slot receiver that you should be looking at. Danny Scudero, great example. We talked about it earlier. There's so much context that the goal is less to be like, and I'm talking about the draft in particular.
Yeah.
I don't think analytics would do an extra, like adding in the consensus big board and adding in scouting grades provides so much lift over just raw statistics.
Oh no, scouting grade is very, the actual grade of saying how good a player is the most valuable thing a scout can give me. Like, I don't need him to go through minutia of like, I need to get every metric tree grade for you. Here's all like just tell me how good you think this kid's going to be. That is the most valuable thing he can give.
I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that you need a greater feel for the player.
Yeah, I just need to tell him how, like, what's his floor and ceiling.
Understood.
That's it.
In my view, that is what tiering the players is.
Yeah, but I'm saying but I'm saying the metric tree itself, like, hey, this guy has a 6 sack avoidance. Like, I don't.
You just greatly prefer that would be process.
Right, because
But
again,
like hand placement, you can't quantify. There's certain stuff that you have to have. I mean, you will be able
yes,
to quantify in maybe 10 years.
but I think like when it goes into the evaluation of like, hey, this kid's bad hand placement, there's a good chance he's also can't stack and shed. And it's like, okay, like, and that goes into the why factor. Like, we know his stack and shed's a 5. A scout comes and goes, yeah, because his hand placement sucks.
Yeah.
And like, can you coach that?
Yeah.
But again, that will go into like just again how good I think a guy can be. Versus, a scout going there again. Because I don't want a scout to judge deep accuracy on 3 games where he might throw 20 balls when the analytics will have 100 passes.
Yeah.
It's just, no, you can't, unless the scout's there and is going to go through a playlist of 100 deep balls.
Yeah.
But that's can't, like, but what a scout can do, which I actually went through this and saw which position scouts are better at than the analytics were. And it was about half. It was about down the middle. Like, it was, there was one position where the consensus was better, and then there was half the positions where the analytics was better, and the half where the scouts were better. But like, the scouts were always very, very important, but it was never like the metric tree part. It was just like, hey, I think this kid's going to be an 8. Yeah. I think this kid's going to be a 7.
There's elements of it that you would prefer to do it. But speaking of elements of it, Pat Coogan got drafted.
I saw Pat Coogan got drafted. And the first beverage of choice after the draft, Ensley, is going to be a lot of bourbon. Just all the bourbon that they have.
Mine's going to be a Chick-fil-A lemonade in the airport. That goes. I'm gonna commit a atrocity. I'm gonna go Chick-fil-A lemonade. Today's Saturday, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna go Popeyes fried chicken.
Look at you.
I'm gonna bring the two together.
Pat Coogan, 6'5", 311 pounds, second team All Big Ten. Was an anchor for the Indiana offensive line this year. Good sustain. I'll say played left guard as well at Notre Dame, and actually played for Notre Dame before that.
He was a starter on the national the national championship team.
Yeah. Also,
it's really it's kind of big loss. Honestly.
Is he? Yeah. It's massive.
For Notre Dame, it worked out for both teams.
Yeah. Decent run blocking score. Good outside zone run blocking score. Okay, if you pass that. It seemed like his teammates loved him in Indiana.
Yeah, I think
he might just I don't know if he's going to end up being a starter one day. I don't think the scouts think that either. I think they view him more as like a backup, which I also view him the same way. But like, that's a good locker room player and a good backup center.
And also like the continuation of the year of Cam Ward. Like, we're seeing the year of Cam Ward and the year of Tyler Shock right now. Like, that's two trends. Malik Benson, sub 20% target share guy, pretty good yards per route run, right under 2.5. The year of Fernando Mendoza as well. We now have multiple interior offensive line picks, plus picking up Tyler Linderbaum. We have wide receivers. We have all kinds of stuff. Demetrius Crownover is an interesting guy from Texas A&M, where I think like he has the tools to be a great tackle. We just didn't see it come together. And that's another one where it's like quarterback or tackle. Marcel Reed, who's a great college quarterback, like, is not great at throwing the ball, and he kind of runs around a bit. But he's a playmaker at that level, and he keeps you in games in a way that other guys just simply can't.
We'll also about Jack Kelly real quick, who went to the Giants.
Yep.
From BYU.
Excellent blitzer.
Yeah, very good blitzer. First team All Big 12.
It's like a 25% pressure rate on like 80 plus blitzes.
He's 6'1.5", 240 pounds.
Core part of a BYU defense, which was very good.
Decent in coverage, good production. Like a little above average in tackling. Not a great tackler, but not a bad tackler. Going to a Giants team that needs linebacker help. So, again, but we don't know where Alvaro Reese is going to play yet. We don't know where Reese is going to play yet. We don't know where Alvaro Reese is going to play. Like, we don't know if he's going to be an edge, if he's going to be a linebacker, if he's playing quarterback.
We're getting to the part where it's like, okay, Jack Kelly, like, can you play special teams for me?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, two picks that I really enjoy and I want to get into. So, CJ Daniels, Miami wide receiver. Did you recruit?
No.
At Liberty?
AK may have, but I didn't.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought you were going to have some more detailed information.
No, sorry.
CJ Daniels is one of the best G5 wide receivers. Then he goes to LSU and was supposed to be like the guy. Then some other people pop off. Ends up being a quality wide receiver, I'd say. Then goes to Miami, where he was supposed to be the guy, and Malachi Toney pops up. But all around, and this is why I was interested in the selection, because we wanted a wide receiver to be added so badly to this this Rams team is just like, this feels like a Ramsian pick, like a go ball guy, a screen guy, pretty fast. He's 24 years old. He knows the game. He can route run pretty well. The question is just like, why didn't it come together? And sometimes those guys, it is like coaching and it is scenario, and the best element for a wide receiver is to be in motion a ton and be involved in Sean McVay's scheme. So I was very interested by that. And then Demon Claiborne goes to the Vikings. And I have to hammer this home. It's like some of these guys, like I'm more excited about the fit in the 6th round,
as you should be,
than I am like about like Jadarian Price is going to be a great player. Don't get me like, I hope he's going to be a great player. But like if Demon, like there's one of these guys is going to be a Pro Bowler, probably.
Yeah.
And if they're not, you could just pay the same amount to get a guy who was a Pro Bowler, like Travis Etienne, for example. And so Demon Claiborne out of Wake Forest was a guy who Quinn McLean really flagged to me when he was doing his early season collegiate stuff, as a guy who can just like get involved in an offense. And honestly, it's like a little shocking that he's going to the Vikings, because he doesn't really seem like a guy that fits that scheme. Like, this is a tiny guy, 5'9", 180, 188, 190.
I want to hit Crownover real quick.
Yeah.
6'7", 319, 2-year starter at A&M, 7 sustained. Scouts think he could be a starter at the next level.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like another guy, much like CJ Daniels. And I think Crownover's like, is he a younger guy, or I can't remember off the top of my head.
Look it up.
But just go back to Demon Claiborne, like 7 on outside runs, 7 on converting in big downs. Like, he's just a guy that I feel a little bit bad, like, God forbid.
Is 24 years old. He'll be 25 in September.
So he's much older. Yeah, he's much older. So we've seen him around. It was a great matchup in the playoffs watching him versus Ruben Bain, and Ruben Bain got the better of him.
Ruben Bain was taken in the 1st round, and Crown was taken in the 6th, so that makes sense.
And Claiborne's an interesting guy as well, because Claiborne like had a better 24 than I think he did at 25. And with these running backs, it's difficult because like when you're on a Wake Forest team that from time to time can play really well and time to time can, and you know they've run weird schemes, they haven't run weird schemes. It gets to the point in which like offenses really can lock in on you. And like I said, even at the college level, and we're starting to learn this kind of all over the map, sometimes it's the system, and in certain places like UL Monroe with Ahmad Hardy, who is potentially going to be the Jeremiah Love of next season, you can change the system at the lower level. But once you start getting up to those levels where you have high investment, offensive line, defensive line, it becomes a struggle.
We are now at pick 201, which to me is the last pick of like. So I would say, again, this basic research. There's like 200 so players that come out every year draft that's
make a roster.
That are like rosterable, right? Like, practice, like, or even like practice squadish. Anything after that, it's. So like if all the best players were taken in order, this would be the last player that you would consider to be like an NFL caliber player.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's not how it works. There are undrafted players that are going to be fine. There are players that are picked after this, Brock Purdy, that will end up making teams, and there are guys that are picked before this that are never going to see the field. But there are about 200 players every year that are rosterable, and now the Packers are selecting what would be the last rosterable player. Which is corner Damani Jackson from Alabama. So corner up the board here for the Green Bay Packers.
They're attacking positions of need.
Yeah, like we had him had corners as a need here. Obviously, like good tackling corner. 6'6.5", 194. Scouts again had a starting grand Damani Jackson. So like. As predicted at the beginning of this draft, we're getting starter caliber players, potential starter caliber players
into the 200s.
Yep.
Which is incredible. I love day 3. Day 3 is like the money day. But Hal Perkins still on the board. Garrett Nussmeier still on the board. You know you're late in the draft when the punter is 5th in terms of Mel Kiper's best available. That's how you know you've been broadcasting for a minute. But Sammy, we're at pick 202 now. How are you feeling? Also, it's 78.5 degrees in this room, by the way.
How am I feeling as like a human being? Or
As a human being.
I mean, like, look, I'm doing good. Like, the draft is such an interesting perspective because like now we're getting to the point where like people are starting to take a deep breath. Some of the crazier teams are like starting to whiz with trades, like whipping it around, trying to do the Howie Roseman thing of turning a 7th round pick into a 6th round pick, etc. And so the question becomes after a while, it's like, I guess the question I have like back to you, Stopsky, is like, you're saying like, oh, well, this is where like the draft kind of ends. I don't know. What I'll say is like, are you drafting for guys who could potentially start for you, but you don't really care if they're really good for you? Or are you trying to draft for guys who will make the team?
Make the team.
You think so?
At this point, yeah. You're looking at guys that I think anything after pick 200 is you're looking for a guy that does maybe one thing really well.
Yep. And
you're thinking that maybe that's enough to crack a squad. But because like if they're making the pick 202, they're probably not good players. So you want us like, hey, like this guy's really good at running outside zone. This guy's really good at trapping. This guy's really good in hook the zone coverage. Hook the curl zone coverage. Like you just want things like that and like see if they can maybe do something. I would look for these kids to start. I'm just hoping these kids can make a practice squad. Yeah. At this point, which is why this is where you throw the floor out. Floor just gets thrown away.
Yeah.
Ceiling only draft picks at this point.
Well, that's what I was asking. It's like, is it ceiling only or
camp bodies?
Or is it a scenario in which well, I mean, you kind of answered the question, but it's like there's a difference between a guy who can play special teams and there's a guy who is like a tackle that could potentially start for you. Like you're going to start optimizing for like if it's special teams, you're going to start optimizing for DBs, wide receivers, linebackers, and those guys are probably like the guys who are really going to start for you are probably going to be picked off. But with the linemen in particular, potentially like not the flattest curve on earth, but like with a guard, a 7th round guard could be something for you.
Maybe but let's not discount the level of athleticism you need to play guard.
Yeah.
Like, and big guys that move fast don't last this long.
Yep.
Like, and this is where I think part of the problem becomes is like teams learn, right? Like you're never going to find Jason Kelsey again in the 6th round.
Yep.
Like a athletic center is not going to last to round 6, right?
It
like
literally didn't.
Yeah.
Jagger Burton.
Yeah. So like those guys don't last. Like the league learns. The league goes, oh, okay, we need to start looking at this. Therefore, like the same where it's like, Travis Kelsey, Trey McBride's probably don't last. But I don't know if Trey was actually a 3rd round. He might be a 2nd round pick. Like Travis Kelsey would not make it to the 3rd round anymore.
Yeah.
George Kittle would not make it to the 4th round anymore. Like the league learns and they will get moved up. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to be taken. It still might be taken before they or after they should be. But like a 7th round lineman, either to me, there's that he's not fast enough or he's not big enough. Yeah. And you're not going to use him special teams. So I would rather just get if I'm getting a lineman here, he's got to be huge. Like he's going to be massive or he's going to have like off the field problems.
Makes sense.
Or like an injury issue.
Yeah.
But for skill guys, like you're looking for a skill guy that he had, like you cannot draft a skill guy here who can't play special teams. If he can't play kickoff, like if he's not returning anything, then why would you? You're wasting a pick. I wouldn't even draft a quarterback here, but there's no point. No, that's not. I said, as I mentioned, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So I guess Brock Purdy. But again, like I don't think I would take a quarterback unless he was either an absurd athlete or crazy accurate at this point.
Yep.
Because if he's a great athlete with a good arm, he's already gone. If he's accurate with a good arm, he's already gone. So like you're taking one of these two things.
Yeah.
Right. This is where you need someone that has like a bluish chip grade but it has one bluish chip grade.
Yeah, I mean, like a
That's
great,
like
a
really
great
it.
example, Logan Taylor, who goes guard to the Chargers.
Gets second level grade.
In our analytics, he has one blue chip grade, and it's like pass pro. So
and he gets to the second level really well.
Yeah.
Like really well. So yeah, like you look for those kind of guys at this point in the draft, and now you hope they make the roster, but like most don't.
Right.
So it is an interesting part. Like also, and you also get to the part where you're like, especially when you get to the 7th round, like and I've heard agents like debate this, like, would you rather your client get drafted or just sign somewhere as a free agent? If the choices were, hey, you're going to be picked 220, or you get to sign wherever you want, what would you rather do? Because I think if you tell me, hey, like you can either be a 7th round draft pick or you can sign anywhere you want as an under the free agent, I think I'd take the under the free agent.
I mean,
the money's no different.
I mean, you let your agent handle that. I mean,
right, but you get to choose the situation you go to, which is really when you're in the 7th round.
But in
that's
theory,
like the whole
and
thing.
I understand that's the case, and I understand like undrafted guys, like you want them, but like also the idea that you did spend a draft pick, like, and also that they probably have a plan for you it should make a difference. I think there's a bit of overconfidence in choosing whatever situation you want because that situation is 2 months at maximum.
The thing with undrafted free agents is that it becomes like recruiting. And now like your area scout's out working another area scout to get your love. So like you can get more money. You can get more guaranteed money. You can get a better spot on certain things. Like 7th round pick, like you're just like, all right, 7th. It's worth almost nothing.
Yeah.
Like I think I would almost rather. Again, this is only if you were a wanted player, not like you're like the 200 play on the call sheet. Like if you're like you're either the first player that's called after the draft is over or you're pick 220. I would rather be.
Yeah, I mean, I think functionally they kind of end up the same. Interesting selections here because Mike Mayock, Boston College alum, was like, yeah, we might have one guy get drafted. They just had 2 players drafted in a 2-pick.
We should go get
range.
Mike off the golf course and tell him to come back and do day 3.
Lewis Bond, 26% target share, 2 yards per route.
Yeah, 5'11", 197. Scouts think he could be a backup, second team All ACC, decent separation ability, could play inside out.
That BC team is like so weird because they had like a year where they were frisky 2 years ago, and then last year the kind of bottom drops out.
Well, that's BC,
it's just an interesting team.
His trade hands were analytically very good.
Like you said,
very good.
You nailed it on the head. You want to have something that's really good going on.
Yeah, that's what you want. We are now at pick 205 with the Lions here. This has been a crazy draft. Let's see. Who's still left? That's like kind of the big question as we.
I mean the one that rings true in my mind is Harold Perkins, right?
Yes.
It's like where is he going to go? This is someone who after their freshman year was talked about as a top 15 pick. And look, I don't know if he made the decision. I don't know how the decision was made, but he ends up playing linebacker and nickel for them instead of rushing the passer. And now he's at best a 6th round pick.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the boards here and see if anyone Deion Burks still available. Good with the ball in his hands, has like 4.3 speed.
Yeah, Deontay Lawson, linebacker from Alabama as well. Jack Andrews, like a lot of these tight ends that I mean, like it wasn't just us that thought they were going to go high, are still available. Andrews, Michael Trigg.
Michael Trigg's still available.
Yep.
I liked him a lot. There's still a few.
Mason Reiger from Wisconsin, who a lot of people
liked.
Yeah,
Mike Mallard liked him a lot.
Yeah. So there's
Diego
still some
Pound's
guys
still
out
available.
here that, you know,
that made news or were news and noteworthy that pop. Eric Rivers is another wide receiver who transferred up from FIU. Eli Heidenreich from Navy, who was an interesting prospect that people
I know you
really
like
kind of
him a
fell
lot.
in love with the Shrine Bowl. Vincent Anthony, who Wesley Williams went off the board. I said he was like kind of the smaller one. Vincent Anthony's like huge, like 6'6", 6'7".
And let's as we start wrapping this up, Sam, let's take a look at the teams and just see what they did.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's. Do you want us to go in order? Or do you want to?
I mean, like it behooves us to go in alphabetical order because the first team is Arizona.
That's a good point. So let me pull up the Arizona.
I mean, like
deal here.
there were three big questions coming in this draft that, I mean, like, I guess you can say they were. I don't think they were like really answered or addressed, which was who's playing quarterback for this team. We don't know. Is it going to be Carson Beck?
Listen. I think there's a real chance Carson Beck can beat out Jacoby Brissett in camp.
I highly disagree with that, but
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
because you're dealing with a guy who's been a borderline starter in this league, or a guy who people feel comfortable starting for the past 6 years.
Right, but remember how you were saying how
Like, it's
Nussmeier,
just a different mental
Nussmeier a
game.
year ago would have been seen as like
Back 4 years ago?
back 2 years ago.
I
Back
don't know,
last
man.
year, probably would have been a second round.
I
pick.
don't know, man.
Back prior to Miami, probably goes in the top 50.
I don't know, man.
Mm,
He arguably played better at Miami than he did at Georgia.
maybe also, but that also very here. He's then 2 years removed from it. Now he's 2 years removed from his best year. Last year, he would have been a season removed from his best year. Probably could have made, and he was injured.
Yeah.
Like, I think something's could have changed. But we're talking about a player that at one point was considered to be a top 50 pick in Beck. Brissett's holding out. I think there is a chance that Carson Beck can beat him out. I think
that can beat him out or is starting.
could take the job.
Yeah. I
Now,
don't know if they
do
can
I
do that.
think he is anything more than the 32nd ranked quarterback in 2026? If that's the case, no. I think he'd be the worst quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
But I also don't think Jacoby Brissett is that much better. I mean, like 24th, 23rd best quarterback in the league if he's starting. I think regardless, the Cardinals do not have their 2027 quarterback on the roster.
I would agree with that. And like, here's the biggest problem is like, how do we feel about the quarterback position? Not good. How do we feel about their offensive line? Not particularly great. They did add Basantis, who I think can be a good player. It's just like I would have preferred that premium draft capital been used there. How do we feel about their defense? Not great.
Yeah.
And like, I just think it's really we're getting into opinion zone. I just think like the Love pick is just really going to hurt this team and hurts this team in particular.
Yeah.
Like if it was the Washington Commanders who are adding Jeremiah Love, who have an excellent running quarterback and have a system in which they can utilize him in the passing game, then yeah, like maybe I'm a little bit more forgiving here. If even if it's the Tennessee Titans, who have Cam Ward, maybe I'm a little bit more forgiving here. This in particular is just like it feels like it's going to be a struggle for them. It feels like we're going to be sitting here in 3 years, or we're going to be sitting here next year, talking about the Arizona Cardinals potentially with who are they going to get with the number 1 or 2 pick, and if not, like if they do manage to win a couple games, we're going to be in this cycle again with them because they're probably not going to be in range for a quarterback.
My biggest concern right now is that I picked them to have 6 wins before this thing, and which is not great.
Their over-under is going to be 4.5.
And of the players they picked, I think one cracks a starting rotation in Jeremiah Love right now. Like I'm not even sure if Basantis starts next year.
Yeah.
Like I'm not sure. Beck might. Proctor. I'm not sure if Proctor breaks into that rotation in year 1. It is definitely Reggie Vert. I don't know if Reggie Virgil's going to break that receiver rotation. Like they really, outside of Jeremiah Love, did not add a lot of, like we said, we had quarterback, tackle, and defensive line. None of those spots got 2026 upgrades.
Yep.
In my opinion, maybe Basantis becomes a good guard and maybe takes a spot in 2027.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he takes it in 2026. Like he's got to be out prior. He's got to be out Salmalo. Like, or if honestly Salmalo's not playing, that means that it's a massive downgrade. Like, so I don't think the Cardinals walk away from this draft set that well for 26.
Yeah, and it's tough to say winners and losers at any given point in time. It's more like followed the process and has a philosophy, or didn't follow the process and doesn't have a philosophy. And if I was unable to garner what was going on with their draft. Let's move on to Atlanta, who I think was pretty straightforward. They didn't have a lot of draft capital because of the Pierce move last year. We have Avion Terrell in the second round, which I think was good value at a position where they probably would like a cornerback, and it's a cool story.
Yeah.
They get Zach Branch in the third round, who
they've only taken 3 players so far. They still have 3 more picks, but like again, how much?
I don't think they're going to take all those picks. Yeah. And then Kendall Daniels, linebacker, who they get kind of, like they get Kendall Daniels. They reach on him a little bit. Linebacker position. I don't know if he'll play. Like, I don't know if he'll play this year. So they just like didn't have a lot going on.
But I also think that the Falcons, unlike the Cardinals, I think are in a much better spot roster wise.
Yeah.
So, walking away with a dude that could start at corner.
Yeah.
Avion Terrell being considered a first round player at one point. He's gonna fight out Clark Phillips and AJ Terrell and Darnay Holmes for a corner spot. But like he could be an upgrade there.
Yeah.
And I think that's enough when I've always said when you're in that middle range of teams, like 7 to 10 wins, the difference in those teams is like very, very minor.
Yep.
That's most of the league, right? So if you're just upgrading a little bit, especially upgrading corner's like one of the most important positions to upgrade, because you're not just upgrading that one position. You're upgrading cornerback 2, you're cornerback 3, you're upgrading cornerback 4 just by upgrading cornerback 1. Like, because 4 of those guys are playing over the course of the season. So even if Avion Terrell is just like an upgraded cornerback 2, that's still 3 upgrades and for a single pick. And that might be enough to bring him to like a little above 10 wins.
Yep.
And like win the South. It's possible.
One thing I want to talk about, given we just got to pick in Micah Morris, who was a Shrine Bowl standout for me.
Yeah.
He is like a blue chip pool trap guy. And we were talking about like who we want to go here. Just an athlete, a guy who like stood out to me at the Shrine Bowl blue chip, like as a guy that was really moving extremely well and looked like an NFL guard. And then you go and we talked to him as well. You go and you check out, really when we talked to him as well, he knew his stuff. And so it's really interesting that he's available in the near 7th round. Given he's coming from Georgia, the Eagles take him. And again, this is a guy that I think that could potentially develop into something with the right coaching and the right system. And I just wanted to mention that pick because we had talked to him before.
Absolutely. And moving over to Baltimore, we said offensive line, edge, corner. Obviously, they addressed that with Begalane, which is a big deal. Not even just because we think Alane is going to be good. It's that like they just really didn't have anyone else to play line. Like it's Voorhees and Simpson, and I'm not even sure who else is playing the interior offensive line for the
there's like two things that about the Ravens. One is like a clear philosophy shift at the pass catching positions where they've drafted 2 tight ends. Like how many pass catching tight ends will they have next year? Like, I don't know, maybe just Andrews. They're going with like way bigger wide receivers, bigger wide receivers than they've ever had. And then finally they had Zion Young, a big edge rusher who
I like Zion a lot for this team. And the reason I say is because I don't think they needed a massive upgraded edge. It was just like they need a little more depth, right? Like they have Trey Henderson, they have Mike Green. Like the next guy was like Tavares Robinson. Like you needed somebody else. So adding Zion to Mike Green and to Trey Henderson I think makes a really decent edge group with obviously Henderson leading the way, but like that solidifies that group.
Yep.
And I think I'm a little interested in Adam Randall. Sorry. Because I know they need a running back as well, and then Chandler Rivers is also good, adding to this corner group. I think the Ravens walked away pretty good.
I'm heel turning on the Ioane pick. I think like is he an excellent player? Yes.
I'm also gonna push back on that actually.
You're gonna push back on if he's an excellent player.
I want to push back on the level that that the media was comparing him to.
I think that's fair. I just like, And do I think probably at that pick, given the discussion of this draft, was he the best player available? Probably. I just like, if you're that worried about your interior offensive line, you had a certified All-Pro at center,
Just pay him.
and you would have paid him like more money, but like, I don't know. I'm like heel turning on it like slightly. I just have more doubts, I think, than I had at the time the pick was made.
Fair enough. The reason I'm pushing back on a evaluation is because the name that got thrown on a lot was Quentin Nelson, and I think that's a horrible comp. Because when Quentin Nelson was coming out, there was no talk of like, oh, he's a guard. It was like Quentin Nelson is dominant, like the most dominant lineman we have ever seen.
Yep.
And when he was taken and picked 4, there were no questions. It was like, yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He never sniffed the top 5.
Yep.
Like it wasn't even remotely close. Like to say that he's in the same vein.
It was a different time though. Too.
No, but still, like it's not even like our scouts gave him an 8. Like he's a 7. Like he's a good player. But he's being talked about like this dude's going to step on the field and be an All-Pro next year. I'm not sure he's ever an All-Pro. Like I think he's a good player. I think he'd be a solid guard. He'll probably make millions and millions of dollars and be a $20 million a year type guy. But he was being talked about like this guy's going to step on the grass and just be given an All-Pro team. And I just do not see that from this kid, like at all. And I don't even see it from the scouts or like even the general media consensus. But like that's how he was being described, and I think that's a little weird.
Definitely. I think we're kind of in agreement. Like I wouldn't say I soured on this draft. I think the goal of the Ravens is to take as many good players as they think they can.
No, I think the Ravens got better after this draft. 100%.
I think that is fair to say. Let's move on to Buffalo. Buffalo also took like a crazy amount of picks.
They did.
Particularly moving back like 9 times. I appreciate everything they did. I think they attacked value at good positions. I think they attacked value at good times. I would say they added something in the quiver. I don't think this changes my outlook on their team.
I'd love TJ Parker. I love him a lot. You know that already. Interior offensive line, Jude Barry probably going to kick inside.
I love the Skylar Bell pickup.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see if he can crack the rotation.
The Alec
Josh
Anderson,
Allen.
Austin Corbett, Osiris Torrance, interior offensive line for them, like Lloyd Cushenberry, Connor McGovern, is deep but not great for that team.
I mean, this is like a top 5 offensive line in the league.
Yeah, but I'm saying like on things you can improve. Like, and
Sure.
This is a team I'm projecting to have 11 wins. Right? There's not a whole lot of things you can improve on when you're projected to be like your winning division, possibly like a Super Bowl team. So I was like, yeah, that's something they could definitely improve on. Linebacker wise, linebackers, Dorian Williams and Terrell Bernard. Like, I don't think did they get any linebackers? They got Caleb Barnes. Again, I'm not sure that's going to change anything. Safety wise, Kalen Kilgore will step in and play a good role for this team. Yeah, I'm not sure this moves the needle for me, Buffalo. Like for us, Buffalo,
I mean, like
but
the needle,
again,
we were talking about the needle yesterday. Like the needle is like we need 2 more plays from this team.
Right. Like again, the reason why it doesn't move the needle is because I already thought Buffalo was probably going to win the East.
Yeah.
After this draft, I still think Buffalo's probably going to win the East.
Okay, let's move on to Carolina. So Carolina, they stick to the plan. Like we have to expect this at this point. I suppose. Will these all turn out to be excellent slam run, slam dunk, slam run? Mixed home run and slam dunk.
Well, when you've been
Picks.
broadcasting for 15 hours, Sam, I will give you the pass. It's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like Freeling made a lot of sense. Lee Hunter made a lot of sense. Brazel made a lot of sense. Will Lee made a lot of sense. Sam Heckbett, like Wheatley made a lot of sense. It's like I don't know how much. I don't want to glaze him too much. I just think like this is a draft where I can view 3 of these players starting immediately.
Yeah. Monroe Freeling's a great get. Lee, I really like Lee Hunter. I think Lee Hunter is pairing Lee Hunter with Derek Brown is just love that. And then Jalen Phillips and Nick Scorton and Patrick Jones. From the receiving core, Chris Brazel, I think makes a lot of sense. This entire group that they put together here, I think is good. And I think this the Panthers, although they won the South last year, I don't think we're going into this as the leader of the South. And I think this draft puts them very close to being within striking distance of Atlanta and Tampa and New Orleans. I think the entire South
I think
is very, very tight.
Let's stay with the South because I like. We could go through every team, but I think it'll be easier to talk about it in terms of trends.
Go ahead.
So, like, I think the entire South got substantially more competitive with one another. Where you look at
It's crazy.
You look at what the Saints did. We mentioned it quickly, so we won't dive super deep into it. But like, they added 3 wide receivers, 2 that are all kind of different, but all relatively productive or have some upside. They added interior offensive line, which was an area that I think they thought, like the Saints brass, thought that they can improve upon, even though we kind of like the players that they have right now to a certain degree if they're healthy. They had Lorenzo Styles, who could potentially play nickel for them. They had Delp at tight end. They start the year of Tyler Shuck, and they had Christian Miller as well. So, like, I would you agree? Like, I actually feel substantially better about that team. I feel like there's a real shot their wide receiver core next year is straight down the line.
Yeah.
Olave, Tyson, Lance, and Brown.
The only thing I wish they would have improved it more is their corners, but like
I think they like their young secondary. I think they like them.
No, but listen, just because you like doesn't mean you can't add more to them. Like,
That's true.
There's a lot. And then the Tyree Wilson thing, like it's just like they add another edge. Like
exactly.
I think this is they addressed most of the needs they had, and they were not only that they were picking good players across the board, which is draft good players. You think is a crazy concept.
Yeah.
So
we hit Atlanta. Let's move on to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay just kept getting value on value. Reuben Bain, Keontae Scott, Ted Hurst. All 3 of these, I think there's a real case that these 3 teams are in the top 5 of teams that drafted this year that aren't like the Eagles per se, that are not like a team that's already good. Would you agree with this to a certain degree? Or they all you'd give them a thumbs up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Reuben Bain in particular. So let's go to the people who drafted premium edge rushers. So let's start out. Obviously, we got to go to the New York Jets because I think that discussion did become something over the course of the entire draft, given that the edge rushers kind of fell out. They kind of didn't. I could see a path for every single player on this list to play this year on the Jets. Now, is that because they're not very good? Yes. But it's also because honestly, like, and here's the critique. The one that I could see not playing as much as expected would be Sadiq.
Yeah, because it's a deep tight end class, tight end room. I'm sorry, with Mason Taylor they drafted last year and Jeremy Ruckert. Like and it takes tight ends usually a year to get. But it used to be 3 years. Maybe Sadiq follows a trend that we've been seeing with first round tight ends that they are coming out faster and developing faster. But I agree. Now David Bailey is going to greatly improve that edge group, which was really just Will McDonald and Joseph Asai and Kizurabari. Omar Cooper, I love that. Add into that receiver core that really only had, like it was Garrett Wilson and Adi Mitchell, right? That's all was there of note. And as Cooper, sorry, I forgot they got D'Angelo Ponce.
Yeah, the Ponce pick could be like the
Dale
potential
Jackson is
difference
great.
maker pick.
Honestly, the pick that I feel like the least good about is Clay Kupnik. This is the way
I'm fine with that. They take a quarterback and
it's not that I don't like it. It's just like I could see all these players being on the roster in 27 besides Clay Kupnik.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we've also touched on the Giants. Any final words about the Giants for you? Because they obviously end up with Arvell Reese at 5, who was the consensus big board number 1. I guess here's my question for you.
Okay, that's good.
Chances Arvell Reese lives up to consensus big board number 1. Like a number.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible.
Well, you think about all the consensus big board number 1 over the lifetime.
I agree, and I think that's a statement more about this draft class than about him.
Well, no, it's just like if your projection is all pro, there's only 4 all pro spots a year. Yeah. And like you have to beat out Myles Garrett. You have to beat out Brian Burns. You got to beat out TJ Watt. You got to beat out Aiden Hutchinson. Like that. This is again a thing more about scouting real quick. It's just like I brought this up when we were scouting Trevor Lawrence, not you and I, but when this was a conversation, and people were like, "Oh, this kid is a blue chip grade. Yeah, I give this kid a 9." I'm like, you need to give me an example of when he's going to be the number 1, number 2 quarterback in the country, because I cannot see him beating out Patrick Mahomes. I cannot see him beating out Lamar Jackson. I cannot see him beating out, but Josh Allen was on the rise at that point. But like, there was not, like, when you say, hey, this guy is going to be a blue chip player, it's like, because you and I both agree, if you put a label on something, then you are putting like, hey, you think he's an 8? That means he's a Pro Bowl. You think he's a 9? That means he's an All-Pro. You think this kid's a 9? He's going to be an All-Pro? That means he's one of the 4 best edge rushers in the country. Do you, right now, if I said, hey, right now, do you think Arvo Risky better than Aiden Hutchinson, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, and, you know, pick another edge rusher? Like, you're probably going to say unlikely. Because then also there's edge rushers to come into drafted in 2027 who are going to be just as good. It's just like, it's just so hard to live to expectation. Do I think Arvo is going to be a good player? Very much so. Very much so. I think he might be a Pro player. Very much so. But like, to say, hey, he's going to live to Kansas Big Bear 1, which is like an All-Pro type player, that is just that is such a hard bar to jump over.
Yep.
And I'll say it's not fair to him.
Yep. I agree. So let's move on to Tennessee, just in like another team that passed over Arvo Reese, given that discussion. There's a thing, and like, I don't know if it becomes groupthink, and I don't know like what we actually want to like label it or call it, but like, every pick on Tennessee's list piqued my interest. Do you think that's groupthink? Do you think that is just like one way of looking at the draft and that is different than other people? I was surprised that I, for the most part, agreed with almost every single one of their picks. Or is it just like, you know, a factor of them not being a good team and drafting highly?
No, I just think this is a good job of just continuing to find value. Like, the only player where you could say maybe they overdrafted a bunch is like Carnell Tate, but like, like we kind of knew Tate was going to go with the rumors before draft day was that Tate was going to go in the first, you know, between picks 5 through 8, and they gave him pick 4. That's fine. Like, they just drafted good players. And when you're a team that's not good, or let me put it like,
and again,
when you're a team that wasn't good the year prior, just picking good players is a smart decision.
Yeah. To your point as well, like, these players could end up not being good, but it's about the process. And if they continue doing this over 3 drafts, the odds that they have someone really good is funny. It's like, we're deep in the 6th round. We have currently what we're watching is a progressive commercial. We're going through the teams as we close it out here, and they're playing Stump the Truck on NFL Network, in which they are naming random players from the draft class and trying to trying to get them in a serious position. So we've reached, as you said, we have reached the deep stuff. So let's keep closing it out here, Stopsky, and then we'll check in on some of these players drafted, and then I can smell the Popeyes right now. So let's flip the discussion here.
Okay.
We hit the Titans, who we liked, and we hit the Jets, who we liked. Let's talk Jacksonville, the Rams, the Texans, and the 49ers. This is like a tree in a clear draft philosophy of, we draft our board, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
It's worked out. It's worked out for the 49ers. They've been doing this for years. I mean, like, they're consistently competitive and they make the playoffs. Could they be substantially better? Maybe.
This is one of those things where, like, you know, because they are good, we might make the assumption that they are good at drafting, which that may not be the correct look. We did it with the Patriots too, where the Patriots were not good at drafting under Bill Belichick, but they were always a good team.
Yeah. There was parts in which they got a lot of value, but I understand what you're saying. At the late stage,
it's hard to say this process works when Trey Lance is pick 3.
That's a good point.
And that not only was he pick 3, if Brock Purdy doesn't become one of the most efficient quarterbacks in football, like in the NFL, I think we have a very different discussion about this Niners team.
Yep. And then like, just looking at the picks they made, several reaches, like, we liked a bunch of their picks.
Yeah.
San Francisco was the one that we liked a bunch of their picks. The Rams in particular only had 4 picks. None of them, I think, will play extensively this year, for better or worse.
Well, to be fair, the Rams came in with like really no needs.
Yeah. And like, these are all good teams, for the record. Jacksonville is probably the Jacksonville does not have a best unit. The Texans at least have a best unit, which is the defense. Jacksonville doesn't have a best unit, and like their first pick was a guy who is a tight end Y. Like it's just tough. Like they took 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, an edge rusher.
Here's my concern with Jacksonville is they went on a late run last year to really have a good season. But prior to that run, there were talks of like, is Trevor Lawrence going to be there in 2026? Yeah. Like it was really
there's an element you can say other than Liam Cohen being an excellent play caller that this was like tricky.
Yeah, it's like when you're already because I really don't love their roster. I am not that high on it. I think there's holes everywhere. And when you have holes across your roster, you should be picking for value. And, you know, again, we'll see how this plays out. I could just be completely wrong. And that's fair if I'm completely wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. I just think we're kind of giving the Jaguars a pass here because we like the front office. But I'm not entirely sure. Outside of the hiring of Liam Cohen, I'm not sure any of the personnel decisions made any sense yet. What players?
Yeah, and to close like this trend out of the teams that are like truly, doing their own thing. The Texans were the other one who did it in the middle rounds. The problem is you go back and look at the Texans draft, and I like their play. I like the players they got. Did they get them in the right place? I don't know. Like, could you have taken McDonald at 26 and Rutledge at 4?
Yeah,
maybe. But like, they got the guys that I think they needed. I like Ramsey. The middle of the draft was a little confusing, to say the least. But like, are they going to be the best team in the league? I don't know. Did their defense get better? I think so. Did their offensive line get better? I also think so. I think Keaton Rutledge is going to start for them.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
Let's do some closing remarks. I know you have a flight to catch.
Yeah. Well, I have a couple more on this that I just want
to give your closing statements, Mr. Bruchhaus.
Yeah. So like the final one that I wanted to hit out of the trends was the teams that we know are good, and I just want to read off the players and tell me like I want to read off some of the players and explain why. So Cleveland. Oh, we've been saying for years Cleveland has to be good at some point. They had Fano at the top, who I think they thought was the best tackle. They had 2 wide receivers instead of 1. By the way, Harold Perkins just went to the Atlanta Falcons, so they now have 2 of those guys, Jalen Walker, and they have Harold Perkins as well. And I to be clear, I think that's a good fit for him.
Me too.
They take a shot at 2 wide receivers, praying 1 should be good. They add a falling Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. They add a subset of interior linemen. They add Taylon Green at the 6th pick. Like, when I'm just evaluating that, they took shots. They took multiple shots at positions that of need. And what like the hope is they got to get lucky at some point, right?
To be fair, this draft is great. I think this is a really, really good draft. It really just comes down to the quarterback spot. That's really it. Like they need average play from the QB spot just to be good. And like it is rough. Like, we'll see what happens with Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel, but like this, on its value, right? Take the quarterback out. If you remove the quarterbacks from every situation, I would say this roster is a upper to middle class of roster. Yeah. When you throw the quarterback in, it shrinks to like maybe bottom middle class. But like if the quarterback can just be good, or just be average, like the 20 to 16 range of quarterback, Cleveland has a shot to make the playoffs. Yep. It's just, will they have that? Yep.
Excellent points. And then that is an excellent segue into Philly, Philly is the best drafting team. And that's like a metric. That's like something we can go check. They're in the hunt every year because of players that they drafted, or because of draft picks that they had because they traded for them and they utilized them for better players.
Philly just goes out and acquires good talent, man. That's all they do.
Yeah, Philly has as a result rebuilt their pass catcher room with a potentially outgoing AJ Brown and a soon to be free agent and aging Dallas Goedert. They've added rotational linemen in a line that I think they liked but didn't like all that much, that are huge, massive guys. And they add a quarterback who they probably reached on slightly, but the quarterback is the most important a major part of their offense is the tush push. And now they have a guy that I think is literally just going to be the tush push guy this year. And so you look and the crazy, like, here's the crazy part. It's like, oh, he sits and he learns, like the Ty Simpson thing. Yeah. 5th round, who cares? I mean, like, not who cares, but like 5th round quarterback, like who cares if he sits? Like, you're building depth. But this guy can actually make an impact that will help the team and keep Jalen Hurts healthy and tread off the tires while also helping the team converting 4th downs.
Yeah, and I think with Cole Payton, man, like when you go into when you're a team like the Eagles that come into this with like really not a ton of needs,
yeah,
it gives you the freedom to be like, hey, I'm just going to take this good player and like try to work him out.
Yep.
And I think that's what they did here. No, they answered almost every question of need here, and like this, again, Stowers is going to eventually replace Goddard. He was, I think he's back for a 1-year deal. Levin's going to replace Brown, and I'm assuming Bell will probably kick in the guard for this year, or maybe Michael Morris.
I don't think either of those guys will play, but I think they're good depth pieces.
I don't know. Like, who's their starting guard right now? Tyler Steen? Like, there's a chance they could beat Tyler Steen out. Like, they're not beating Landon Dickerson out or anything.
Yeah.
But I think there's a chance that they could take that job. But yeah, I think this is a good draft by Howie and the front office of the Eagles, which is honestly a statement you can just say every year.
Yeah. So and I'm reviewing some of these other teams. I think they had, like, I'm not going to say median level drafts. They could turn out to be awesome drafts. I just think like they did standard stuff. And I think the Eagles is a great place to finish that, because I think my closing statement on this draft is that, other than the things that we've highlighted many times, that clearly tight end is a much more important position than we knew about, which is like really a major takeaway. Like, I think that's the biggest takeaway, that people want multiple tight ends. They're either listening to us for the right reasons or the wrong reasons. The clear takeaway is, coming into this draft, there were 2 thoughts of mine. Number one, how many blue chip players do we think teams have here? And I think the answer is resoundingly not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Arvell Reese fell to 5. So I think this draft having a high ceiling, like, it'll be great if we can get 4 Pro Bowlers out of this draft, I think.
No, I think we'll have more than that.
You think we'll have more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, Leonard Williams dropped to 6, and he had the same situation where he was like number 1 by far. And then he just that's how it works occasionally. But I think about the 2013 draft, which was viewed very much in the same vein, right? Like the 2023 draft had like over 20 Pro Bowlers. 2013 draft, it might even be 30 Pro Bowlers. Like, they just some were taken in later rounds.
Yep.
And I just think that's what it is, because remember when we're talking about a 7, 2, and 8. That's scheme, right?
Yep.
Some of these guys are going to go and be in good scheme, and they will be fine. Or like, you'll find a random guy like Kyle Juszczyk was picking that draft.
Yeah.
So it's just I disagree that
I meant for like perennial Pro Bowlers, I guess. Is what
like all pro types. Like yeah probably like that's there's a good chance that's probably true. But Pro Bowl wise, like Lane Johnson was in the 2013 class as well. So like, DeAndre Hopkins was in that class. Like, I think that there will be all pros. There'll be Pro Bowlers. They're just going to it's just not going to follow the 1 through 25 list. They're going to be scattered.
Fair point. The second piece, which I think is by far the biggest takeaway and by far the biggest prediction made, is I said it was going to be clear which teams had an approach and a process.
That is right.
And I think we added a lot of teams to that this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Saints it's clear they have a different process than they have taken in the past, because I don't recall them trading up for premium capital once, and they definitely could have. And like it just felt different from the Saints. The Tampa Bay continues to be what I think is like a pretty sharp team in the draft, continuing on what they did last year. I think we can certifiably add Carolina in there. The Browns, God willing, it'll work out.
Yeah.
You have the Eagles. I think we can add the Jets in there pretty solidly, even though we can disagree with the Sadiq pick. I think we have questions about the Ravens to a certain degree, but the Ravens just take so many picks that it may not matter. Am I missing anyone?
No,
and then it's clear that there's a whole other piece of this, which is I like Miami's draft too. I might consider Miami in there as well. There's a whole other piece of this where it's like, the old school, we know which guys are good and we're taking them whenever we want. And we'll see how that turns out for both of those teams. And we'll see if the 49ers and the Rams can continue to compete. We'll see if the Texans can grow into Super Bowl. The Texans and the Jaguars can grow into Super Bowl teams. But from at least the analytical perspective, the halves, like that's over half of the league about half of the league who we now know where they stand.
Yeah.
And that means that can either be taken advantage of or that you're either predator or prey. And we don't really know which ones are the predator or the prey. It's going to take us 3 years, in particular with this draft. But that's my biggest takeaway by far. Would you agree?
I agree. I'm also watching a Bret Michaels Wiz Khalifa concert, and all I could think of was Pete Carroll taking off his shirt with DK Metcalf. I was like, this is about the same kind of odd pairing.
Yeah.
but no, I like your assumption. I'm actually very intrigued, and I'm gonna ask you at some point when you are back to do a deep dive into the tight ends and offensive line conversation we had for the SūmerSports show, because I think that's a really interesting conversation. But yeah, this was a very interesting draft where the strategies were on full display.
Yep.
Overall. But you have a fight to catch. I know there's still 25, 30 picks left, but it's all good. Thank you for following along for 3 days.
Yes.
I thank you for hanging with us after the technical issues yesterday. So for Matt Stopsky, to Sam Bruchhaus, thank you to Lindsay Rhodes and Mike Mayock, DJ, Kayla, Lee, Sean, everyone that helped out on the graphics side, John Isaac and the full operations side, Adam and the analytics side. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
Definitely.
And it's time to wrap up this season and get ready for 2026, man. It's
the 2027 draft starts right now.